what we're here for?
The equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Let's see if it pays off for them.
I'm staying in the race.
Put your drum up.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the replay.
Consequences. So hot right now.
Welcome to the Resistance. There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Jesus, I say that. Jesus, I say that.
Don't worry about it, little Margot. Gentlemen.
Give me a joke.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
Break now.
I see that you know your judo.
Come on!
That's hot.
Don't be creepy.
Science.
I don't want reality.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
What now?
Could you drum up?
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing?
This isn't language. Please.
Aren't I a good guy?
Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. It's been too long since we've seen each other last, which means we got a hell of a lot to talk about here, Space Fams. As always, don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts. These space flights are often treacherous and filled with perils. Let's get on to the show. Good to see all of you lovely folks here on this Thursday. Orbeus Dragon, Sue Fairy Dust B, and Moa Noep, 123 in the YouTube chat. Kirkenstein's Monster, a close fourth. Apache Aldo in the mix. Mozart, Styx Dragon Sharon, B-Cat. Orb Vroomer. Wow, short list today. Yeah. I know Surfs, I know the leftist mafia's going, but it is good to see you all here. Suppose we better get on the road here. My God, what a crazy 3 or 4 days this week has been so far. I guess 4 days. Give it 4. Ah, boy. Well, hope you're all doing well and are prepared for some late night space radio. It is that time. Oh, good. This is broken. Well, not broken. It died. Oh. God dang it. At least the stream appears to be functioning reasonably well right now. So where should we get started? No, I have to do this right now. Please hold. There we go. Alright, let's start off in the United States. Yes, indeed. United States of America. We started off last stream with this same story, but since we last left off, the situation has, evolved, maybe not the right word, but we do have a final word on this story, that being the Trump portrait sitting in the Colorado Capitol building, picture, piece of artwork intended to depict Donald Trump, which he took great offense to, as it looked very similar to him and was therefore quite ugly, perhaps monstrous, depending on, you pick the word you like. But it looks like Donald Trump, and for that reason, it's like he doesn't have to look in the mirror all that much, and everybody tells him he looks great, It's basically a modern day, what's the name of this fable? The Emperor's New Clothes. Let's go to Colorado, see what happened to this poor portrait.
As far as I'm concerned, this portrait is a beautiful portrait.
Yeah.
It captures his likeness to an impeccable degree. I think the command of form and light and shape and proportion is fantastic. And I'll be frank, it looks great. It is definitely not distasteful, as the president says. I feel like...
Very nasty.
It's pretty egotistical.
Why don't I look as good as Obama? It's very rude.
How rude.
I don't understand what's so hard about making me look as good as President Obama. And there's something that Donald Trump apparently said he was very upset that he didn't, that Obama looked good, but he didn't. Well, Trump, you're just... I think you're just being met with reality.
I don't want reality.
This is what you look like.
To think this is purposefully ugly.
By the
I
way,
know that this piece was.
What is up with this choice of clothes right here? This guy's really throwing me off. Why are you wearing a plaid? You're wearing a plaid jacket, no shirt. No, why no shirt? I don't understand. If you need a jacket, why? It's just so confusing.
Approved by the Republican Party of Colorado, so I mean, it was put in here by people who have shown their support for him. So
yeah,
I
great
don't really
point.
know why he's
Great
reacting
point.
this way to such a lifelike painting.
I know I will often look at selfies and pictures that other people take of me and groan, literally groan.
Yeah, we get it.
Thinking,
We do get that.
Do I really look like that? I don't know that that's any reason for it to be pulled down. I think it's...
Look at that, a piece of history taken down by decree from the president. And what's fascinating, like was mentioned, is that this was commissioned by Republicans in Colorado. This was intended to be, you know, in honor of Trump. But he's taking offense to this honor. But, we all have a vision of ourselves in our heads, and Donald Trump's narcissistic vision of him is more akin to, those Rambo-esque portrayals that his supporters have turned into flags and posters and bumper stickers and things like that. And hasn't really looked in the mirror recently. And it's really just a commentary on the psyche of Donald Trump. You noticed a different mic? Ah, yes, that's a good point. Before we get going, in case anybody's just tuning in for the last week, last Friday, my audio interface died, and I'm now being forced to use the internal microphone, automatically on my computer, which is very bad, very low quality. And if you want to help us get back to better audio, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. We got Cash App, PayPal, and all the other ways, of course. Oh, speaking of which, I'll start a goal right now. I don't want to get too far in the stream and forget the very important galactic goal. Look at this, though. Taken down. I guess, this is just where we're at. Trump offended by an accurate portrayal of himself. He was a very, very nasty, talentless artist. There's a problem with me. I don't understand why. Why can't you make me look as good as President Obama? All right, this is a filler beginning story. Let's get on to the meat of today's stream. Before we do that, I'm just going to start the goal. Here we go. All the content. Give it to us. Give it to us now. Okay. All right, let's go here. Let's talk about the state of our democracy. Let's go to Reuters here first. Talk about the Wisconsin court race, which we mentioned quickly last stream, but is in fact a very important... You think it sounds okay? That's bullshit. I've heard it. It sounds 10 times worse than the other microphone, okay? Stop giving me shit. Stop lying to me. Doesn't sound bad. So yeah, it's audible, but I have to yell. I have to be louder instead of being able to hold the microphone directly to I have to lean into the computer when I want to talk in a quiet tone. It's very annoying and probably bad for my back. All right, let's talk about that Wisconsin court race that Elon Musk has apparently dumped $10 million fucking dollars into already. Of course, state judicial races aren't supposed to be all that political, but Musk is determined to make it so.
An upcoming election in Wisconsin has become a multi-million-dollar test of the Trump administration's policies and popularity in a key swing state. The race to fill an open seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court has drawn more than $17 million from groups tied to billionaire Elon Musk, helping shatter records for the most expensive judicial election campaign in U.S. history. The April 1st contest is between liberal Susan Crawford and conservative Brad Schimmel.
Control of the court in the state is up for grabs. There are 3 liberals and 3 conservatives, and this seat will decide whether the state has a liberal or conservative majority. And it's become kind of a referendum on the Trump administration.
Barry Burden is a political science professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison.
People are thinking about what's going on in Washington. Elon Musk has become involved in the race here, voluntarily putting millions of dollars into the campaign on Brad Schimmel's behalf. And so it's become partly a judgment, I think, on whether the public wants to continue with what Trump is doing, and he's building on the momentum of his victory last year, or whether Democrats and others are putting up resistance and asking the country to change direction.
The Wisconsin Supreme Court is likely to render crucial decisions on statewide abortion rights, union rights, and congressional redistricting. It could determine critical voting rules for the 2026 midterm elections and the 2028 presidential race, when Wisconsin is again poised to be a battleground. Trump carried the state by less than a percentage point in November. More than $81 million has been spent with a week to go, according to a tally by New York University's Brennan Center for Justice. The race is technically nonpartisan, but has divided along clearly partisan lines. Schimmel is a county judge and a former Republican state attorney general. He has supported Donald Trump's false claims about election fraud and Trump's efforts to overturn his 2020 election defeat, and has won Trump's endorsement.
Uh-huh. Okay, just going to respond to this discussion about the mic since we're still so early. Yes, I actually do need to be louder, because I can't just get close to the mic. The mic is inside of the computer. Okay? It's a tiny internal mic inside of the computer. So I have to either lean into the microphone, or like literally my computer, and wrench my back to be able to say things quietly, or I have to raise my voice. It's just a fact. Can't move the mic because I'd have to hold the computer in my hands to do what you're talking about. So yeah, no, it's a problem. It's definitely a problem. It's a real thing. Not just making this up.
I don't control who decides to support my campaign.
About $46 million has come from Schimmel's campaign or groups backing him, compared with $35.5 million for his rival, Crawford. Schimmel has benefited from more than $17.5 million in spending by 2 super PACs affiliated with Elon Musk.
I have groups on the outside that are helping my campaign, and I'm grateful for them helping.
Yeah, they're helping in ways that are potentially illegal, because Elon Musk's associated PACs have been doing some very sketchy things with their advertising, right? With things that they're doing. There has been allegations that they have been portraying themselves as not what they are, in a way to confuse voters.
Illegal.
And that he's, essentially, what's the word? Oh, I can't think of how to say this exactly. Basically, they're representing themselves, from what I understand, have been representing themselves as being one or another thing, right? And when they're not, right? I could be wrong on this. I don't know for sure. But Elon's stepping into this race has supercharged the politics around this. So if you're in Wisconsin, vote for Crawford. Do we need to buy you a new mic? No, I still have a mic. The mic is looking at me very awkwardly from the corner, asking why it's not being used. It's like, hey, I'm a fancy mic. Why do I have to sit here in the corner? And that's because the audio interface, which I use to get my mic connected to the computer, it's a piece of hardware. The power source is no longer turning on the interface. I don't know exactly where. I still have not yet determined where the problem is. I have been working on it in my spare time. But right now we're trying to crowdfund a new audio interface, basically, for now. Okay. But yeah, vote for Crawford. Vote for Crawford if you're in Wisconsin. Alrighty, let's keep moving. Let's talk about Democrats for a little bit here. What do you say? Let's talk about the next generation of Democrats.
Donald Trump and Elon Musk are dismantling our country piece by piece. And so many
Okay, I feel like people aren't getting what's going on. Okay, the microphone still works perfectly fine. Okay, Orbroomer? The mic is fine. It just... I don't have an XLR input on my computer. So I use an audio interface to connect that mic to the computer. Unfortunately, though, the audio interface is dead. It will no longer power on, and now my mic doesn't work. And instead, I'm forced to use an internal mic, one that is pre-installed on the computer. I feel like I've said this in as many ways as I possibly can. Okay, let's talk about the next generation.
seem content to just sit back and let them. So I say it's time to drop the excuses and grow a f***ing spine. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I'm running for Congress in Illinois' 9th District. Unfortunately, this party has become one where you have to look to the exceptions for real leadership, as the majority work from an outdated playbook. We need a makeover, which means we need a vision that's bigger than what we've been told is possible. There is absolutely no reason you shouldn't be able to afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with some money left over. Families should have free childcare, Social Security should be expanded, and our inalienable rights shouldn't be dependent on who's in power. That means standing up to authoritarians and not shrinking away when the fight gets tough. And while current Democratic leadership might be fine cowering to Trump, I'm not.
And that, my friends, is what the future of the Democratic Party looks like. Someone who is not afraid to stand up to Republicans or Democrats who collaborate with fascists. And I think you've all known for a while now that I've been very ambivalent towards this idea of taking over the Democratic Party because, quite frankly, we tried that before and we failed miserably. You know, I've probably brought on more than 100 progressive congressional candidates over the last 10 years, and just a small handful of them won their primaries, and just a couple actually made it through to Congress. But this time, I'll admit things do feel different. I don't know if that's just naive optimism or whatnot, but it does seem like now is the time where we kind of have to act. And I think that we'd be foolish to not give it another go, especially considering how the Democratic Party's approval rating is at a record low, and just 6% of the Democratic Party's base thinks that Hakeem Jeffries reflects the party's core values, and just 2% thinks that Chuck Schumer reflects the party's core values, which is still too high in my opinion. But, in an article for Politico, Lakeisha Jane explains that the data clearly indicates that the Democratic Party is starting to see the emergence of its own Tea Party-like movement, which should scare incumbents. And even though the base supports progressive policies, if you ask them, it seems like most of the anger stems from the party's refusal to fight. So as disillusioned as I am at the prospect of trying to reform a party that has been unreformable for almost a decade now, I do think that we have an opportunity to maybe seize the moment, harness all of that rage, and potentially try to remake the Democratic Party in our progressive image. And candidates like Kat Abu-Ghazala are the only ones that are going to be able to pull the party out of the hole that they dug for themselves, not corrupt, pro-corporate pick-me's like Gavin Newsom, who's chumming it up with fascists ahead of his inevitable 2028 run. Now, I can tell you firsthand that Kat is not the only candidate who is running for office. I know somebody personally who is about to announce their candidacy very soon, and they are not fucking around. They're basically my anger interpreter who's an expert at shitting on spineless Democrats and Republicans, so stay tuned for that. I'll be bringing them on the program soon. But with that being said, we are going to hear more from Kat because she's going to explain in this next clip from her launch ad why she's different than other Democrats.
I've spent my entire career reporting on the far right and being attacked by them as a result. In fact, just a few months ago, Elon Musk's lawyers deposed me here in Chicago to ask about my mean tweets. Look, I thought comedy was legal again. This is all to say, I'm not scared of standing up to these people. I know how they think, and I know how to beat them. But my campaign itself is going to be different too, because I don't want to wait a year to help people. We're focused on meeting constituent needs with one simple rule. What if we didn't suck? My campaign and I would rather spend our money on book drives and clothing exchanges and public events than fancy fundraisers for rich donors. I also want my campaign to be as transparent as possible. That's why I'll be posting regular videos about the costs and steps of running for office. We all deserve better. We deserve human rights and financial freedom and a party that stands up to authoritarians. We deserve to thrive, not just survive. And I plan to fight for those ideals both on the campaign trail and in Congress. If you want to know more about me and what I believe, you can go to catforillinois.com. I do need to mention that campaigns cost money and ask you to contribute what you can. But I promise your donation will not be wasted on old, ineffective tactics. No spammy guilt trip texts, no focus groups to test my views, and no grifty consultants who care more about their paycheck than actually winning. It's time to challenge the status quo, and if our leaders won't do it, we will.
And that right there is like music to my ears, because Democrats have often used those idiotic and annoying text messages to fundraise off of Republican destruction while not offering their own alternative vision. And I'm sorry, but I don't believe that my $5 that I could chip in right away is going to make you fight more than you already haven't been fighting. Like my representative, Suzanne Bonamici, she's been invisible for the long time that she's been in Congress, hasn't done shit, but yet she has the nerve to send me these emails saying, hey, if you could support me by sending in $10, I'll fight. Where have you been this whole time?
If you can give me some money, I'll go fight. I'll go fight for you, even though I've already been elected to do the thing that I haven't been doing. Still talking mics. Sure mics, SM7s. Yeah, I don't use Shure. I use an XML. I actually have the exact. I realized recently when we were watching a Cody Shody video, me and Cody use the same exact mic, an XML 770X. Not that fancy of a microphone. I actually bought it open box. Got a good deal on it. It's a great microphone. If I could just have it hooked up, that would be lit. So if you want me to be able to use that microphone rather than this horrifying situation that we're in, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network and money, one of the many ways that we have available to you. Let's see some representatives. Let's see what other representatives have been getting into. Let's go here to Tennessee. This representative seems to be doing his job, not worrying about contributions. Tennessee Representative Pearson. From yesterday.
The Tennessee House of Representatives. It is a pathetic excuse for you to not answer the question of why we are doing nothing about the gun violence epidemic than to personally attack me. But let me explain to you what I have been doing, Representative, since you asked. My brother, Temperance Darnell Pearson, one of the loves of my life, passed away from gun suicide on December 1st of 2024. And since that happened, it shattered my family like gun violence has shattered so many families. Shattered my nephew's lives, my mother, my father, my other brothers who are remaining. I buried my brother. I planned for his entire funeral. My fiance made his obituary. I made sure that he was taken care of, even in death. That's what I've been doing. But also, not just that, I went to all of my nephew's schools. I met with their principals and their teachers to ensure that they are okay. I gave them and made sure that they had grief counseling and that they're seeing a psychiatrist. That's what I've been doing. And while you're talking about hard work, you need to realize that our job is not just in this state house with these marble floors. Our jobs are on the streets and in the communities that we serve. And so while you've been here passing bills that have been hurting transgender children, while you've been here passing bills that have been hurting the poor, hurting the marginalized, hurting the disenfranchised, while you've been here passing bills that have not ended poverty, while you've been here passing bills that have not helped people who need Medicaid expansion, while you've been here doing the hard work of making sure that our state is not the state that it can be, because you have decided.
Representative Pearson. Oh, look at them turning off his microphone. That's right. Keep going.
Pearson. While you've been here doing that, I've been in my community.
Representative Pearson.
Meeting with young people, going to school.
Representative Pearson.
That's what I've been doing. Hard work doesn't just happen. Witness legislation that happens.
Representative Pearson.
And if you will, Chairman, just one more minute, because Chairman Former seems to think that he somehow
Representative Pearson.
seems to understand my life better than I do. You need to understand that hard work isn't just sitting there and shutting up and passing a bill. It's doing the hard work of justice and love and mercy.
Okay.
And it's taking your
all right.
And your pain and your heartache, and it's standing in front of people who you know may not like you, standing in front of people who you know will disrespect you, people who you know will talk down to you, and saying in the honor of people like my brother, in the honor of people who have died from gun violence, in the honor of people who have died from suicide, we need to pass better laws,
Representative Pearson,
and fight for a state where everybody is able to live more freely from the pain of gun violence that me and my family are experiencing. That's what you need to think about, Chairman Farr. Come on.
There you go. Justin J. Pearson here in the Tennessee Capitol, speaking his mind. But legislators in charge of this hearing don't want to hear a strong black man tell them how it is. Turning off his microphone, interrupting him over and over again. But he does not give up. I like this guy a lot. Okay. Now, some Democrats are out there taking it to the streets wherever they can. Okay. Let's see what another Democrat's been up to. This one has become something of a viral situation. And I find this particular pearl clutching incident over what's going on in Texas, what Jasmine Crockett said about poor Greg Abbott, I find this to be a little funny, you know? Just due to the massive dose of irony that comes along with all of this. Let's start this off with, why don't I have, what happened to this? Oh, what happened to this clip? Son of a bitch. Hold on. Sorry, chat. I did this wrong. Somehow. I failed you already.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
So yeah, the right, Republicans in general, are losing their frickin' minds over what Jasmine Crockett said about Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Okay, let's start it off here. This was Jasmine Crockett yesterday. Whoa, where's my sound? There we go. Okay, wait a second. I just realized something. I completely ignored it because I was totally distracted.
Tennessee House of Representatives.
Wait.
It is a pathetic excuse.
Justin, I love you, buddy, but that did not mean to hit this video. God damn it.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay. Jasmine Crockett, here we go. Oh, but before we do that, perfect timing, let me get you your emotional support characters. Does one of the mods want to tell me how many likes we have right now? I'm pretty sure last time I saw we had like 20-something. I'm guessing we have more than that right now. I'm going to start rolling. 15, 4. I'll roll that one just in case we have more than 2. Okay. To Texas. Donde es Texas?
Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess.
Boom. Okay, that was the quote that has thrown Republicans into a state of...
Speaking of leftist hypocrisy...
excuse me, Megan. I'm going to need you to pause. So yeah, that comment has caused Republicans to completely lose their minds. Because they thought they were the only ones who were allowed to say potentially offensive things, right? And so they are looking for their pearls as fast as they can for something to clutch. Let's go to Megyn Kelly, and you will be shocked to see who's on the Megyn Kelly show. I know that I was. When I was like, I mean, there was a time where I had a modicum of respect for the guy who you're about to see on the right side of your screen. Oh, God. And that went away, I would say, around Twitter Files time. BB starting to sour hour off proper with a little lemon limey band here. Little trumpet music. Thank you, PB. Breaking the ice. Okay, let's see what Megyn Kelly and her guests had to say about this horrifying attack on poor Greg Abbott.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Speaking of leftist hypocrisy and cluelessness.
Leftist hypocrisy?
Jasmine Crockett is a rising star amongst the far-left progressives in this country. She's a representative from Houston, Texas, of all places, which makes no sense because she seems to be far too left for Houston, but apparently not because they elected her. It must be like, Orange County in California being like the one outlier in an otherwise uniformly state, like all red with the one blue. Huh? All blue with the one red.
What are you talking about, Megan?
Okay, so Jasmine Crockett got up at a Los Angeles dinner this past Saturday, and it was hosted by, this is perfect, the Human Rights Campaign.
Okay.
These are the people who run around harassing every business to make sure that they're being pro-LGBTQ and pro-DEI and not doing anything that a Human Rights Campaign finds offensive in any way, shape, or form, unless if you are in a wheelchair and are the governor of...
Yeah, all the stuff that Megyn hates, and all Republicans hate, DEI, respecting civil rights. I love how she's here talking about, why don't they care about human rights? Why don't they care about civil rights anymore? God, Jasmine Crockett said something that makes me, doesn't really make me upset, but gives me an opportunity to get to pretend I'm upset about it.
Campaign finds offensive in any way, shape, or form, unless if you are in a wheelchair and are the governor of Texas, in which case it is fine for Jasmine Crockett to do this to you. Watch.
Because we in these hot-ass Texas streets, honey. Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot ass mess, honey.
Yeah!
I got to check my woke rule book, Walter, but I'm not sure I don't think that's allowed. I do not think you refer to the guy who's in a wheelchair as the governor of your state as Governor Hot Wheels. Some of her defenders online are like, we all call him that down here. And as far as I can tell, it's only nasty leftists who do.
Oh, nasty.
Not sure that
nasty leftists.
If she'd spoken in English, I would have understood her.
Oh, Megan, were you prepared for your guest to immediately take the route of being incredibly racist? Was that what you were hoping for this segment? Oh, let me concern troll over something I don't give a shit about in any other circumstance, aside from when Greg Abbott is referred to as Governor Hot Wheels. Let me complain about, how could these lovers of disabled people, the leftists, how could they say nasty things about Greg Abbott? How could they make personal ad hominems against Greg, my favorite guy in a wheelchair? Oh, how could they? And then this guy comes in. If she spoke English, maybe I'd understand what she's saying right now, but she's speaking, what do you call it?
And catch the insult.
You do have to pay attention.
One thing that
I love how she said,
specialize
great
in
save, Megan. Great save.
Accents, okay? They adapt them to the audience, and sometimes they go really far out there. And
what do you mean by that?
She's at the bleeding edge of street talk.
Yes.
It's going to be
right. Yeah. Yes. She's at the bleeding edge of ebonics. Oh, these fucking racists. I love it. You know how we're going to prove that it's wrong to call somebody Governor Hot Wheels? We're gonna I can't even finish. Oh god, I took I don't even know. I mean, it took about 30 seconds there. This guy. Oh, I mean, immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Amazing. That's how you make your argument. When you want to concern troll about somebody using nasty language, you definitely want to get into very racialized sort of retorts. That proves that's how you take the high road, people. That's how you do it. Okay? Wow. By the way, I love the fact Matt Taibbi has really just full circled this shit and is now on Megyn Kelly's fucking podcast. I mean, we gotta hear what this fucking asshole just said again. That was just so wildly racist. And yeah, they're here to tell us, but you can't make fun of Greg Abbott if you're a leftist. Now, if you're a Republican, you're a piece of shit. Well, say whatever you want about anybody. I mean, you guys remember, like, over the last few months, anybody, like, Republicans just, like, cheering from the rooftops that they get to say the R word now, and the comedy is legal again? And, she calls him, Governor Hot Wheels. I wish I could understand what she's saying, but she's speaking that ebonics right now. And I don't speak black. I mean, what is this shit? Is this a joke? Is this a fucking joke, dude? Megan, did you screen your guest before we did this, or what? I just gotta hear this racism one more time.
Who do? Not sure that gives you a pass.
If she'd spoken in English, I
if she'd spoken in English,
so I almost didn't
oh yeah, even got his smirk out of Matt. Yeah, she is speaking all shitty. I'm Matt Taibbi. Oh my fucking god! Wow, the pearl clutching. It's hard to clutch the pearls when they're covered in poop. Oh boy. Great segment, Megan. Really great job. 300,000 views on that video. In 2 days. Let's see what Greg Abbott had to say about all this. He came onto Fox News. Hit back against Jasmine.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett has stooped to yet another low.
Oh, she stooped to a low.
A string of vile comments over the weekend. She seemingly made fun of Texas governor, friend of this program, Greg Abbott.
Okay, I love this. I hope this continues because this is like the gift that keeps on giving. Republicans pearl clutching about the thing that they have so vehemently shouted from the mountaintops about wanting to come back. Why can't people just say what they... Why does Facebook keep not allowing me to say the N-word or the R-word or, why can't I be anti-Semitic online? Why can't I say I hate all Jews? What's wrong with that? That's just an opinion. Why comedy's illegal now. Illegal? Why? And then, Jasmine Crockett, Hannity Report, sinks to new low. Referring to Greg Abbott's disability, something that in the federal government we are trying to remove protections for.
Immediately, if not sooner.
We must protect the disabled, not from, not being able to access buildings or get, they don't deserve to be able to get into their apartment building or into, wherever they're trying to go. No, we don't care about that. But if you insult Greg Abbott for being in a wheelchair, well, you're a piece of shit. How dare you? How dare you take the low road like we do all the time? That's our road. We built the low road. How dare you take it as well?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Wheelchair. Take a look at this latest disgusting remark.
We in these hot Texas streets, honey. Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now.
Wait, so bro didn't say... No, I can't remember if he actually said the word Ebonics. He certainly said street talk.
How rude.
I'm honestly not sure which one is more offensive. Both just wild. He suggested that she wasn't even speaking English.
And the only thing hot about him is that he is a hot mess, honey.
And don't forget, she wants to hit Senator Cruz over the head hard and take down Elon as a birthday gift. Now, following intense backlash, Jasmine Crockett posted this pathetic response on X, claiming she was not thinking about his condition. Instead, was referring to the, quote, planes, trains, and automobiles that are used to transfer migrants into communities led by black mayors. Really? Now, before saying she never alluded to his condition, and of course, she took a jab at Trump supporters. Now, following this latest controversy involving Crockett, Texas Congressman Randy Weber, he told Fox News that he will introduce a censure resolution against her. Now, instead of hurling insults at him, maybe she and her fellow Democrats could learn a thing or two about governing from Abbott, who's working to push really hard for the people in the great state of Texas. God bless Texas. They want school choice. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is here with us now. Texas Governor.
People already have school choice. I'm just going to point this out to everybody who's maybe too stupid to understand this. But Texas already has school choice. They have private schools. They have public schools. You can make the choice if you have the money. The federal government shouldn't be funding your choice of school. It's stupid. It's a stupid plan. Look at poor Greg Abbott, multimillionaire governor of Texas. By the way, I don't know if you know this. Greg Abbott, the reason he's in a wheelchair is because a contractor skimped out on some safety measures, allowed this tree to fall, causing Greg Abbott to be injured. Now, in a lawsuit against that contractor, Greg Abbott won $9 million. And then during his time as governor, while receiving those payouts from this guy over the years, I think he's received so much. I think he's received $5 million of that $9 million up to this point, maybe a little bit more. He, as governor, capped he passed legislation to cap the amount of money people can receive from judgments. So he pulled the ladder up along with him, and he became mayor, and then pulled the ladder up right behind him. He's like, I made it. I got my $10 million bucks. Everybody else can go fuck themselves. Sorry if you're a quadriplegic. Sorry if you're a paraplegic, and you were hurt by negligence. You don't deserve what I deserve. That's who Greg Abbott is. Greg Abbott, the guy who suggested that the government take land on the border to build concentration camps for Donald Trump. Greg Abbott, the guy, I could go down the list on all the horrible shit Greg Abbott has done.
Good to see you. God bless Texas. You had an accident at 26, and you were jogging, and you had a very severe injury. And yes, you are in a wheelchair. And I've gotten to know you. You're a personal friend of mine.
Poor Greg.
I take it personally when friends of mine are attacked viciously for no reason. And there's no way in hell that this woman and her ex-post is going to convince me she meant anything other than what we all believe it to be.
Now, if somebody is viciously attacked unfairly, as Hannity so put it, if he doesn't like you, he'll get on board. He'll make a video about it. He'll make it a segment on his show. But if you're a personal friend of him, Donald Trump, Greg Abbott, he'll come out in support of you. You see, that is consistency, okay? That is ideological consistency. It's very coherent. It makes perfect sense. Don't ask any more questions about it. It will hurt your brain.
Your reaction?
Well, Sean, is another day and another disaster by the Democrats. The reality is they have no vision, no policy. They have nothing to sell but hate. Americans are not buying it. It's one reason why.
Oh, Greg. The only vision the Democrats have to sell is hate. Coming from a guy who said some of the most hateful things about immigrants I think I've ever heard. I don't even know what to say. I have no response to this. Yeah, I guess we're just the party of hate now. Oh, yeah, we hate when people, disenfranchise voters, like you've tried to do in your state with voter ID laws. We hate when people such as yourself, what's the word? Spread hate yourselves about immigrants, right? About brown people. I wonder if this would be a story if Donald Trump had called Greg Abbott Governor Hot Wheels. I think, if anything, if Donald Trump had called Greg Abbott Governor Hot Wheels, he would have made it into a bumper sticker. But since a black woman who's a Democrat said it about you, now you're upset. Now you're upset, even though we're all supposed to be able to allow this. We're supposed to be able to say whatever we want now, right? We're supposed to be able to say the R word, whatever we want, right? We've been for too long. Too long. We haven't been able to have free speech. But now, somebody said something nasty about Greg Abbott. How could you?
Texas is going to remain red and why Republicans are going to continue to win elections across the country. The fact, Sean, is that Texas is actually in direct contrast to what she was talking about. Texas has ranked.
What are you talking about? Oh, my God. It's hilarious. Oh, I know what he was about to say. He was about to say that Texas is a very good state for accessibility. A lot of that has to do with the fact that Texas is flat as shit. Okay. You have 30? Oh, we have more than 30 likes now. Okay. I'll give you your other support character, which you greatly deserve before we go on. Pre-rolled it. I pre-rolled it for you. It's a Galactic pre-roll. All right. We're not done with this yet. Let's go here to Fox News. See what Jasmine Crockett had to say. Will she apologize to Governor Hot Wheels?
I put out a statement regarding
But
that.
you didn't apologize.
I put out a statement. Why would I apologize when I put out a statement? My statement was clear.
But you didn't apologize for calling him Governor Hostiles when he gets around in a wheelchair.
I don't know how that's.
Oh my God.
I don't understand.
Who have a disability
You need me to repeat this to you.
Right, but why won't you apologize?
Oh my God.
They didn't have an apology.
The fucking pearl clutching from this reporter. Why won't you apologize to Greg? He deserves an apology. Ah, poor Greg. Oh.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Now, I wonder, I don't know the name of this reporter, but where, I looked for people, Republican reporters, you know, looking for an apology for this next thing, but there was no footage of that, unfortunately. In fact, there was just a bunch of sort of, what do you call it? Obfuscation, and or pettifogging, or just just general disregard of what we're about to look at. But do you remember this from about like 9-10 years ago? Anybody remember this moment during the I guess it was 9 years ago, the campaign 2016? Anybody remember this? Where was Hannity? Where was Megyn Kelly when Donald Trump did this?
Donald Trump is demanding an apology from the New York Times after the paper called his latest comments outrageous. At a rally in South Carolina Tuesday, Trump...
Oh, that's right. Instead of Republicans looking for an apology from Trump on this thing, it was Donald Trump looking for an apology from the New York Times for accurately describing what he did. Okay.
His latest comments outrageous. At a rally in South Carolina Tuesday, Trump appeared to impersonate a disabled reporter. He was one of the authors of a 2001 Washington Post article that Trump has used to back up his claims that Muslim Americans were seen celebrating after the September 11th attacks.
Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said.
I don't know what I said. Oh.
He's going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I said. This is 14 years ago. They didn't do a retraction.
Oh.
14 years ago, they did no retraction.
The reporter in question.
Where was Hannity's outrage? Where was Megyn Kelly's outrage? Where was that incredibly racist man's outrage on, well, I guess I had to be more specific, the one that was on Megyn Kelly's show? Where was the outrage for this? Oh, right, there was only this. Fucking crickets. They didn't give a shit that he made fun of a disabled man. So why are they all of a sudden pearl clutching over Greg Abbott? I thought we were allowed to be funny now. I thought we were allowed to say whatever we want. So where's the consistency? I feel like we're really missing some journalistic integrity from people like, I can't even finish it. Where is Sean Hannity's journalistic integrity? Why won't Megyn Kelly demand an apology from Trump over this horrifying impression of a disabled man? Huh? No solidarity with journalists? Huh? No? This was okay, but calling Greg Abbott a man in power, Governor Hot Wheels, oh, that's too much.
That's too much, man! How rude.
Is Sergei Kovalevsky, who's now an investigative reporter with the New York Times. You can see him there on the right-hand side of your screen. And that left-hand side of your screen is the image that many are calling Donald Trump as outrageous. Kovalevsky suffers from a physical disability that limits the movements of his arms. Congressional correspondent Nancy Cordes joins us.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. But Republicans didn't give a shit about that. They thought they played this off. Every single one of them tried to play this one off. Yeah, but now the Jasmine Crockett said a mean, nasty thing about Greg Abbott. in the new era, that's not allowed.
Illegal.
I think it speaks for itself. I have nothing else to say. There just seems to be rank hypocrisy going on right now. I'm just going to leave it right there. Okay. Now let's talk about some other things. Let's talk about state of medicine, access to medicine, medical research, all sorts of stuff here. Let's start here. Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Let's hear what Donald Trump had to say about Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. I just want to follow up on that. If Planned Parenthood is defunded, would you look into the harvesting of baby organs
Oh my God.
throughout the years and maybe go after some criminal prosecution?
Harvesting?
Well,
The harvesting of baby organs. I love how they let this guy in the White House, but not the Associated Press. Wow. Great journalism, pal.
throughout the years and maybe go after some criminal prosecution on that.
Well, I think you're talking about a subject that is a heated subject, and we'll look into it. We're going to look into everything, but that's certainly a subject that's been debated for a long time, and we will.
So, yeah, there's Donald Trump saying that he's going to look into Planned Parenthood and their apparent harvesting of baby organs. Now, this is exactly the reason when that hearing happened earlier this year around animal testing in medical research, I said, even though I don't like testing on animals, I'm concerned that we will not have an alternative, even though there is a lot of great research and development being done around non-animal research, right? Using lab-grown organs, right, to do testing on, right? It is great science that they're working on. But the problem is that those lab-grown organs are created using stem cells. And I literally, at that time, said, write it down. Later on, during this presidency, these assholes are going to start talking about stem cells and how we shouldn't be allowed to use them, right? Like, because they're going to bring it back because they're running out of shit to do. This was something from, I don't know, decades ago where they were obsessed about stem cells. They kind of lost their interest in it for some reason at one point. But I said it. I said it earlier this fucking year. I said it's coming back, people. They will, even because there were some people that were upset, and I understand that because devoid of that particular context, it doesn't make any sense considering a lot of my other stances. But point is that we'll have nothing with which to do research if we get rid of animals, and then Republicans come in and get rid of stem cell research. Right? We'll just be left to just guess. It'll be fine, or we'll just have live human testing. That's better, right? I guess. For actually alive human beings to be lab rats rather than rats themselves. But yeah, here's this reporter manufacturing outrage over stem cells. That's what he's talking about. When he says baby organs, they're not. That's not what's happening. Stem cells is what he's actually referring to. And they are absolutely going to go after stem cell research any minute now. When I heard that, I was like, oh, yep, here it is. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's so good. Yeah, investigate Planned Parenthood for that. How great. Speaking of stem cells, Let's go to this horrifying little press conference in the White House. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Again, Trump wants to be known as one thing and one thing only. The fertilization president.
Don't be creepy.
I didn't say it. He said it. Okay? Don't come after me, Sophia. Okay? He's the one who's saying it. I mean, it is creepy. I don't disagree. Incredibly creepy. I will be fertilization president.
Tremendous goodies in the bag for women too. The women,
Get ready, women.
fertilization and all of the other things that we're talking
In terms
about.
of fertilization,
it's going to be great. We're joined today.
Look at the very awkward smiles coming from women. Even these sycophantic women here for this little press conference of Donald Trump's are like, I saw some very awkward, forced smiles in there. Like, ugh, maybe find another way to phrase that. Got a goodie bag. Got a goodie bag for you ladies right now. It's gonna be fantastic. Get ready. In terms of fertilization, get ready to be fertilized, ladies. Sperm in that uterus immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's going to be great. We're joined today. Fertilization. I'm still very proud of it. I don't care. I'll be known as the fertilization president, and that's not bad.
I'll be known.
That's not bad. I've been called.
I'll be known as the fertilization president. Have you heard of prima nocta? Well, I'm bringing it back. We're going to make prima nocta great again. And we're going to go around from bride to bride and fertilize even the unmarried women, especially the unmarried women who need it even more. We're going to get all of you knocked up immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Much worse. Actually, I like it, right? I like it. Thank you. We're joined today by many of the women members of the House and Senate who make up so much and make this all happen. And I especially want to recognize the leaders of the brand new Republican Women's Caucus, Senator Katie Britt. Again, Katie, thank you. Thank you, Katie. Great job you do.
Thanks for the clapping, Katie.
Representative Kat Kamek, who just announced a new baby girl. That's great. I also want to say driving force behind the effort.
Why is Trump doing birthing announcements from the White House? I don't understand. What is this, a fucking radio show from the 90s or something? What is happening? Just want to say congratulations to one of our viewers, Katie K. Katie KK, on her birth of a baby girl. Great job, Katie. Would you like another one? I've got a little bit extra. I got a little extra in the tank for you if you want it.
Don't be creepy.
Okay, that's enough of that horrifying speech. I'm sorry. I know people in chat are growing sick to their stomachs. I get it. I get it. Believe me, and you're lucky that I've chosen to end it there. It goes for another 8 full minutes of him talking about this. It's not a good time. Gotta say, it was a real gross speech and gave real Handmaid's Tale vibes. Not gonna lie. Big time Handmaid's Tale vibes. If you're infertile, we're gonna get you a lady for your husband to bang, so you can still have a baby and he can still get it on in the traditional way. Just like, oh god, I'm trying to think of the actual biblical story that's based on. Oh, my brain just broke. Oh, what's your name? Ah, fuck it, doesn't matter. Gross, super gross. Freedom! Yeah. That's right. That's the reference. That's the reference, Bosie. Prima nocta. Look it up. It's gross. Forbes breaking news again. Let's go here. Senator Maria Cantwell in the Senate earlier this week discussing the nomination of NIH nominee Dr. Oz.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. We will now turn to any senator wanting to make a statement. I ask each of you who do choose to make a statement to keep your remarks to 3 minutes or less so we can keep on time for our Social Security nominee. Senator Cantwell, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm speaking about this pivotal vote today because I want to be clear about the devastating impacts that Medicaid will have on our constituents that is included in the House Republican budget. While I appreciate Dr. Oz's willingness to consider some interesting and important reforms like PBMs or the basic health plan, he was unwilling to commit to opposing a cut to Medicaid. The math is clear. The proposal from the House budget would require massive cuts to Medicaid. And I appreciate that my Republican Senate colleagues know this, and which is why it's not in their particular proposal, but now we have to fight the negotiations between the House and the Senate and hold our colleagues accountable to protect this important program. I know Dr. Oz won't. He wouldn't commit. He would not say no, and certainly not no to President Trump or Elon Musk or to the House of Representatives. The House committee that oversees Medicaid and Medicare is responsible for funding $880 billion from these cuts. So you can see from this chart, the only real place to get this is, particularly if Medicare is off the table, is from Medicaid. Even if the committee completely eliminated every single other program in the E&C account, it still gives them 1/6 of what they need. So make no mistake, there is no other way to meet this mandate but then to impact Medicaid. My colleagues who are trying to play down this threat or act like there's some other way around it, it's just not so. It's either bad math or bad faith. Anyone who's telling their constituents is just not being honest with them. Last week, I spoke in my state.
100%. 100%, Maria. And of course we know this. Republicans are being disingenuous, outright lying or obfuscating the reality of this moment to their voters. Because they don't want to get primaried in 2026. Because if they told their voters they were enabling the cutting of their benefits, which they have paid for, I doubt they'd be in office for very long. But yeah, we're about to have a bunch of serious problems. And because they are almost definitely going to confirm Dr. Oz, even though this guy should not be in government. Same thing for RFK. The same thing for all of the nominees that have just breezed through the Senate. It is gross. Okay. Okay, let's talk about, let's talk a little bit more about HHS and the state of healthcare in the United States. Whether or not we're going to get hit with a pandemic, things like that. Here's the majority report with Sam Seder from yesterday. Why Trump is keeping doctors awake at night.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Let's talk about what the things that keep you awake are. I remember one of our early conversations about COVID-19, and I said, what is your biggest concern? And I think you said COVID-2022, which ended up being, I think we called it Omicron at the time, or a different variation, which was highly problematic because we had developed a vaccination and a vaccine for the wild type of COVID-19, and then it mutated. It mutated several times, and it was very hard to get in front of that. I want to ask you about long COVID, but let's first, what are the things that are on your radar right now as somebody who works in public health?
So I think the two things,
obviously measles,
measles, yes, but just far, far, far and away is bird flu. Far, far, far and away is bird flu. And then the second thing is this hantavirus that surfaced in New Mexico. And let's start with that because that'll be quick to get through. The reason why that worries me is, let me take a step back.
Hantavirus.
Hold on. Fourth emotional support character is ready according to our moderator, Moip. Moanoip. There we go. It's going to be Buddy Jesus on a raptor with a pride flag. I know I always say Buddy Jesus. According to the actual lore from Dogma, it's Buddy Christ. But I don't know why. I just like saying Buddy Jesus. I'm probably going to keep saying it like that forever.
Is the one where you are in a fairly enclosed space that may have a lot of rodent feces.
Yeah,
is that right?
I'll explain Hunter, because I actually diagnosed 2 cases of hantavirus when I was on the Navajo reservation when I was doing my public health payback for medical school. So let me just quickly remind everybody that in 2014, 2015, I went to West Africa. I responded to the Ebola outbreak with the WHO, World Health Organization, hired me to go and work as as basically a clinical epidemiologist on the ground in Freetown, Sierra Leone. The reason why I mention that is that prior to that outbreak, it was not known that Ebola was in West Africa. It was we thought it was confined to East Africa and Central Africa. But when you look at the reservoirs, the fruit bats that carry Ebola, their entire flight path starts kind of in southern Africa. It goes up around East and Central Africa, and it ends in West Africa. So there's no reason to believe that it was never in West Africa until we started seeing deaths. Now, the reason why we never knew it was in West Africa is because when people die in West Africa, a large number of those countries, especially in Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Liberia, don't have electricity. So people are buried. The traditions are people are buried very, very rapidly. And they didn't have the PCR technology to diagnose Ebola. But we now know that, yes, a major outbreak had happened. We just had never really seen it or thought about it. So now let's take that and think about it from a hunter perspective now in New Mexico. So what is hantavirus? It's another one of these so-called viral hemorrhagic fevers. This virus affects the heart and the lungs. We first were aware of it on the Navajo reservation in 1992. That was the first time we really had seen hantavirus. I don't know if you remember, I remember I was in public health school. So for me, it was very exciting to kind of see this whole thing unfold and how it was diagnosed. The first 2 cases were a couple who were together. They were very athletic. They were marathon runners, and they died very, very quickly. And that brought the CDC out. And that virus ended up being called sin nombre, which means without a name, because they initially wanted to call it the Four Corners virus, because that's on the Navajo. The Navajo people were like, there's no way you're doing that. They called it sin nombre. So what is the concern here? So when I was on the reservation in 2005, in January of 2005, in fact, this has a climate change element to it, because usually you see it in spring or the summer. And what we saw in January, early January, I diagnosed a case in a 15-year-old young lady. It still gives me and my colleague, and we talk about her regularly, chills to even think about it. She was very, very healthy. She came to us in distress, and unfortunately, she passed away. And that was on the way to the pediatric hospital in Phoenix. We were in Page, Arizona at the time, the Navajo Nation. And so there was an outbreak that happened. There were 6 cases. So I diagnosed the first case, and I diagnosed the last case. And this is a very rapidly progressing virus. So what happened? So Gene Hackman's wife died, right? And of course, Gene Hackman died, right? So as a result of their kind of unusual deaths, they did very intensive autopsies to determine what it was that they died from. And they likely found the virus in her lungs. And so what is of concern for me is that it could be that we're seeing more hantavirus. I don't know, but just using that same Ebola, kind of what we learned from the Ebola perspective, that what we're possibly seeing with hantavirus is that maybe there are more cases of hantavirus that never have been diagnosed. It could be that an elderly person goes to the ER, they may have a bilateral pneumonia on both sides, and then it just consumes them rapidly because we don't really do autopsies anymore. And then nobody thinks about hantavirus because usually you see it in the setting of a pandemic. And interestingly enough, like you said, the reason why we see it on the Navajo Nation is that the traditional Navajo still live in things that are called hogans. And hogans are kind of the traditional Navajo living dwellings, if you will. No electricity, no really running water. Oftentimes the ground is the dirt ground of the desert. And these deer rodents that carry this virus, when you and I have a flight or fight response, like our pupils dilate, our GI tract shuts down, and we run, right? But these rodents, their flight or flight response is immediately to evacuate their bowels and to empty their bladder. And the virus is carried through the stool and the urine. So later when it dries and when people are going through and sweeping or what have you, this is aerosolizes the virus. And this is how
can it be person to
no person-to-person transmission.
No person-to-person transmission.
No person-to-person.
Okay.
So that keeps me up. That really scared me. But the real big one is bird flu. And I'll tell you another story that's happened fairly recently here in Louisiana. So there's only been 3 hospitalizations of bird. Let's take a huge step back. So we've seen bird flu go through, and I think one of the last shows I may have started talking to you about bird flu because, again, we're doing this and I'm like, bird flu may be a thing that's coming. What we saw was a lot of the chickens were culled during COVID. And in fact, I think I remember talking about it here. And that was why in 2022, we saw a rapid increase in the price of eggs. It was because there were a lot of chickens that were culled. As a result of the culling, chicken prices or egg prices went up like we're seeing right now. So those chickens were killed. But then of course it's still circulating in the wild. So then the birds were able to transmit to large mammals. So we started seeing in large mammals, ultimately to bovine. And I just checked this morning, I think there's almost 800 different herds of dairy farms around the country that are now are infected with this bird flu. And so right now it's mostly limited to bird flu. And I read a really interesting study in which there was a bunch of, the CDC went to a veterinarian conference and people just voluntarily gave blood. And they found that 3 out of the, I think 15 or 20 people that that gave blood had antibodies for bird flu. So we are seeing some asymptomatic transmission to humans. So these veterinarians didn't know that they had bird flu, but they had been interacting with these cows.
So if I understand, the danger here is that either through, let's say, non-pasteurized milk, where the bird flu is not been killed, or through people working with poultry in some fashion, or conceivably in the wild, but less likely because you're not in direct, you rarely are in direct contact with wild birds as, just an average person, but that the bird flu transmits to someone who has an existing human flu, and that this creates a mutation, and that's like sort of the real concern. Like bird flu in and of itself is not human to human transferable and is not hugely lethal I guess both in terms of like an R value, which is how it transmits, but also in terms of the severity of it. But that if it mutates with an existing flu, then it could be off to the races.
Right. So let me kind of let's kind of unpack that. So yes, we're not interacting with birds that have bird flu unless they're dead. So that's the concern. So it's people who are interacting with dead birds. So who are that? They're hunters. So if you're hunting and you find, put on PPE before you, and so, but the case that I'm driving to is the case that happened in Louisiana. So we don't know the details. The CDC has not released it. The state of Louisiana has not released any details about the person who got it. All we know is in southwestern Louisiana. So this was a person who interacted with a dead bird in his or her backyard, in their backyard, and got the flu, bird flu, was very, very, very sick, was in the intensive care unit, and then ultimately died. Now, interestingly enough, the CDC was at the bedside, and they were drawing samples, and while this person was still alive, and what they were doing is they were culturing the virus. They were able to culture the virus, and they were able to understand its genetics. And what they saw was that the virus was mutating while it was in the host, and it was mutating. The genes were lining up. They were arranging themselves in a way that it was making it more likely for human-to-human transfer. Now,
yep. And that case was, I think, from a couple of months ago. But this is the kind of stuff we've been trying to keep track of. And with people like RFK and Dr. Oz and whomever else being in charge of keeping us safe, this should, in some ways, keep people up at night. I'm not suggesting to worry yourself too much here at this moment, but it's certainly something to at least keep our freaking eyes on, to be aware of. Because, RFK's an anti-vaxxer, and all this other stuff. So, I guess maybe if we just drink enough colloidal silver, it'll save us from it. I don't know. Eat enough whole grain, whatever. I don't know. I don't know what exactly RFK's suggestion would be on all this. But, we should have the CDC working on this stuff. Meanwhile, we're cutting jobs at the CDC, cutting funding to the CDC. Even though there has already been a case where bird flu was beginning to mutate within the host of a human host, right? It is not good. It is not good at all. Because if it mutates and then is spread to another human, that human doesn't know that they're infected before they go and hang out with other human beings. We could have another fucking pandemic on our hands. Are we talking about Steve Winwood right now? All right, let's go here. Talk about something kind of related to human health. In Seattle, they are unveiling a public restroom at the waterfront. Let's go here. King 5 Seattle from 2 days ago. Public restrooms. What? That's right. I know it's crazy.
Seattle's waterfront has become one of the most attractive spots in the Emerald City.
They got a nice setup, it's very walkable, it's very nice.
The $800 million project boasts views of Elliott Bay and the Olympics. But the newest feature,
the facilities,
is causing some commotion.
Nice bathroom facilities.
We got to open up a restroom, first public restroom to open on the waterfront.
City officials say they're aware that some people may be skeptical of the cost. $2 million for 6 stalls.
Oh, $2 million for that? Okay.
but they say it's worth it.
This is going to be so different. We're so excited. So there's a 24/7 public safety team in the park, and then we have concierges that are actually in the restrooms during the operation hours, so 8 a.m. to 7 p.m.
In 2004, the city purchased 5 self-cleaning toilets for $5 million, but those restrooms quickly became a magnet for drug deals, drug and alcohol use, and prostitution.
Things I've seen come in and out of those things, not so good.
The city got rid of them in 2008, selling them for about $2,500 each. Tiffany Malaki says these restrooms are different. The concierge, public safety, and maintenance teams work closely with one another, so if there are issues, the team can be notified right away.
There we go. I mean, this is something that I think all cities should have, right? I mean, why should people have to go spend money at Starbucks to be able to use the bathroom, right? I mean, there's too much privatization of utterly everything, and all of those private companies are becoming more and more sort of exclusive rather than inclusive. You know, there was a time where people could use the bathrooms in, say, a Starbucks, say, in many of these places, but now are enacting policies that you have to spend money to use those bathrooms, and it's gross. You know, why should people be, put into that position? And I think this is a very reasonable thing to do. All right, let's go on now to 6 ABC Philadelphia. Apparently, an empty hospital building that has been sitting vacant for 2 years is being sold. For what? It's unclear.
Tower Health has sold the shuttered Brandywine Hospital in Chester County. The hospital in Coatesville closed back in January of 2022, but tonight Action News has learned that Tower Health has reached an agreement for sale with Mill Farm LLC, a real estate firm from Delaware. The firm is affiliated with Dover-based Regal Builders. No word yet, though, on the plans for the future of this site.
I find it a little strange that the sale was even approved without any clarity on what they're going to use the building for. But hopefully it's for something good and reasonable. Maybe even another hospital. Probably not, though. Probably expensive housing. Yeah, probably like $2,500 a month. 1 bedrooms. All right. Yeah, now let's talk a little bit about food, something that's continually getting more and more expensive. But there does seem to be a crack in the armor of those prices. Finally, 2 days ago, Cron 4 tracking Bay Area grocery prices. Carton of eggs.
Posted there. Thank you, Dan. Well,
are eggs getting cheaper? Let's find out.
Every Tuesday here on Cron 4, we're tracking the prices of everyday grocery items. And while the prices on most things haven't really changed much since last week, buying eggs is getting a little better. Finally, Cron 4's Leslie Gooden has the latest.
There's other things that I would rather spend money on than the same amount of food and more money.
Frustrations at the register continue, with tariffs expected to go into effect on April 2nd. Shoppers tell me they're starting to dread their trips to the grocery store. And food like butter, eggs, and seafood are what experts have been warning consumers they could expect to pay more for.
I'm spending more on fruit, especially now. It's summertime. You want to have something nice and cool for snacks. I think I'm spending more money on fruits, and I'm eating more fruit, so.
This week, during our trip to the Safeway in Walnut Creek, we found that the price of a dozen and 15 eggs both dropped down $1 compared to last week. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the national average wholesale price of eggs dropped compared to January. Avocados also saw a change. This week, they are 2 for.
Now, I'm just going to point something out here since Cronford didn't seem to be interested in doing the math. That's not cheaper. And it seems like they're suggesting that that's cheaper, for avocados specifically. 4 for $5 is definitely cheaper than 2 for $4. In fact, I'd say it's almost 50% cheaper, technically. I know its price is larger, but per avocado, instead of $2, it's $1.25 here and here. So it seems like avocados are in fact getting more expensive, while eggs are getting slightly cheaper. Now, I want to point something out, because we've been saying this for a while. At some point, I did say there's going to be deflationary pressures on the economy. You know, due to the fact, even regardless of the tariffs. And not even regardless, I mean, partially because of the tariffs and the other things that are going on, like Donald Trump firing tens of the thousands and thousands and thousands of workers from the federal government, right? People cutting back spending because of concerns of future concerns, right? And this will probably start happening. If people stop buying shit, eventually prices will have to come down, right? Otherwise, grocery stores, things like that, will have to start throwing out more and more stuff as they, go bad. And, I mean, this isn't all that great of an improvement either, I'd point out. It's still $10 for 12 eggs. Jesus Christ. The fact is, less and less people are going to the grocery store, and more people are going to food banks and turning to other ways of feeding themselves. Here's an Oregon story, as apparently a food bank in Oregon is being left in limbo after federal funding cuts.
Food insecurity taking on a whole new meaning. Organizations that provide food for school children and low-income families are learning millions of dollars in federal aid is now drying up.
That's certainly a big concern. Let's bring in Lisa Bainwick. She's here now in studio looking into what this means here in Oregon. And also, this money, it's for places like food banks, for our local schools.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why there is so much concern building, because what's going to happen next? That's the big question right now, especially, fortunately, kids in Oregon are on school break, but who knows what's going to be happening. Now, the reality keeps changing day by day right now. Portland and Beaverton, Salem Kaiser offer all students free breakfast and lunch, but that could change. And today I talked to some of the different folks about what they think is going to be happening. At the Oregon Food Bank, deliveries of some of the dozens of truckloads of food have been canceled. At a time when the Oregon Food Bank says there's been a 31% increase in visits already over last year. The federal government under orders to cut spending, including at the Department of Agriculture. But those who work in the local community say all this will have a damaging effect on families in need.
Life is hard, and food access and the ability to provide healthy, regular meals for children, for families, for seniors. Those are basic dignities that we all deserve as Oregonians.
Another big cut coming to a program that pays for schools and food banks to be able to buy food from local farmers and ranchers, from beef to vegetables, to provide more fresh, healthy food. A program that also helps local growers, from fishermen to farmers, and helps children at school.
Saving money.
I thought that Donald Trump and RFK were going to make America healthy again. Does having access to fresh fruit and vegetables, does that make America more healthy? I'm not a scientist or a doctor. But doesn't seem like that's going to be good for people. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff that these cuts in funding are going to do. Take away from the people who need it the most.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
You know what else people need? Their goddamn Social Security. Rachel Maddow on the story.
The American people are scared to death that you're really going after Social Security. Not only did my constituent not get his payment in February, they went to his bank account and tried to claw back previous payments from January and December. And then what did he do? He had to go down to the building in Seattle, the federal building that you're trying to close, and stand in line for hours and hours and hours to try to say he wasn't dead and to stop
Jesus Christ.
taking his money.
It was Washington State Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell today bringing a story from her home state paper to a confirmation hearing for Donald Trump's nominee to run the Social Security Administration. Senator Cantwell told that story today from the Seattle Times about this 82-year-old Washington State resident who was mistakenly declared dead by Social Security, which resulted in his benefits being taken away. He first tried to fix the problem over the phone. And then, as you heard the senator tell the committee there, he went down to the local Social Security office in person to try to sort it out. This is from the Seattle Times. Quote, "It was like a Depression-era scene," he said, with a queue 50 deep jockeying for the attentions of two tellers.
Jesus.
The employees were kind but beleaguered. Quote, "They are so understaffed down there," he said. "They think the office is about to be closed down and they don't know where they're going to go. It feels like the agency is being gutted." After waiting for 4 hours, Mr. Johnson admits he jumped the line. He says, quote, "I saw an opening and I kind of just rushed up and told them I was listed as dead. That seemed to get their attention."
Jesus Christ.
One story, one town, one retired person trying to straighten out one problem with Social Security and finding a Depression-era scene when he did so. But as Donald Trump and his top campaign donor and whatever DOGE is continue to hack away at the way Social Security runs as an administration, the questions about Social Security are moving beyond an anecdote here or there. The question, of course, is how much the agency can take before it just stops working altogether. This is from the Washington Post today. Quote, "Long waits, waves of calls, website crashes. Social Security is breaking down." Washington Post today provided this riveting reporting from Social Security offices around the country. Quote, "In one office in central Indiana, the phone lines are jammed by 9 a.m. with hundreds of retirees, further taxing a staff of less than a dozen that is responsible for nearly 70,000 claimants across the state."
Come on!
How? The questions have become predictable. What is the U.S. DOGE service doing to Social Security? Will the office...
Oh, how are 12 people supposed to be responsible for 70,000 people's benefits? How are they supposed to administer it, right? Especially now that people are being forced to come into offices. How is that even? That's literally impossible, physically impossible to do. That is like that's more than 5,000 people per employee. What is that? Like, it's like 20. And it's like 200. They'd have to do like 200. More than 200. I'm trying to do the math on it. It's like more than 200 people per day. Oh my god! And that would mean that, you know, if they did 200 people per day, right? It would be done at the end. Like they'd be done at the end of the year. So for like a full year, people would be left waiting, essentially, at that rate. This is fucking horrifying.
The questions have become predictable. What is the U.S. DOGE service doing to Social Security? Will the office close? Will my benefits continue? The employees with no training yet on the impending changes have few answers. Quote, "I hope we're going to be here," the employee tells caller after caller, "but I can't guarantee anything." This is what the Post found in Baltimore, Maryland. Quote, "In Baltimore, an employee who works on critical payment systems said nearly a quarter of his team is already gone or will soon be out the door. Quote, the reduction in highly skilled staff is already having consequences. The staffer said his office is supposed to complete several software updates and modernization processes that are required by law within the next few weeks and months. But with the departures, it seems increasingly likely that it will miss those deadlines. His team is also called on to fix complicated technology glitches that stop payments. But many of the experts who make those fixes are exiting.
Jesus
He explains that glitches have to get cleaned up on a...
Huh. You know what this reminded me of? All this stuff. Actually, hold on. I'm going to let this finish out before she goes to the guest. I'll pause it there and go on to what I want to talk about.
By case basis. The experts in how to do that are leaving. Quote, we will have cases that get stuck and they're not going to be able to get fixed. People could be out of benefits for months. Again.
Yeah. And actually, if you don't, if I'm not mistaken, there's no way to get back that money. Right? Like they'll pay out benefits, but I don't think Social Security pays out back benefits. If I'm not mistaken. And this is a horrifying situation. You know what it reminded me of, though? I'm sure everybody must have at least been alive when this happened. But now, we had the Obamacare death panels. Well, now we got the DOGE death panels. Our elderly folks and other people who rely on Social Security payments to go out are now having to go and prove that they're not dead. Even people who are, I don't know, say in wheelchairs, like Greg Abbott. People with the inability to leave their house without assistance. They now have to go and prove their existence. Do you remember death panels? How much Republicans were so upset that grandma and grandpa are not going to be able to. Obama wants to kill my grandpa.
We want to play for you here a clip that has not been seen before.
This is 15 years ago, by the way.
Sarah Palin. It is on the topic of death panels, which is an attack, a line of attack Sarah Palin has taken against Obama's health care plan. Take a listen. We'll be back with Anna Marie Cox.
President Obama stood before a joint session of Congress and said there is no such thing as a death panel. Is he a liar?
He is not lying in that those two words will not be found in any of those thousands of pages of different variations of the health care bill. No, death panel isn't there. But he's incorrect and he is disingenuous. It's kind of like what Reagan used to do, though, when he talked about, say, the evil empire. You're never going to find the evil empire on a map of the world, and yet he talked about that in terms that people could understand, kind of ratcheting down.
So it's something you made up. Is that what you're saying, Sarah? Governor. She's the governor of Alaska right now, right? She's still a governor. Why is she not out talking about these DOGE death panels? I don't understand. In fact, these are even worse. Much, much worse. In fact, the death panels weren't actual death panels. We'll talk about what they actually were momentarily. But it's just, where's the Republican outcry that DOGE is sentencing seniors to death who can't manage to work a computer or get out of their home? Why? Why are they not concerned now? Why were they only concerned when Obama was the president? I remember this outrage. I mean, it was a huge story. They couldn't stop talking about it.
In a healthcare debate that's grown increasingly contentious, perhaps nothing has drawn as much controversy as the so-called death panels. Critics have tried to press the idea that the proposed reform would lead to government-sponsored euthanasia of the elderly. But nothing being debated on Capitol Hill would give the government such authority.
Oh,
So
what?
how does a proposal that doesn't even exist gain so much attention? It started with a portion of House legislation that would allow Medicare to pay doctors to talk to patients about end-of-life decisions, like a living will or hospice. Any counseling would be voluntary. Similar laws are already on the books. In 1992, under Republican President George H.W. Bush's administration, the government...
Why must elderly people be put on voluntary death panels that are actually about end-of-life decisions? That's not fair.
required hospitals to ask patients if they have a living will.
Ugh.
Just a year ago, Congress...
How dare the government ask about whether or not I have a living will and whether my grandpa has a living will? That's none of your business, government, even though that's clearly a legal document. Yeah. This was always a good thing, but they pretended like it was this horrifying travesty of justice against the elderly. How dare you make my grandpa talk about dying? He ain't never dying.
Illegal.
Even Megyn Kelly was obsessed with it. Oh, Megyn. Where's your outrage for this?
Well, when the Senate Democrats yesterday gave the president near absolute power to appoint whoever he wants, just as long as the Democrat majority in the Senate approves it, they also gave him the power to single-handedly shape one of the most controversial pieces of Obamacare, the so-called Independent Payment Advisory Board, IPAB, as some call it.
The death
group is tasked with finding ways to cut Medicare costs with what critics are calling almost godlike powers. This has been very controversial, this board. And according to my next guest, almost zero accountability will be had to the people. Elizabeth Price Foley is a constitutional law professor at Florida International University College of Law. Elizabeth, good to see you. This is the panel that led to the Sarah Palin claim of death panels, which was then maligned and so on. But this is a group that's going to control costs of Medicare. And tell us why what the Harry Reid did yesterday is so important to this group.
Yeah, it's an amazing power move because basically what it's going to allow the president to do is appoint these 15 members of the IPAB with a simple 51-vote majority in the Senate rather than the usual 60. And that's a real game changer because that's going to allow the president to put the most radical people on this important board that does have these godlike powers.
Godlike powers.
You can have someone with very radical views about health care rationing, about how
Godlike powers. Yeah. They have the ability to strike down our elderly like God from above. Thunderbolts and lightning. Very, very frightening. Mamma mia. The outrage. The outrage. I don't know if everybody remembers this time. Oh, God. I mean, I had basically just became an adult when all this was going on, and I was like, what the fuck is this about? Honestly, I did not have the same understanding of things that I do now. But even then, I was like, this doesn't sound right. It's just wild. Where is Megyn now in this moment? Why can't she come out against these DOGE death panels? All of these cuts that are definitely going to kill people. Doesn't seem to have a problem with that, but huge problem with giving the elderly, people on Medicare, access to planning for their deaths, like living wills, and what they'd like to do in the event of certain circumstances, health-wise. It was all perfectly reasonable. You know, it's not perfectly reasonable what Donald Trump is doing to all of the things that the elderly depend on, like Medicare and Social Security. Now, let's stay back in time, in our little time machine, 14 years ago. I hadn't even found this channel at this point. I did not know that this man even existed. I'm trying to think. I was barely even using YouTube at the point that this man was doing great work. I mean, I found him shortly after it. But let's go back 14 years ago in the time machine, do the Majority Report with Sam Seder. Talk about those darn death panels.
You'll recall the other day, maybe it was yesterday, maybe it was, I think, last week, Wednesday, I reported that the death panels, yes.
Illegal.
The death panels. And by death panels, of course, what we mean is that Medicare will actually pick up the tab for end-of-the-life consultations with doctors, which will save lives, which will save money, which will help people whose loved ones are incapacitated. I think there is complete and universal agreement by everyone in the medical profession, everyone in the social work profession, everyone in the health insurance profession. I think probably every profession, short of the professional liars on the right, that
illegal
end-of-life counseling is incredibly helpful for everyone involved. And the idea that Medicare would pay for it is a great thing because it needs to be encouraged and it needs to be raised by doctors to remind people that, hey, if you don't have a living will, you need one. That's what it is. It's basically a living will. And so it was reinstated into healthcare reform via regulation, which of course it can be. The idea that Medicare will choose different procedures that it will pay, it's not a legislative decision anyways. But, of course, Fox News responds in typical fashion within just days of somebody noticing that it is now a regulation that can be picked up by Medicare on January 1.
Are the so-called death panels revived? If you thought the death panel debate was dead, think again. And you have to stick around to find out what's in store for end-of-life planning starting this Saturday.
The elderly and senior citizens watching this show right now better know that
doctors
are going to get reimbursed for pushing you into hospice and
the outrage.
Into no treatment for serious conditions. That is going to be a fact as we move down the road. I hope people understand that.
You know what, Grandma? It's going to cost the government too much money to keep you alive. So here are your alternatives.
And it's with Obamacare that people are going to die based on who the government thinks ought to die.
In other words, the government will now pay doctors to counsel patients.
R.I.P. Rush Limbaugh. Rest in piss.
To opt out of medical treatment that might prolong their lives. And the more government takes over health care, the more government rationing there'll be. And the more the government will tell you whether you have to have a living will or whether you have to discuss it with your doctor every year or every 5 years.
Donald Berwick, you remember him. He's an open proponent of the British style of universal health care with rationing of medical services decreed by bureaucrats. He's the socialist who wants to decide who lives and who dies. He announced that he had created the death panels pursuant to authority.
What happened to that guy?
These end-of-life counseling sessions appear to be less voluntary than the administration would say, and the government appears to be trying to script what is actually said in these counseling sessions rather than letting your doctor decide.
Unbelievable.
Truly.
Unbelievable.
So,
I don't think in that...
So unbelievable, it might be untrue.
There was a single not lie.
Exactly.
And it would be incredibly amusing.
Oh my God. A blank super chat from Susie Jones. Thank you, Susie. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. All right, let's go back. Let's get back to the real world, to this timeline, this moment on the timeline at least. Let's go to the Majority Report again, but in more present day terms. 2 days ago, Trump cuts crashing Social Security website. That's good. So we're forcing people to verify themselves, but the website itself not working. And lines getting longer and longer because they're cutting jobs. Do super chats count towards the goal? They absolutely do. I'm going to count that as part of one.
Long waits, waves of...
Technically, it's $5 super chats that get the goal to actually tick. So I'm just going to count it as a part of another one, right? In case we get other smaller ones, we combine them. We combine them. I try and do the math and keep track of them in my head.
Falls. Web crashes. Social Security is breaking down. That is the headline of a Washington Post story discussing Social Security. The Social Security Administration website crashed 4 times in 10 days this month. Incidentally, the month is only 2/3 gone at this point, 3/4. How many business days have probably taken place this year? That's probably about half of the business days the website has crashed, blocking millions of retirees and disabled Americans from logging on into their online accounts because the servers were overloaded. In the field, office managers have resorted to answering phones at the front desk as receptionists because so many employees have been pushed out.
Wow.
However, the agency no longer has a system to monitor customers' experience with these services because that office was also eliminated as part of the supposed cost-cutting, I put in the word supposed, efforts led by Elon Musk. And the phones keep ringing and ringing. This is even before they have implemented this new rule, which will not allow you to confirm your identity via the phone, forcing people to come into offices that are already incredibly understaffed. And when you have website crashes, that is because you don't have enough people to maintain the server status. This is what their plan is. This is what their plan has been since the beginning. This is why they were talking about DEI, and they never talk about DEI anymore, because that was their wedge to get in. And USAID was the low-hanging fruit, and they just started from there and went everywhere else. But here's another story from the day before. Why DOGE is struggling to find fraud in Social Security. I think this also was in the Washington Post. You had DOGE first going out and talking about Musk's assertion that tens of millions of dead people over 100 years old are receiving Social Security benefits. Come on! Within a day or two, Lee Dudek, the, what would you call him, stooge, who was working in Social Security and decided to join Team DOGE, had to come out and say, well, these individuals are not necessarily receiving benefits. Less than 1% of Social Security payments in recent years were determined to be improper, often the result of an accidental oversight or change in benefit status. This is according to a report last year by the agency's Inspector General. Incidentally, that Inspector General was fired.
Yep.
Almost 2 months ago.
Trump cleaned house for all the inspectors general who are tasked with finding the fraud that they say that Elon Musk
fraud
is
and
now
waste.
finding. But he's
so that number, 1% of Social Security payments, was $9 billion a year. And more than 2/3 of that, $6 billion, probably close to 7, of the mistaken payments were eventually clawed back, which means highly unlikely that it was fraud, more likely that they just got a check in the mail that they shouldn't have had, which incidentally, I think people get money in their bank account that should have been theirs, or they get a check from, I mean, that happens all the time.
Oh my God, I'm taking after Sam so much right now. I've been watching this guy for a decade, and it seems like some of it's rubbing off. I just blasted through the break. Look at me. Thankfully, I'm the only one that depends on the breaks. Kirkenstein's monster becoming a galactic individual. Welcome. Enjoy that galacticness and all of the sweet, sweet emotes you now have access to. Kirkenstein's monster. Is that a Tasmanian devil? I did not notice what your picture was until now. I get them nice and blown up when I do this. It looks like a... Is that what that is? Sasha G with a super chat. Thirsty Thursday, girlies. Hey, GSL. Hey to you, Sasha G. Thank you for the super chat. That gets us to 2.2, I guess. I'm going to count that super chat from Susie Jones as a fifth of a chat. I guess I'll add it. No, I'll add in Kirkenstein's memberships. I guess that'll get us to 2.5. I think I'm doing the math right. I think I'm doing the math right on that. Yeah, I guess it's to 2.5. So we're halfway there, people. Just gotta keep going. Just gotta keep going. Thank you, Sasha, for the super chat. Okay, we gotta take a break. Jesus Christ, I blasted into the first break. That is too much.
That's too much, man!
That is too much. Thankfully, I don't have Matt and Emma to yell at me for being late like Sam does. Okay, all right. What was I gonna do? What was I gonna do? Oh, right, break. But before we go to the break screen, I just want to remind you all that we are still being cursed by bad audio, and I'm being cursed into sort of, what's the word? Sort of contorting myself to get close to my computer so I don't have to yell. Because our audio interface broke here on the Galactic Space Station on last Friday. It's been an entire week, and it's already making my voice tired and my back tired, having to do all of this without adequate equipment. So, if you'd like to help us fund a new audio interface, please consider contributing to the Galactic Fund. All right, on to the break. Well, I do hope everyone is enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon so you get the latest in galactic content. Otherwise, you won't know when it's happening. You'll be left wondering what to do with yourself when you could be here enjoying the show. Now, while you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships. Of course, the more memberships we get, the more emotes we get. That's right, there's a rolling count on how many members we have, and that is determinative of how many emotes we get access to. So, consider all of those options. There's also, of course, Twitch, bits and subs, Cash App, and PayPal if you'd like to avoid giving YouTube or Twitch their cut and would rather me have that money immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
But you could get even more space benefits for your Earth dollars on Patreon by becoming a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month. And benefits are flowing like a faucet. You just gotta turn it on. That's right, you can turn it on by becoming a patron. Get yourself an avatar here in the pool, or the bar, or one of the other screens we have here in the break screens. Shoutouts at the end of every stream, and much, much more. Just go onto the website to find out what those benefits entail. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. My back fucking kills right now. I've got to stop sitting in this position. Oh, I gotta do something about this mic. right, chat, I am back. You know what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. Better get back in those seats, Space Fams, otherwise you're gonna miss the latest Galactic content. All right, we're going to go back to the majority report, to the video we were just watching about Social Security, about DOGE's insane attacks on the elderly, the DOGE death panels. All right, let's go here.
Another agency audit, which looked only at payments to retired workers, survivors, and people with disabilities, found fraud was listed as the cause behind just 3% of improper benefit payments. Social Security, despite all of the money that flows through it, didn't make a 2024 list by the Government Accountability Office detailing 16 agencies with improper payment rates of at least 10%. Social Security is the fraud rate, even the improper payment rate is incredibly low. Right. The fraud rate is astronomically low. Again, this is an agency that serves tens upon tens of millions of people. And it has a tiny fraud rate. And why is it? Because fraud is never or rarely committed by recipients. There's some. Fraud is usually done by providers. Mm-hmm. That means businesses.
Contractors?
Contractors. That report further found that 80% of all improper payments were due to just 5 government programs, including Medicare and Medicaid, but not Social Security. And is it Medicare or Medicaid recipients who are doing that fraud? No. It is doctors, ambulance companies, medical device providers who are committing the fraud. They're claiming they have patients that they didn't have. They're claiming costs that they didn't have. They're claiming, providing materials that they didn't provide. It's not recipients. Social Security is one of among the most scrutinized and audited agencies in government, with frequent probes by its 500-person Office of Inspector General. It used to be that size. It pays outside auditors to examine its book. Congress grills agency officials. Last year, a major focus, you ready for this? A major focus in congressional hearings, led by the Republicans, was not waste or fraud. It was about Social Security being too aggressive in clawing back accidental benefit overpayments. Mm-hmm. I want to repeat this. Social Security has a 1% rate of improper benefits, $9 billion worth. $6 billion of that, a little bit more, is clawed back each year because they were made just accidentally. And last year, a major focus in congressional hearings led by the Republicans was not waste or fraud. It was about Social Security being too aggressive in clawing back those accidental benefit payments.
It's the same reasoning behind their cutting of the IRS agents, is because the enforcement that would that increase funding for the IRS would be to go after rich people who are scamming the government and not paying their fair share in taxes. It's the same thing with these providers.
Yeah, and I just want to go back to that because I think that's an important point. Last year, Republicans We're working on trying to get Social Security to be less aggressive in taking back money from the elderly over accidental overpayments, which seems to be the exact fucking opposite of what they're talking about doing now. So within 365 or so days, Republicans have completely thrown all of this out and are now backing this fantasy of Donald Trump's and Elon Musk's that there's this massive amount of fraud in Social Security. You know? Because they already knew the fact is they already knew that there's not a lot of fraud in Social Security. And actually they were more upset last year that people were getting money taken back that was given to them by accident. Some might say fraudulently, but I'm not going to go so far as to say that. But it's just, you know, it's fascinating how many U-turns, how many flip-flops have been done by Republicans in the last 3 months. Pretty astounding, really, if you ask me. Pretty astounding. I mean, Marco Rubio is a great example of that. Since he's the new Secretary of State, he's been out there saying a bunch of things that contravene stuff that he said in the past.
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
So many of them. I don't even know where to start. I don't know. Voice of America, Russia. I mean, I don't even... Oh, God, it's a long list. All right. Let's move on from Social Security and talk about the... So at least some, we will get to it later, too, but let's talk about at least some of the movements, developments around immigration, around deportations that have actually nothing to do with immigration in some cases, just free speech. Started off with Colombia, because apparently there's multiple lawsuits now being filed against Colombia for what they're doing. I hope it was worth it, Colombia.
And we begin here tonight at 11 with the Columbia University student who says that she is being hunted by ICE despite her legal status. Here is the latest on multiple cases and lawsuits surrounding the university. A judge's ruling today being called a legal victory by the 21-year-old student's defense team. Also being played out in the courts, student protesters suing the university and faculty unions suing the Trump administration. Allie Bauman breaks down all the legal fights.
21-year-old Yunseo Chung is safe from deportation for now. Federal immigration agents had been searching for the Columbia University junior, according to a lawsuit she filed against the Trump administration. Tuesday, a judge blocked ICE from detaining her pending further order from the court.
Today, she feels a lot of relief, and I think she will finally be able to get a good night's sleep tonight.
Chung, who has a green card, emigrated to the U.S. from South Korea with her family when she was 7 years old. A spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security told us she is being sought for removal proceedings because she has engaged in concerning conduct, including when she was arrested by NYPD during a pro-Hamas protest at Barnard College.
They're painting a very broad brush. This idea that anybody who attends any protest is suddenly somehow pro-Hamas is dangerous.
Chung is at least the third Columbia student who has been sought for deportation. Ranjani Srinivasan fled to Canada after her visa was revoked, and Mahmoud Khalil is being held in a Louisiana detention center. He is among several students suing Columbia and Barnard to prevent the universities from sharing student disciplinary records with Congress. In federal court Tuesday, the judge asked attorneys for the House Committee on Education and Workforce, what are your clients planning to do with those identities?
The government's attorney said the committee may check to see how Columbia dealt with repeat offenders and help them decide funding levels.
Last week, Columbia acquiesced to
repeat speech offenders. Oh, God. Wow.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Wow, repeat speech offenders for saying words more than one time. How dare you?
How rude.
That is anti-Semitism. I'm sorry, anti-Semitogen. Yeah, thank you for the correction, Mitch. This should be troubling to absolutely everyone, okay? The fact that, I mean, I hope she wins this case, but the fact that the Trump administration, who supposedly loves free speech, is attempting to bully, threaten, and anyone that they're not actively deporting with these efforts against free speech, something that they're calling anti-Semitism. And I wish that we had more fight last year from Democrats. Instead, Democrats, not all, but many Democrats, sort of bolstered this shit. Okay, I just want to remind people of what happened, because last year there was a House Oversight Committee hearing, or whatever it was. It was a new hearing. I figured the committee was actually called now. Might not have been the House Oversight. It was actually in the Senate. But there was a Senate hearing on anti-Semitism, and Democrats went along with it. Many, many Democrats, people like Chuck Schumer, went along with this shit. And this is a slippery slope, incredibly slippery slope. It's created in a bipartisan fashion. Criticizing a foreign country makes you an anti-Semite. So it's not a huge leap to go from saying somebody's anti-Semitic for criticizing Israel. That means they're pro-Hamas, right? They must hate Israel, so they love Hamas, right? And this is a massive failure of Democrats to not push back on this. But of course, last year, Joe Biden was, in office, telling us he doesn't give a shit about Palestine or, free speech on campuses. I wonder if any of them will second guess that decision. Probably not. I would love to see it. Chuck Schumer come out, I was wrong for doing this. Not going to happen.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
But that shit is going to be used to deport people. To, not that it's actually a reasonable justification to deport anybody, but it will be. They're going to continue to try. All right, let's go to NBC News now from yesterday. This is a horrifying video. A woman arrested on the street of, I believe, New York. Actually, this might have been Chicago. Can't remember.
This is the moment Tufts University graduate student Rumeysa Ozturk was arrested and taken into federal custody. Doorbell camera footage obtained by NBC News shows two plainclothes officers approaching the 30-year-old in Somerville outside of Boston. Ozturk at first appears to back away before more agents approach, one eventually taking her phone out of her hand. Officers then take her backpack off, handcuff her, and lead her across the street to a car. An onlooker heard questioning why the officers' faces are covered. Ozturk's lawyer says she was on her way to break Ramadan fast with friends on Tuesday night when she was detained without explanation. She says her client, a Turkish national, was in the U.S. working toward a PhD in child study and human development on a valid F-1 visa, which allows foreign nationals to pursue academics without the intention of immigration. In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security today, writing in part, DHS and ICE investigations found Ozturk engaged in activities in support of Hamas, a foreign terrorist organization that relishes the killing of Americans. Glorifying and supporting terrorists who kill Americans is grounds for visa issuance to be terminated.
This is full-on fascism that we're living through, people. All the people who are saying, "Oh, stop using words like fascist or constitutional crisis." This is fascism. Okay, this is Gestapo tactics. Okay, this woman wasn't even planning to immigrate to the country. She's just here to study as a student, and she's being, attacked by masked, plainclothes officers on the street. And I'm going to make the argument that if somebody is not visibly I don't know actually for sure, but I think it could be easily argued in court that if you see a woman being attacked by a man on the street, you have the right to punch that person in the fucking face, right? Honestly, like, until they identify themselves as police officers to you, you're seeing an assault happen right now, okay? They're not wearing their uniforms because they're afraid of being identified. That's why they're doing this. They're afraid of having people try and stop them. You see, this guy is just a civilian when he's walking around in those clothes. In my opinion, it's not legal advice, but I'm just saying. You see a woman on the street being attacked, you should probably defend her, right? If you can. And that's what we're looking at right now. Fascist thugs hiding, attempting to avoid scrutiny, attacking a woman on the street. There's more stuff I want to say, I just don't think I can. That's one of the limitations of all this. Sometimes I can't say what I'm thinking. Okay, let's go here to the White House. Donald Trump signed a few executive orders into law. Here's Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Trump signs executive orders to cut down on illegal immigrants on the voter rolls.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order for your attention on the very important subject of election integrity. We believe that this executive order is the farthest reaching executive action taken in the history of the Republic to secure our elections. Among numerous other aspects of this executive order, this is going to cut down on illegal immigrants on the voter rolls, ensure that the Department of Homeland Security and the data that they have available is being fully weaponized to ensure that illegal immigrants aren't.
Sorry, I got to hear that again. What are you saying?
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order for your attention on the very important subject of election integrity. We believe that this executive order is the farthest reaching executive action taken in the history of the Republic to secure our elections. Among numerous other aspects of this executive order, this is going to cut down on illegal immigrants on the voter rolls, ensure that the Department of Homeland Security and the data that they have available is being fully weaponized to ensure that illegal immigrants aren't voting. This will include a citizenship question on the federal voting form for the first time. This executive order instructs the EAC to cut federal funding to states that don't take reasonable steps to secure their election. This calls on the Department of Justice to vigorously prosecute election crimes, particularly in states that we don't believe are in compliance with federal law around election integrity. I could go on for a while, sir, but compliance with National Election Day rules, cracking down and investigating and prosecuting foreign interference in our elections, revoking President Biden's executive order 14019, which essentially weaponized government to corrupt and pollute our election process. There's a lot in here, but we believe that these are very important steps that we need to be taking as an administration at your direction to ensure that our elections are as secure as they possibly can be.
Okay, you all understand that? Yes?
You all understand that, yes? He seems low energy right now. Very low energy. Starting to slip into a little, old age here, I think. Starting to really lose his spark, Donald Trump. Now, as we probably all know, illegals don't vote. Basically, there's no evidence to suggest that undocumented immigrants are voting in our elections. Okay? And if you think they are, I'd recommend you actually do a little bit of research into all of this, because there really is no evidence to suggest that any amount of undocumented immigrants voting There's a completely negligible, if any, amount are voting, right, in our elections. When I say negligible, I mean that it's not enough to change anything, you know? But also within this order, they are forcing, or at least they are intending to force all people to show up with government ID in order to vote. Now, this is pure voter suppression because they are not going to make it so that you receive, if you're a citizen, you receive free government ID. No, you're still probably going to have to pay for it, right? And when I say probably, I mean definitely. You're absolutely going to have to pay for it. At least under this administration, this is pure voter suppression of the poor, people who cannot afford a ID. And it's disgusting. It's disenfranchising voters. And, you know, we need to fight back against this shit. All right, let's go here now. Talk about this other executive order Donald Trump signed.
Presidential memorandum for your attention. This memorandum requires the immediate declassification of all FBI files relating to the Crossfire hurricane investigation. This was obviously one of the instances of the weaponization of law enforcement powers of prosecution against you and others. We believe that it's long past time for the American people to have a full and complete understanding of what exactly is in those files.
Oh, yes.
The media
Can't wait.
Right to go in and go and check it. You probably won't bother.
I won't do it.
Like what you see. But this was total weaponization.
You probably won't even look at it. I feel like Donald Trump is saying that, almost suggesting that we don't look into it. He says it multiple times during this interview here, during this clip here. He goes on and on about, you journalists probably won't even look at it. You know, you probably won't, because you probably won't like what you see because it's terrible what they did to me. And all of you journalists just hate me so much. But they're actually very mean, very nasty to me.
Illegal.
And it's, it's not that interesting actually, but they're terrible. They're really, really nasty to me. I'm fairly certain that we will be looking into it, and most likely it's going to just confirm our understanding of how many crimes Donald Trump fucking committed, if anything. And I find it strange that they're doing this, honestly. But hey, maybe we'll find out that the deep state was after Donald Trump without any evidence for crimes. Even though there was very public evidence for those crimes. Very, very public evidence. Hey, Kirkenstein's Monsters gifting 5 sweet, sweet Galactic Membies. Bo Z, you're getting one. Geo Dragon, you're getting one too. Jerry McLean, enjoy that Galactic Memby. Midas Kevin Anderson, you too are getting one, and so is George Waters. Wow. Your generosity is not going unnoticed. Kirkenstein's Monsters, I really appreciate you. And I'm sure our space fams do too. Such great generosity, getting us closer and closer to new galactic emotes. I don't know how close we are because the number keeps changing because memberships are falling off and then they're being restarted or gifted. Do hope we get close to another emote soon. We'll have to check at some point where we are on that progress. It's annoying to some degree. At least when we fall off on member numbers, we don't lose emotes. It's just about having a certain number at one given time. So maybe we need to do like some sort of like member subathon type thing at some point to try and get us more emotes. All right, let's go on to the talking about U.S. Defense Department policies and things like that. Let's start off with this one. If you missed it, I just wanted to leave this in here. I don't know why. I just think it's a good segue. We need a golden dome. Much better than the Iron Dome. I don't know if you've heard of it.
As the Trump administration works to drastically shrink the U.S. government, Donald Trump is pushing the Pentagon to build what he calls a Golden Dome defense system to protect the country from long-range missile strikes. Now, this would be similar to Israel's Iron Dome, except Israel is only
much better.
the size about of New Jersey, with America obviously much larger. Experts say it would be virtually impossible, but sources tell CNN the White House is signaling no expense will be spared to make this happen. Joining us to talk more about this is retired Air Force Colonel and CNN military analyst Cedric Leighton. Always good to see you, Cedric. Let's start first with this idea of a Golden Dome defense system for the United States of America. Could that even be effective in a country that is this geographically large?
Well, yeah, geographically large is, I think, a very relevant point here, Jessica, and it's great to be with you. The size of Israel is a little bit over 8,400 square miles. The United States has a square mileage of approximately 3.8 million square miles. So there's a large geographic difference between what the Iron Dome would cover and what the Golden Dome would cover just because of that geography.
Yeah. Now, the Iron Dome costs a great deal of money for Israel and, a Golden Dome that covers an area as large as the United States is going to be incredibly expensive. Seems like a really stupid and unnecessary expenditure, considering there's no missiles flying at the United States. I mean, maybe they'll be coming soon, considering all the fucking insane, aggressive, policies of Donald Trump. But we certainly didn't think we needed one up until now, and I don't know why Donald Trump would think we need one. Or maybe it's just because he sees the Iron Dome. He's like, sort of like he's got like penis envy. He's like, oh, why do they get an Iron Dome and we don't get one? Actually, we need one better. We need one much bigger and better. The ladies are gonna like it a lot. The Golden Dome. It'll be gleaming, shiny, and massive, girthy even. Okay, well, let's talk about that signal group fiasco, as there have been developments in this story, shocking, in the last couple of days since we last talked about it. Let's go here to start it off. Eyewitness News ABC 7.
But we begin tonight with breaking news.
The man at the center of the texting scandal involving secret war plans is now taking full responsibility. Sort of.
Eyewitness News reporter Josh Einiger here with what National Security Advisor Mike Waltz just said tonight. Josh.
Waltz did take responsibility for this mess during an interview tonight on Fox, but he spent considerably more of his time bashing the reporter who accepted his invitation to join this text thread in the first place, blaming the messenger who exposed what security experts call a serious breach. Tonight on Fox News,
I take full responsibility. I built the group to my job.
An acceptance of responsibility and a deflection of blame.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but of all the people out there, somehow this guy who has lied about the president, who has lied to Gold Star families, lied to their
lied to Gold Star
families, and gone to Russia hoax, gone to just all kinds of links to lie and smear the president of the United States, and he's the one that somehow gets on somebody's contact and
Now, the lying to Gold Star families that he's talking about is when the Atlantic published a direct quote. I can't remember who it was, but a direct quote from somebody regarding Donald Trump's saying, I can't remember exactly what he said, but like he visited, I think it was, oh God, that big army military cemetery, what's it called? Oh God, I can't think of words right now. But like he went there and he like criticized something about like why we have to do this for all these people or whatever. I can't remember, but like there was no lie. There was no lying that happened to Gold Star families. Certainly not from the Atlantic, a very neoliberal, neoconservative sort of weird place, journalistic outlet. But Mike Wallace is just trying to do his best to take blame but shift it at the same time, and also, make sure Donald Trump knows that he's still on the team, even though he accidentally put this Atlantic reporter, journalist, onto this supposedly secret signal chat. Now, of course, to put somebody into a signal group, they'd have to be in your contacts. And I think he's trying to deflect from the fact that he may have been in conversations with Jeff, I almost called him Jeff Goldblum, Jeff Goldberg, because he is not super big fan. Like, I mean, Jeff Goldberg's not a huge fan of Donald Trump necessarily, but he's, he is a big fan of the military-industrial complex and things like that. And there has been some accusations, some suggesting that Mike Waltz has been, in fact, leaking information to Jeff Goldberg, which would make him, sort of a very nasty guy for saying and talking to people who Donald Trump does not like. He doesn't want to lose his job as National Security Advisor, But there is no other way that he wound up in this signal group. He had to have been in Mike Waltz's contacts for that to happen. It's a whoopsies. Little whoopsies. All right, let's go here. Forbes breaking news from 2 days ago. Tulsi Gabbard grilled in the Senate. She is, in fact, the, sort of the head of national security infrastructure right now. And yet she was on this group.
They made the point that there was no classified information contained in any of these discussions that were reported in the Atlantic Monthly. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So, Senator, what I've related is that any information that was related from my perspective or that I observed from the intelligence perspective was not classified information. With respect to the assertions and the allegations that there was strike packages or targeting information or things that relate to DOD, as I've pointed out, the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for determining whether something's classified or not. And as I've understood from media reports, the Secretary of Defense has said the information was not classified.
Are you aware that the Secretary of Defense declassified this information prior to the discussion?
I'm not.
Director Gabbard, same question. You've indicated, at least the impression I got, was there was no classified information discussed. Is that correct?
Senator, my answer is the same as the director of the CIA's.
So the question has to be posed to Secretary Hegseth whether he declassified the information and at what point he did declassify it. Do you agree?
Yes, I defer questions to the Secretary of Defense.
The guy who's not here? Okay. Nice.
Director Patel, are you conducting an investigation of these discussions and activities?
Thank you, Senator. I'll inform the vice chairman on the same question. I found out about this late last night, early this morning, so I don't have an update for you on that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, thank you.
Weird.
When you get an update,
Weird. Cash App Patel. That's right, that's his real name. By the way, you can contribute to the Galactic News Network on Cash App. We have one, and the link to it is in my bio on YouTube and Twitch. Wow, Cash App is rushing to do an investigation of this horrifying breach of national security? Is it because he'd have to investigate all of his best buds in the administration, like Pete Hegseth and John Ratcliffe? All these guys that are on this Signal group? Is that why? Or is it he just doesn't consider this to be a serious breach in security? Huh. I wonder. Couldn't be partisan politics leaking their way into the FBI. Uh-oh, reverse lawfare. We won't investigate anybody we like.
An update for you on that.
well, thank you. When you get an update, we'd appreciate it very much.
We certainly would.
Director Gabbard, were you overseas during any parts of these discussions?
Good question.
Yes, Senator, I was.
Were you using your private phone or public phone for the Signal discussions?
I won't speak to this because it's under the National Security Council.
You fucking coward.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
We all know the answer to this question. Okay, Tulsi? We all know the answer to this question, and the fact that you're trying to obfuscate right now by just... It's not even an obfuscation, just complete avoidance of answering this question, is because you don't want to be seen saying that you did this all on your personal mobile device. That's why. We all know that it was on there, because you can't download Signal onto a government phone.
Once that review is complete, I'm sure we'll share the results with the committee.
What is under review?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Your private phone or officially issued phone? What could be under review?
Yeah, good question.
National Security Council is reviewing all aspects of how this came to be, how the
Aren't
journalist was inadvertently added to the group chat, and...
Aren't you in charge of national security? What is happening right now? I'm investigating myself right now, and I can't tell you about it until I'm done investigating, says Tulsi Gabbard.
What occurred within that chat across the board.
But so you were not going to disclose anything about...
She might as well plead the fifth. I mean, my God. Pathetic.
Director Ratcliffe, there's been indication that the CIA has warned recently retired personnel about the vulnerabilities of Signal and other encrypted messaging applications. If that's the case, why were you discussing these issues on Signal?
Yeah, great question.
Senator, Signal use, as I've said repeatedly, is permissible for work purposes. I've never said that end-to-end.
For work purposes, for maybe water cooler talk, but not for, of course, top secret classified information. We all know this, Ratcliffe. We all know. These people are just so afraid. So afraid. Thank you for reminding me of the emotional support characters, Jerry. Thank you for reminding me. You're right. You deserve another one. Okay, let's keep going through some of this stuff here. Let's go, let's go to Pete Hegseth, because he has reiterated his assertion that nobody was texting war plans. Nothing classified happened here on Signal. Gotta double down. Why not? Associated Press from yesterday.
First, all I would say is the strikes against the Houthis that night were devastatingly effective. and I'm incredibly proud of the courage and skill
Devastatingly
of the troops.
effective. Wow.
And they are ongoing and continue to be
Effective. Now, according to reporting here, the majority of people who were killed, the vast majority of people who were killed in these strikes recently, were civilians, which makes it a war crime. But that is in Pete Hegseth's, what was it again? You're in your estimation, it was what?
the courage and skill of the
Tremendously effective?
that night were devastatingly effective.
Devastatingly effective.
And I'm incredibly proud of the courage and skill of the troops.
I see.
And they are ongoing and continue to be devastatingly effective. The last
Okay, you
place
got to
I
stop
would
saying
wanna
that
be right
word.
now
Okay, this
is
isn't Fox
Houthi
News.
in Yemen, who wants to disrupt freedom of navigation. So the skill and courage of our troops
The
is on
freedom
full
of-
display.
Oh god, those damn Houthis won't allow navigation, the freedom of navigation. Look at this guy's face. Actually, devastatingly effective.
It's a complete opposite approach from the fecklessness of the Biden administration. President Trump said, peace through strength will be freedom of navigation will return, and that's exactly what we're doing. As I also stated yesterday, nobody's texting war plans.
Okay.
And that's all I have to say about it.
Sweet. Sweet. Wow. This guy's taking it a little too casual here as Secretary of Defense. Where's the tie now? Why is it like you and this guy look like you're about to go on some sort of weird fascist hunting trip or something? That is a V-22 Osprey behind them. One of the most expensive and dangerous helicopters manufactured by the United States. Has a lot of problems, that piece of equipment. All right. Let's go here to CNN from yesterday. See what one journalist, S.E. Cupp, had to say about all of this. I thought this was a kind of a fair estimation of things. Not gonna lie.
I know Jeff pretty well. He's a very responsible journalist.
Thank
and
God.
thank God.
Thank God he was.
And thank God, because some other idiot maybe wouldn't have sat on this and done the responsible thing. But I think, to me, everything Van just said is correct, and I share those concerns. To me, the most alarming part of this is that we are hearing Mike Waltz and Donald Trump say, well, we learned our lesson.
Before she gets too far in here, I forgot about this one part of it. I do want to criticize that just slightly, okay? I don't give a fuck that Jeff Goldberg was fucking responsible. It's not incumbent. It is not incumbent on people to be responsible for the national security state, okay? It is the responsibility of the national security state to be responsible for itself, as they have been given responsibility of that apparatus by the United States citizens, right? Like, these people are getting paid money and they're being given power by our democracy. Okay, it's incumbent upon them to keep this information safe, not random journalists who get invited accidentally into a goddamn signal chat. Okay, I don't give a. He should have been less responsible. I think he was too responsible, in my opinion. It's not his responsibility.
Is that you're hearing Mike Waltz and Donald Trump say, well, we learned our lesson. He learned a lesson. This is not an internship. No, I mean, I'm serious. The national security of our nation shouldn't be where we're doing on-the-job training. It shouldn't be where we're figuring out as we go. If we can't trust our national security leaders to protect our national security from the second they get on the job, I have deep, deep concerns that go far beyond this mess that just happened.
Absolutely, Essie. That's all we need out of this one. She makes a great point. It's not a fucking internship, okay? The people who are being put into these positions are supposed to have experience in this stuff, and some of them do, right? To some degree. Certainly not all of them, but many of them already do have some experience in this, and yet they are completely floundering. At least, you know, and then there is a bunch of people involved in this who seem to be basically interns. People, I mean, for instance, Pete Hegseth was a major in the army. He did not have top security clearances. He was never, you know, in the top brass. Don't do this to us. We don't deserve this. Whoa, black screen. What the fuck is going on?
Senator, I can attest to the fact that there were no classified or intelligence equities that were included in that chat group.
Why the fuck do we have a black screen? What the fuck? Wait, is CNN copyright? Are they copywriting their shit? Tell me they're going after people midstream now. I'm gonna be so fucking pissed off. I'm gonna be so fucking pissed off at these people. I guess we'll find out here in a second if that's what they're playing at.
Anytime.
So,
and I
so the
defer,
attack sequencing and timing and weapons and targets you don't consider to should have been classified?
I
or
defer
were
to the
classified?
Secretary of Defense, the National Security Council on that question.
With respect to the assertions and the allegations that there was strike packages or targeting information or things that relate to DOD, as I pointed out, the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for determining whether something's classified or not. And as I've understood from media reports, the Secretary of Defense has said the information was not classified.
Did this conversation at some point include information on weapons packages, targets, or timing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Director Gabbard, same question.
Same answer, and defer to the Department of Defense on that question.
So I understand that DOD policy prohibits discussion of even what is called controlled unclassified information, or CUI, on unsecured devices. Are both of you aware of that DOD policy?
Not familiar with the DOD policy, but I would say that the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for DOD in deciding what would be classified information.
The new head of the CIA, the new director, or the yeah, he got approved, didn't he, Ratcliffe? The CIA director is not familiar with DOD policy on classified information. Fascinating. Competence, merit.
Deliberation between principals in our national security apparatus about whether or not to strike another country, would you consider that to be classified information?
Pre-decisional strike deliberation should be conducted through classified channels.
So the question has to be posed to Secretary Hegseth whether he declassified.
Are people getting kicked out of the stream right now? What's happening? Oh my god. Hold on. Okay. It seems to be working okay. I'm not sure what happened to people. It looks like we lost about 14 viewers who were kicked from the stream. It's unfortunate.
Information, and at what point he did declassify it. Do you agree?
Yes, I defer questions to the Secretary of Defense.
But as you've indicated previously, perhaps the Secretary of Defense was discussing classified information, and only he can be held accountable in terms of whether it was classified or declassified at the point when he spoke. Is that accurate?
Well, I didn't say it that way. I said the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority, and my understanding is that his comments are that any information that he shared was not classified.
But you have no way to verify that.
I don't.
Sabrina, the president, though, is saying that everyone else was using Signal. We're all doing it. Why don't you, in some respects? Is that standard in the federal government for data like this?
It is not. And when I was at the White House, when I was at the Pentagon, I didn't have
Oh shit,
Signal
it's
on my
Sabrina.
work phone. And so Signal is not a...
Haven't seen Sabrina in a while.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
My God, it's been months since I've seen Sabrina's face. Wasn't expecting her to pop out of here. Nowhere.
A app that should be used by government officials. On our work phones, what we were doing, I mean, you have classified systems and you have unclassified systems. The unclassified systems, you know, phones, emails, those are separate from classified systems. And what is so damaging and harmful in this reporting is that Secretary Hegseth took classified information and moved it into a non-secure format. And even though they're denying that there was classified information in these text threads, anytime there's a military operation, before an operation, if it is true that Secretary Hegseth put the locations, the timing, and the targets in that thread, that is classified. That is an operation. And so what he did was put those fighter pilots at risk. And that does warrant an investigation.
Using Signal to discuss operations as sensitive as the strikes against the Houthis on a government or a personal phone?
First, all I would say is the strikes against the Houthis that night were devastatingly effective. And I'm incredibly proud of the courage and skill of the troops. And they are ongoing and continue to be devastatingly effective. The last place I would want to be right now is a Houthi in Yemen who wants to disrupt freedom of navigation. So the skill and courage of our troops is on full display. It's a complete opposite approach from the fecklessness of the Biden administration. President Trump's
the fecklessness of the... What is he even referring to? The fecklessness of the Biden administration? Was he not around during the last 2 years? Since October of 2023, the Houthis have been striking ships in the Red Sea, and the U.S. government has been blasting Yemeni people day in, day out. I don't know exactly how many strikes the United States did on Yemen during the Biden administration. It must be dozens, maybe. I'm just trying to think back over like the last 16 months or something like that, 17 months. How long has it been? It's been too long now. It's been going on for way too fucking long. But, you know, I find it fascinating that he wants to claim that the Biden administration wasn't doing anything to try and stop the Houthis. It's a complete contravention of reality, facts, and, you know, the historical record.
I don't want reality.
Peace through strength will be brought back. Freedom of navigation will return. And that's exactly what we're doing. As I also stated,
peace through war crimes. Yes, Pete. Peace through war crimes. Got to kill all those Yemeni civilians. You know? Got to do it. Poorest country on the planet. Just trying to stop a genocide.
Illegal.
Zolan, because this is an important point. He is talking about the effectiveness of the troops, comparing it to what he called the fecklessness of the Biden administration's approach to this, and that he was proud of the troops because the strikes against the Houthis was devastatingly effective, to use his own words. But then he was very particular when he answered the question. Nobody's texting war plans. He did not go into the rest of the information about what else could have been. Is that enough to suggest that the reporting is inaccurate?
I don't think it is. I mean, at this point, he is saying, I mean, war plans, correct me if I'm wrong, anyone here, especially someone who's worked for the Defense Department, but I don't think there's one legal term for war plans. He might be using his own discretion to describe what exactly the war plans are in this instance. Look, what Jeffrey Goldberg reported is that there was sensitive details on this military strike sent in this group chat just 2 hours before the strike. I think any person that's reading this would consider that to be plans for a war, right?
Yeah, it's exactly what it was. Yeah, maybe. Hold on, I just want to go to the very end here to this clip.
Generals who are also the check on the agencies as well.
According to open source reporting at 11:44 on the morning of March 15th, Secretary Hegseth put into this group text a detailed operation plan, including targets, the weapons we were going to be using, attack sequences, and timing. And yet you've testified that nothing in that chain was classified. Wouldn't that be classified? What if that had been made public that morning before the attack took place?
Senator, I can attest to the fact that there were no classified or intelligence equities that were included in that chat group.
My source tonight, you just heard from there, an independent senator from.
Oh, wow. Yeah, there was no classified information in that very classified conversation. It's not classified because Pete said it wasn't classified, even though it definitely included information that's normally classified when you have a government that's functioning the way it's supposed to. Now, of course, I have some serious problems with us striking Yemen and the Houthis. I had a problem when the United States was helping Saudi Arabia strike Yemen. And when we decided to help Israel with striking Yemen as well. But actually, since we last talked about this, more has come out about this. Not just in these hearings in the Senate, but the Atlantic, after being told by both Pete Hegseth, John Ratcliffe, and Tulsi Gabbard, that there was nothing classified, no war plans, no nothing. Everything's totally fine for everybody to know. That's why we let this horrible journalist into our chat. Well, the Atlantic decided to release even more of these texts. Let's go here.
This is CNN Breaking News.
All right, we have breaking news. The Atlantic has just published a brand new piece by Jeffrey Goldberg and Shane Harris. And it has the details and the text messages that the government says was not classified. And it tells you all about what is happening 31 minutes before they launch the planes that drop the bombs in Yemen. Brian Stelter joining us now with more details. There are huge revelations in this, and they certainly, how would you describe what you're seeing in the text messages?
These are shockingly detailed descriptions of the bombs that are about to fall in Yemen, and Jeffrey Goldberg is getting these details many minutes before the bombs fall. If this is not classified information, I would like the president to tell us what would count as classified information. Now, the Atlantic is publishing this on theatlantic.com because Trump and his aides have said that none of this is classified. That has been the main defense from the Trump White House in the past 2 days, that these text messages were a mistake. Goldberg never should have seen them, but nothing was classified. Nobody was in any danger. That's the argument we've heard advanced. Because of that argument, Goldberg went back to his colleagues and talked with his lawyers at the Atlantic, and they decided to go ahead and publish the text messages that they had originally withheld. Remember, Goldberg withheld some of this information because he thought it could risk national security, because it could have put U.S. military members in harm's way. So now he's decided to go ahead and publish the full unredacted text message chain with one omission. He is still withholding the name of a CIA employee because the CIA has asked him to do so.
Oh, wait. The CIA has had to wait. Didn't John Ratcliffe, head of the CIA, the new CIA director, just got done telling us. I could have sworn he just got done telling us there was no classified information in this goddamn group chat. But the CIA is requesting that Jeff Goldberg doesn't release the name of a security analyst, of a spy. The math ain't mathing right there. Not even slightly. Not even close. All right. Let's go through this thing. Whoopsies. Don't do that. That's too much. Okay, well, here is that transcript. Michael Waltz, team establishing a principals group for coordination on Houthis. Actually, that'll be the whole thing. Houthi PC small group, 19 members yesterday. Michael Waltz added you to the group. Disappearing message time was set to 1 week. Michael Waltz, team establishing a principals group for coordination on Houthis, particularly for over the next 72 hours. My deputy Alex Wong is pulling together a tiger team. Rawr. At deputies agencies, chief of staff level, following up from the meeting in the sit room this morning for action items, and we'll be sending that out later this evening.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Still, Mike, please provide the best staff, person of contact, from your team for us to coordinate with over the next couple days and over the weekend. Wow, Mike Waltz, not great with the grammar. MAR, I'm not sure who MAR is. Mike Needham for state, JD Vance, Andy Baker for vice president. TG, who's TG? Tulsi Gabbard, Joe Kent for DNI. Yep, that checks out. Scotty B, I guess that's Scott Besant. Dan Katz for Treasury. Pete Hegseth. Ooh, I love how Pete uses Signal a lot. I love how everybody in this group doesn't have... He would be the guy to have a fucking profile photo for his Signal account. Oh, God. Fucking hilarious. I mean, Pete... I'm not shocked to hear Pete's using Signal. I mean, he's been having to hide conversations from this or that wife or this or that girlfriend, And so it makes sense that he's got to have a secure ish form of communication. So he's got a nice little profile picture of him in a suit. Dan Caldwell for DOD. I'm definitely not drinking right now. Brian McCormick for NSC. Back to Michael Waltz. Team, you should have a statement of conclusions with taskings per the President's guidance this morning in your high side inboxes. State and DOD redevelop suggested notifications lists for regional allies and partners. Joint staff is sending this more? What does that mean? Oh, I think I know what he's saying. Once again, Mike Waltz doesn't care too much about grammar, even though that's probably important. Sending this AM a more specific consequence. Should have had 2 commas there. Specific sequence of events in the coming days, and we will work with DOD to ensure COS, OVP, and POTUS are briefed. Yes, gotta tell the POTUS what's going on. JD Vance, team. I am out for the day, going to what just happened? Whoa, we went too far. This is quite an extensive conversation they were having here. Back to J. Vance. Team, I am out for the day doing an economic event in Michigan, but I think we are making a mistake. 3% of U.S. trade runs through the Suez. 40% of European trade does. This is a real risk, and the public doesn't understand that this or why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this, as POTUS said, to send a message. But I am not sure the president is aware how inconsistent this is. With his message on Europe right now, there's a further risk that we see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices. I am willing to support the consensus of the team and keep these concerns to myself, but there is a strong argument for delaying this a month, doing the messaging work on why this matters, seeing where the economy is, etc. J.D. Vance concerned that Republican voters might be smart enough to figure out that this is benefiting people other than the United States. Now, of course, really, it benefits Israel more than it benefits the European Union. But, of course, Republicans hate woke Europe. Will they be able to understand the nuance of this illegal strike on Yemeni civilians? Because I think close to 4 dozen Yemeni civilians were killed, and like 3 Houthis maybe were killed. And in fact, I think there's only been one really well-confirmed Houthi death from these strikes, at least from the strikes that happened on this particular day. They have continued striking Yemen since then. Hold on, let's keep going through this. This is quite a long text chain. They were really going in on all this. Okay, why do you keep skipping over? I hate Reddit. God damn you. Go back. You piece of shit. Joe Kent. There was nothing time-sensitive driving the timeline. We'll have the exact same options in a month. The Israelis will likely take strikes and therefore ask us for more support to replenish whatever they use against the Houthis. But that's a minor factor. I will send you the unclassed data we pulled on BAM shipping. Unclassed, I assume, means unclassified. Here's John Ratcliffe, the CIA director who we just heard from. From CIA perspective, we are mobilizing assets to support now, but a delay would not negatively impact us, and initial time would be used to identify better starting points for coverage on Houthi leadership. Seems like John Ratcliffe was fine. Joe Kent was fine with J.D. Vance suggesting that they wait a day, wait a week, whatever. Here's Pete Hegseth responding to the VP. I understand your concerns and fully support your raising with POTUS. Important considerations, most of which are tough to know how they play out. Economy, Ukraine, peace, Gaza, etc. I think messaging is going to be tough no matter what. Nobody knows who the Houthis are. Yeah, certainly Republican voters not paying a whole lot of attention to geopolitics. Nobody even knows who the Houthis are, dude. Which is why we would need to stay focused on Biden. Number 1, Biden failed. And 2, Iran funded. Biden failed. I still find it strange that they're claiming that Biden wasn't tough enough on the Houthis. Waiting a few weeks or a month does not fundamentally change the calculus. 2, immediate risks on waiting. 1, this leaks and we look indecisive. 2, Israel takes an action first or Gaza's ceasefire falls apart and we don't get to start this on our own terms. We can manage both. We are prepared to execute, and if I had final go or no-go vote, I believe we should. This not about the Houthis. This not about the Houthis. That's not me. I'm not misreading this. This not about the Houthis. I see it as 2 things. 1, restoring freedom. And 2, reestablishing deterrence, which Biden cratered. Yeah, Biden cratered deterrence against the Houthis while he was indiscriminately bombing Yemen over and over and over again. Makes sense. Next slide, please. Continuing with Pete, but we can easily pause, and if we do, I will do all we can enforce 100% OPSEC. I welcome other thoughts. I will do everything I can to enforce 100%. OPSEC, of course, stands for Operational Security. I love the suggestion that Pete Hegseth is going to enforce 100% operational security on a Signal chat that was doing everything but that. Michael Waltz responding. The trade figures we have are 15% of global and 30% of container. It's difficult to break that down to U.S. Pacific because much of the container either going through the Red Sea still or around the Cape of Good Hope are components going to Europe that turns into manufactured goods for transatlantic trade to the United States. Wow, Mike Waltz. Correcting JD. Might be more than 3%, buddy. Whether we pull the plug or not today, European navies do not have the capability to defend against the type of sophisticated anti-ship cruise missiles and drones the Houthis are now using. So whether it's now or several weeks from now, it will have to be the United States that reopens these shipping lanes. Per the President's request, we are working with DOD and state to determine how to compile the costs associated and levy them on the Europeans. Mike Wald suggesting, after we do this, we have to figure out how to get Europeans to pay for this strike. Love that. Maybe here's an idea, a wild, crazy idea. You might want to check with Europe before you do something like that. It's not the best negotiating tactic to do the thing that you're going to use as a leverage point in a negotiation to try and get something out of it. To do that first before negotiating and pointing out, like, it's just really a bad negotiating tactic. Here we go, back to Mike Waltz. As we stated in the first PC, still reading that correctly, we have a fundamental decision of allowing the sea lanes to remain. I love to see just how seriously they're taking this discussion. A lot of close attention to detail. In the fundamental decision of allowing the sea lanes to remain closed or to reopen them now or later, we are the only ones with the capability, unfortunately. From a messaging standpoint, we absolutely add this to of horribles on why the Europeans must invest in their defense. Huh?
Could you drum up?
Seriously, Mike, what the fuck is that message? From a messaging standpoint, we absolutely add this to of horribles on why the Europeans must invest in their... What in the fuck does that even mean? Mike must have been doing some other shit while he was texting in this group. JD Vance. At Pete Hegseth. If you think we should do it, let's go. I just hate bailing Europe out again. Let's just make sure our messaging is tight here, and if there are things we can do up front to minimize risk of 2 Saudi oil facilities, we should do it. Gotta worry about the Saudis. We don't want those oil prices to go up. Trump promised oil would go down. This is a wildly incompetent messaging chain. Hold on, I'm just going to skip through some of this. We genuinely don't need it all, and I'm just remembering how long this freaking chain is. It's wildly long. But here's Pete Hegseth. This is perhaps the biggest. The most obvious blunder. I mean, it was first a mistake and then a blunder, right? It was a mistake to choose to use Signal in the first place, and then multiple blunders occurred where clearly sensitive data was transmitted on Signal. It's a double mistake. Who said it? I can't remember who said it in chat. But it's a mistake Sunday with a blunderous cherry on top. Pete Hegseth, team update all caps. Time now. 11:44 Eastern Standard Time. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed. All caps again. With CENTCOM. We are a all caps go for mission launch. 12:15 Eastern Standard Time. F-18's launch. First strike package, 13:45. Trigger-based. F-18 first strike. Window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so he should be on time. Also, strike drones launch. IMQ-9s. 14:10. Or 2:10. Eastern Standard Time. More F-18s. I like how once he switches past 12:15, he stops giving it Eastern Time. I don't know why. More F-18s launch. Second strike passage. 2:15 is Eastern Standard Time. Strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop. Pending earlier trigger-based targets. 3:36. F-18's second strike starts. Also, first sea-based Tomahawks launched. So competent. So much merit. I'm overwhelmed by the amount of merit in this. No war plans, anybody. Just detailed strike plans. There's a difference. We're not actually at war with Yemen. JD Vance, I will say a prayer for victory. 2 prayer emoji reacts to that. I love how serious this is. Emote reacts. Oh, it gives me a warm, fuzzy feeling inside. Michael Waltz. At VP. Building collapsed. Had multiple positives. IDs. Pete. Carilla. The IC. Amazing job. What? Says JD. Typing too fast, Michael Waltz. Yeah, he seems to really be screwing up the typing. The first target. Their top missile guy. We had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building, and now it's collapsed. JD Vance. Excellent. Totally. Tubular, dude. Such a serious discussion. These guys are in charge of the national security state. So good. So good and so great. I'm glad to see they're at least taking it seriously. My God. Okie dokie. Let's move past that particular. I mean, for now, we'll probably be going back to that chain of events later. Let's go to some live reactions, if you will. Ayanna Pressley has some things to say about Pete Hegseth's conduct amidst all this.
Madam Chair, I rise today to call out the recklessness of those in this administration entrusted with our national security. I did not think I would see a day where someone with the highest security clearance is using a phone messaging app to treat matters of national security with such blatant disregard, celebrating with emojis in a group chat as they unlawfully authorize military actions. I struggle to find a reference point. This administration continues to make history for all the wrong.
By the way, the goal. I just noticed the goal ended. We were technically a half, if I'm recalling everything correctly. I think we were technically like a half super chat away or half super sticker away from completing it. But I'm feeling generous this evening, so I'm just going to do it. Regardless, I mean, feel free to donate. I'm certainly not here to tell you not to. You know, fact is, I need more than these goals actually furnish with me every stream. It's just really a baseline. But you know what? That's fine. I'm going to keep this thing going. I'm not going to end the party. Don't worry.
Reasons. This is beyond the pale. The disregard for human life, the disregard for national security. Let me just make this abundantly clear to the American people. Secure channels of communication do exist to discuss classified military action. There sure as hell are not a signal group chat. Information like this, it is imperative that it be handled with sensitivity. Under this administration, the United States foreign policy is a failure. Decades of diplomatic efforts to build goodwill and keep the American people safe have been upended. We have an unelected billionaire gutting life-saving programs like USAID's essential work to feed newborns and to get medicine to war zones. And meanwhile, you have a cast of characters in these roles having nothing to do with merit, but simply their fealty and loyalty to Donald Trump. A cast of characters ordering military strikes in a group chat with a random journalist in it. This is nothing to be cavalier about. This is not a drill, it is not a joke, and every person involved should be investigated by Congress, in particular, Pete Hegseth, proving himself to be grossly unqualified to lead the Department of Defense and should have never been confirmed by the Senate. This national security failure is proof that he cannot serve this country's best interest, and I call for Pete Hegseth to resign. I yield.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There you go. Ayanna Pressley speaking from the House floor, pointing out that we are being run by a lack of meritocracy, otherwise known as a cacistocracy. Look it up. Some of the least competent people in our country. Calling for the resignation of Pete. I'm sure he'll get right on that. Now let's go see what Jim Himes had to say to Tulsi Gabbard. She is the Director of National Intelligence, after all.
Times for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's something I care as much about as the national security of the United States, it's the powers and prerogatives of this Congress and its oversight duties. So I want to spend a minute or so on yesterday's testimony in front of the Senate and direct these questions in particular to Director Patel and Director Gabbard. Yesterday, Senator Heinrich asked, did this conversation, referring to the signal chat, include information on weapons, packages, targets, or timing? Director Patel, you said not that I'm aware of. Director Gabbard, you said same answer. This morning we learned that the signal chat included the following update, forward-looking update from the Secretary of Defense. Time now, 11:44 Eastern Time. Weather is favorable. Just confirmed with CENTCOM. We are go for mission launch. 12:15 Eastern Time. F-18 launch. First strike package. 13:45 trigger-based F-18. First strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launch. MQ-9s. 14:10. More F-18s launch. Second strike package. Do either of the directors want to reflect on their testimony yesterday in the context of what I just read?
Sure. One, I was not on that signal chat. Two, I have not reviewed it. And three, as you just...
Yeah, Akash is the only one of these people out here who has no skin in this game at all. He wasn't in the chat. I wonder what Tulsi will have to say.
Made public this morning.
But Director, you didn't prior to yesterday's Senate. You were on this. You were on the signal chat, correct?
No.
Okay, but did you review the material on the signal chat?
No, I wasn't on it.
Director Gabbard.
Yes, Ranking Member. My answer yesterday was based on my recollection or the lack thereof on the details that were posted there. I was not, and what was shared today reflects the fact that I was not directly involved with that part of the signal chat and replied at the end reflecting the effects, the very brief effects that the National Security Advisor had shared.
So it's your testimony that less than 2 weeks ago, you were on a signal chat that had all of this information about F-18s and MQ-9 Reapers and targets on strike, and you in that 2-week period simply forgot that that was there.
Ah. Incredible competence being exhibited by Tulsi. Forgetting about very important classified information being disseminated. I would argue maybe she didn't forget. And she's just been lying and or obfuscating the truth. Seems more likely to me. Unless, I don't know, Tulsi has the memory of a gerbil.
How rude.
I mean, she is the one who's claiming to not remember this shit. Let's go to BBC. I can't believe this is where we're at.
The Atlantic magazine has published the full exchange of messages between senior White House officials as the US conducted strikes in Yemen earlier this month. The magazine's editor, Jeffrey Goldberg, was accidentally added to a chat on the encrypted app Signal in a major security breach. The magazine initially did not publish the full details of the group chat, saying it didn't want to release classified information. Let's just get a flavour of some of those messages. For example, at 14:10, more F-18s launch, second strike package. 14:15, strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop. 15:36, F-18 second strike starts. Also, first sea-based Tomahawks launched. Well, earlier, President Trump's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, said he accepted full responsibility for the security breach. And the House Select Committee on Intelligence has been questioning national security chiefs in the last hour. The director of the US National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, has been asked about her testimony at yesterday's committee following the Atlantic's full release today of messages on Signal.
So it's your testimony that less than 2 weeks ago, you were on a Signal chat that had all of this information about F-18s and MQ-9 Reapers and targets on strike, and you in that 2-week period simply forgot that that was there. That's your testimony?
My testimony is I did not recall the exact details of what was included there.
That was not your testimony. Your testimony was that you were not aware of anything related to weapons packages, targets, and timing.
As the testimony yesterday continued on, there were further questions related to that, where I acknowledged that there was conversation about weapons, and I don't remember the exact wording that I used, but I did not recall the specific details that were included.
Director Gabbard, you've reasserted that there was no classified information. I think we can all agree that that information shouldn't have been out there. But let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the ODNI's classification guidance?
I'm familiar with it.
I've actually got a copy right here. If I read you a part of that guidance, I wonder if you could tell me what the level of classification indicated is. I'm reading from your classification guidance. And the criteria is information providing indication or advance warning that the U.S. or its allies are preparing an attack. Do you recall what your own guidance would suggest that be classified?
I don't have the specifics in front of me, but it would point to what was shared.
Hello, you're the director of the DNI of National Intelligence. You don't know what the recommendation is to do with this kind of information? Jeez, it's almost as if Tulsi Gabbard is completely lacking the merit one would expect out of a director of national intelligence. She doesn't even know her own agency's guidelines. Jeez. And this one seems pretty simple, too. Gotta say. Okay. Let's go to the Ministry of Truth. See what Caroline Leavitt had to say about all of this. She's been a dedicated loyalist, reminding us that we're all just a bunch of idiots or partisans who hate Trump, who don't want the truth from the Ministry of Truth. She's got it. She's got this covered. She's got it. Here we go.
So just for, for American service members who are going to have to carry out these missions in the future, what I guess the message that's coming from the response to all this that we're hearing is that, nothing sensitive happened. And I guess the logical conclusion of that is that if these messages had gone out publicly prior to the launch, that wouldn't have been a risk to service members. I don't know that they're comfortable with that. So can you explain, had these messages been published, would the plans have moved forward? Would the launch have still taken off?
What I can tell you is that the President, as the Commander-in-Chief of our United States Armed Forces, and Secretary Pete Hegseth, who is an incredible man and a warfighter himself, take the lives of our American service members with the utmost responsibility. And they would never do anything intentionally to put their lives at risk.
is it just me, or is this... I mean, she looked tired the last time we saw her, but right now she seems more than I've ever seen her. Actually, she seems to be taking her job slightly seriously. She has a serious tone, serious face. Fascinating. So this isn't a time to try and own the libs. You gotta try and cover your ass now, huh? Okay, Caroline, keep it going.
The lives of our American service members with the utmost responsibility, and they would never do anything intentionally to put their lives at risk.
Accidentally,
and
sure.
They're working hard on that every single day, and we are protecting our service members while also restoring peace throughout this globe.
Restoring peace
It's something
with
the
bombs.
previous administration has not done. And I would just add one more point. We are not going to be lectured about national security and American troops by Democrats and the mainstream media who turned the other cheek when the Biden administration, because of their incompetence, left 13 service members dead in Afghanistan.
Oh my God. I forgot that she does that. You know, this might be bad, but do you guys remember Afghanistan? Okay, Caroline. That's really not what we're talking about right now. I'm not sure why you're bringing it up. It's almost like you don't want to talk about this horrifying failure which just happened. Very weird. Very, very weird. But, you know, Caroline's saying, you know, Donald Trump and this administration would never intentionally harm troops. Accidentally, sure.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
I mean, they're not perfect. We're going to put them in harm's way, undoubtedly. But would we do that on purpose? Of course not. We're just not that competent. We make mistakes, okay? We're fallible. We got more from Caroline. Brace yourselves. Forbes breaking news from 16 hours ago. Reporter asks Caroline Levitt, how is what Pete Hegseth wrote in Signal group chat not classified? That's a great question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Great question. Thank you.
Hardworking Americans. Peter.
Caroline, if I can ask you very quickly about the information we've seen, just to set the predicate to all this. Has the president been briefed and physically seen he's seen all the details of the chat as printed by the Atlantic?
I just spoke to the president about it, yes.
Okay. Then let me ask you if I can very quickly. In the chat, Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, details F-18s, Tomahawks, so some of the weapons that were used. He details the timing involved for this, all of which occurred 31 minutes before, as he says, F-18s would launch. The DOD manual details classified information as significant military plans, saying that is secret, that's classified. So what about, there are no methods, there are no sources, but that's not what determines what's classified. So what is it about what Pete Hegseth wrote that makes you say this is not classified?
Well, it's not just me saying that, Peter. It's the Secretary of Defense himself who is saying this as well. And he put out a very strong statement earlier today listing all of the things that were not included in that message. And again, this message, there was no classified information transmitted. There were no war plans discussed. Why did the Atlantic...
There was no war plans discussed. Really, Caroline? Really? No war plans whatsoever, huh? Strange. Very strange. Very strange.
No classified information transmitted. There were no war plans discussed. Why did the Atlantic downgrade their allegation about war plans to attack plans? They're now playing word games because they know it's a sensationalist spin from a reporter who is well known for doing this. We have said all along no war plans were discussed, no classified material was sent. You have the Secretary of Defense saying that. You have the Director of the CIA, the Director of National Intelligence, the FBI Director, all testifying to that under oath, and they should be trusted with that.
To be clear,
So yeah, here you go, people. Just to be clear, if you happen to get access to, you know, whatever you want to call them, strike plans, attack plans, war plans, ahead of their having happened, it is completely legal for you to disseminate them. They're not classified. That's just how it is, you know? Stuff. Yeah, whatever the government does, none of it's classified, apparently. Because if this isn't classified, then nothing should be classified, I'm pretty sure. Have at it, people. I guess we should probably apologize to Edward Snowden and what's his name? Why can't I think of his name? WikiLeaks founder guy. My brain just broke. But yeah, Edward Snowden's going to be deserving an apology any minute now. I'm sure they'll be releasing it within the week.
Can make the decision for themselves, but whether is the you said it's not war plans. Would you characterize these as military plans, military operation plans?
I would characterize this messaging thread as a policy discussion, a sensitive policy discussion.
Sensitive?
Amongst high-level cabinet.
It's sensitive. It's sensitive. A lot of dick pics in here, you know? But not military operations.
Officials and senior staff. And I'm so glad, Peter, that you said the American public can decide for themselves, because I think the American public should decide for themselves based on the outcome of this operation. And
based upon the outcome of the operation. Wait, why should we be? This is nobody, literally no one. I mean, I love that Carolyn is granting us the privilege of determining for ourselves. But she's put that little addendum at the end there saying, based upon the effectiveness of the operation. Julian Assange, thank you. Yes. It's fascinating. Why is it that we can only determine it based upon that? Can't we just determine it on the the Signal chat itself as to whether or not they should have been doing this on Signal or not? Caroline doesn't want us to do that, though. She does not want us to do that, because if we were to do that, then we might come to the wrong conclusion that, you know, some of the most high-ranking officials in our government were having unsecure conversations about military operations. That would be unfair. Be unfair. The only way for us to know whether or not they were doing something wrong is whether or not it all got done the right way. Pure Machiavellianism right here. The ends justify the means. Okay, Caroline. The new Machiavelli. Move over, Tupac. Caroline's here. Okay, where am I? I lost my place. Now, here's some breaking news. If you didn't hear, a lawsuit has now been filed against all the members of the Signal war plan group chat Fiasco. That's right. Let's go here, King 5 Seattle from 16 hours ago.
Illegal.
Well, let's get to three things to know about the Trump administration today. This morning, calls are growing for an investigation into the Signal group chat discussing military attacks plans that included a journalist. A new lawsuit accuses the officials in that group chat of violating federal record-keeping laws, according to the messages being set to automatically delete. The case was assigned to the same federal judge in D.C. who recently blocked the White House from using wartime powers to deport Venezuelan migrants, prompting President Trump to call for his impeachment. The president railed against the judge on social media overnight.
Trump very angry that a judge would even allow a lawsuit against his cabinet. It's very rude. Well, he had some other things to say about this situation. I was thinking we would never hear this word again. We would never hear this phrase again now that Donald Trump's in power. But the witch hunt is back on.
President Trump is calling the fallout over the leak of U.S. military strike plans a, quote, witch hunt.
Yeah, the Atlantic magazine published more of the messages that editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg says were sent to him in a group chat with other top defense officials before airstrikes in Yemen. Now, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, texted when when F-18 fighter jets and drones would launch, as well as the timing of their strike window, and also when the first bombs would drop, among other details. But Leon Panetta, who is the former Secretary of Defense and CIA director, says otherwise.
There you go, Donald Trump referring to this as a witch hunt. And, I always thought he was speaking about this, sort of metaphorically. But I'm genuinely starting to think that Donald Trump is an actual witch and or warlock, however he self-identifies. Because this seems to be pretty clear, pretty cut and dry stuff. We have a lot of evidence for it. Didn't have to go very far to find a witch. You think the Bay gonna let you disrespect? Look, settle down. I'm not the one who's disrespecting Tupac, okay? It's Carolyn. It's Caroline Levitt who's disrespecting Tupac, trying to, Machiavelli her way out of this very awkward, embarrassing situation. It's not my fault that she's pulling out literal Machiavellian quotes, essentially suggesting that the ends justify the fucking means, as if that's not incredibly psychopathic, sociopathic behavior, rationale. That's not on me, okay? That's Caroline's fault. Don't you dare blame me for this. She's trying to oust. And not me. Okay, witch hunt. Yeah, we're done with the witch hunt. Wait a second. We did it again. God dang it. How is this taking so long? Actually, we're doing okay, I think. Doing okay. Kind of making progress here, I guess. Okay. Gotta take another break, chat. We've blown through another one.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, I do hope everyone is enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon as well so you don't miss any of the latest in Galactic content when it drops. When the stream is hot. Now, while you're doing all that, do also consider using your hands and fingers for something else, contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we truly would cease to exist without people such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. Twitch has got the bits and the subs. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer. The money go directly to us and not be divvied up by the aforementioned social media platforms. But the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, of course, to become a Patreon member. That's right, Galactic patrons get a slew of Galactic bennies, avatars, shoutouts, and so much more. Just go onto the website and find what is available to people like you. Alright, chat, that's gonna be it for the space messaging. Here comes the space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Okay, chat. I'm about to get started here shortly, so get back to your seats as the show will be getting on the road very soon. Okay, I'm trying to finish making food. Should be done in about 30 seconds or so. I need to eat. I have to improve my scheduling. Maybe eat before I stream. Seems like a good plan. I seem to be terrible at doing it, so forced to make food during our streams. How's everybody doing? Good? You doing good? I hope so. I truly do. I'll give you a little bit of waiting music. So I gotta take the food off of the Galactic hot plate. Okay, actual back now, chat. So you'll be able to eat some of that food here shortly. once it cools down. All right. Sounds like a microwave. I do not own a microwave. No. I do real cooking every time I need to eat food. Or I guess, because I don't have to do that when I snack. I don't have a lot of snack food, though. Okay. I'm not eating it. I made food. I have not eaten it. Okay. Let's quickly see what Caroline had to say. Another Caroline quote. Ministry of Truth. According to Caroline,
happen again.
Caroline, I have two questions. One on a follow-up on something you just said, but since we have these messages released and you said that the president has now personally reviewed them, at the chat at one point Pete Hegseth wrote 1415 strike drones on target, and in all caps he said, "This is when the first bombs will definitely drop." Does the president feel that he was misled by his national security advisors, whoever it was that told him there was no classified information in there, now that he's seen these messages?
I've now been asked and answered this question 3 times by the both of you, and I've given you my answer. The president feels the same today as he did yesterday.
Okay,
Philip.
I might follow up on what you had just said.
No, go ahead, Philip. Caitlin, I'm not taking...
Caitlin, you can go fuck yourself. Wow, Caroline. Very rude.
How rude.
This is getting a little heated in here. A little bit hot.
That's hot.
Caroline being very, very nasty. Nasty woman. Interrupting journalists, asking very simple, reasonable questions. Alright, now let's watch some of this horrifying hearing. I forgot about this. This is going to take us a minute to unpack. Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad we're here. You know, as a spacecaster who depends on journalism of others, you know, I'm highly horrified by this situation. And the fact is everyone should be horrified, regardless of, your job. Because this thing that's happening right now is truly insane. Fact is journalism continues to go the way either of the dinosaur or go the way of the corporate oligarchy, essentially, getting bought up. CNN, I'm pretty sure, is owned by, Walt Disney or Warner Brothers, one of those two. MSNBC. All these agencies have been bought up over the years by entertainment companies. Many local journalistic outlets have, like I said, gone the way of the dinosaur over the years. And now Republicans are attacking NPR and PBS. Why? Too woke. That's why. They had an entire fucking hearing on it. 2.5-hour long hearing. We're not going to watch this whole thing, I swear to God. But let's go here to Forbes breaking news. Watch live. NPR and PBS execs testify before DOGE committee, led by Marjorie Taylor Greene, Jewish space laser lady. Oh, wait, I forgot about this one. We're just going to segue with this.
There's a good chance I may have committed some light treason.
This
illegal.
Oh, I forgot. There's a lead up to this. Yeah, there she is. Bad butch body.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
This hearing of the Subcommittee on Delivering on Government Efficiency will come to order. Welcome, everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. I recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Good morning. At the DOGE Subcommittee, we are continuing our war on waste. That means rooting out spending that is unnecessary, wasteful, and frankly,
journalism is
un-American.
unnecessary.
Today, we are looking at the more than $500 million federal taxpayers spend annually to fund public radio and television.
Ugh,
a big chunk
who
of
wants
this
that?
subsidy flows to National Public Radio and Public Broadcasting Service. NPR and PBS are the big DC-based entities that create and distribute much of the news and educational content heard and seen on public radio and TV stations across the country. When Congress adopted the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967, it did so because it thought at the time that federal dollars were needed to provide objective news and education content to the entire nation, including rural residents who live off the grid. Fast forward a few decades, and a lot has changed.
What has changed is Republicans have lost their fucking minds. And they don't know what objective journalism even is anymore. If it doesn't directly prop up their talking points, somehow contravenes their beliefs, oh, that's not objective. No, you're the one who's not objective, stupid.
The invention of the internet, for instance, and social media. It's made news and information widely available to those living in remote.
It's also made misinformation and disinformation widely available to everyone, which is why we need objective journalism, stupid.
Areas. Americans are increasingly consuming digital media and podcasts. The audience of public radio and television is declining. And I know this because I represent a rural district where farmers listen to podcasts and internet-based news while they drive their tractors. At the same time, NPR and PBS have increasingly become radical left-wing echo chambers for a narrow audience of mostly wealthy.
Oh my god, this is so wildly far from the truth. I think you all know this. I mean, we watch PBS here. I constantly have criticism for these fucking assholes because of how centrist they play everything. Same, even more so for NPR. I mean, like, it is wild to suggest that NPR and PBS are radical leftist anything. Like, they do so much to try and kowtow to these kinds of attacks and be like, oh, we're not doing anything wrong. Look, we love everything Republicans say, even if it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, this is insane. The only thing this is going to do is further obfuscate the truth of what, what is real and what is not.
White, urban liberals, and progressives.
Ugh, not the white urban
look
liberals.
Down on and judge rural America.
Ugh.
PBS News is not just left-leaning.
Oh, no?
It is actively uses taxpayer funds to push some of the most radical left positions.
Not radical
like
left
featuring
positions.
A drag queen on the show.
No!
Let's Learn.
Not a drag queen. How dare they? They had a drag queen on.
Show targeted toward young children ages 3 to 8 years old. I want you to know I grew up watching children's programming on PBS. And as a mother who raised 3 children, I felt confident that I could leave the room while my own children were watching children's programming.
Pray for those kids,
PBS.
people. Pray for those
But
kids.
I can tell you right now,
What are you going to tell us?
Ms. Kruger, specifically, as a mother,
Oh.
if I had walked in my living room or one of my children's bedrooms and seen this child predator and this monster.
Wow, a monster
targeting
and child predator. A drag queen is a monster and a child predator. Does she have any proof for that? I don't know who this drag queen is, but they should definitely sue Marjorie Taylor Greene for that comment. Pretty sure that's defamation. She said it resolutely. She didn't say, I think. No, she just accused this individual of being a child predator just now.
Illegal.
Get that money.
My children, I would become unglued. And that is how most parents feel all over this country. This is not the only example of them sexualizing and grooming children.
Sexualizing
They've
and
been
grooming
doing it
children.
for over the last decade.
Wow.
In 2015, PBS produced Frontline, put out a documentary, Growing Up Trans.
Oh, God.
It takes viewers.
How dare PBS Frontline even talk to trans people? It should be illegal that they exist, right, Marjorie?
Illegal.
If you're trans, you should be deported, according to Marjorie here, I guess. Wow. Even talking to trans people, doing a piece discussing their lives, that's too much. That's too much for her.
That's too much, man!
How dare you recognize the existence of trans people?
Illegal.
An intimate and eye-opening journey inside the struggles and choices facing transgender kids and their families. This means that PBS is one of the founders of the trans child abuse industry.
Oh my
all
God.
while taking taxpayer.
Oh my God. How many times has she referenced child abuse? Child abuse, grooming, child predator. I mean, this is fucking horrifying. The fact that they are doing this right now as a way to attack PBS is fucking insane. It is fucking insane. And we're going to probably try and unpack more of this. I'm going to try and find some clips of all this. I think it's best that we don't watch 2.5 hours of this. I just wanted to at least give you an idea of what this hearing was like. Pretty fucking horrifying. I hope that Marjorie gets sued over this language she's decided to use from the pulpit, from the bully pulpit here. She's really bullying people right now. It's fucking gross. Have some goddamn decency. For fuck's sake. But yeah, I'll try and clip this out a little bit or find some clips of this hearing. It was horrifying, I'll tell you that much. 2.5 hours of this. Oh, good God. And it's just completely in contravention with what the reality of the situation is. You know, NPR and PBS are wildly, centrist organizations. There's plenty of times where I have huge objections to the way that they frame things in a right-wing perspective. You know? But, in a way, that's what's good about them, is that they do, in fact, try to bring a very centrist opinion, right? And I don't love it, but, just having a governmentally run in the middle of the destruction of journalism, actually probably a good thing, regardless of some of my objections to them. I wouldn't get rid of them, but Marjorie will. And we need more of this stuff than less. Okay, let's move it along. Now next week, I think it's Wednesday or Tuesday. I can't think of when the 2nd is. Whenever April 2nd falls on, the tariffs are going to be taking place. The new Trump tariffs. There's already been multiple rounds of tariffs at this point. The China tariffs, the steel and aluminum tariffs. You held off on the car tariffs. There was the Canada-Mexico thing. It was worked out for like a month. We're supposed to go back on April 2nd, along with all the other tariffs Trump is planning on putting into place, auto tariffs and whatever else. Let's go here. France 24 from 18 hours ago. Trump drives trade war fears with new auto tariffs. Oh, who's in the Galactic mod over here? Oh shit, what just happened? Why is there no sound? How did this, what? How did this get muted? Do that. Hey, no. No. No, definitely not that.
This production line in Japan is churning out Toyota cars, many of them destined for the US. In a week's time, they'll be subject to a punishing 25% tariff, prompting the government to plead for an exclusion.
We have again strongly urged the U.S. government to exclude Japan from the scope of these measures.
But only if the car is made in America.
Other top suppliers hit hard by the tax are Canada, Mexico, Germany and South Korea. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney called it a direct attack on the country's workers.
We will defend our workers. We will defend our companies. We will defend our country.
Currently, half the cars sold in the US are American-made, and industry experts say the move could increase prices per car by thousands of dollars and impact jobs. President Donald Trump says it will revitalize American industry.
We're going to charge countries for doing business in our country and taking our jobs, taking our wealth.
After a 25% duty on steel and aluminium, this is Trump's latest.
I don't know how you can still keep saying that. You know, I really need a poll. I don't know if there already exists one. I need to know how many people in the United States actually believe that other countries pay for tariffs. Someone find me a poll. I'll try and find it myself. But seriously, how many people actually still believe that what Donald Trump is saying about all this, that other countries pay for tariffs? Like, how stupid does he actually think his fucking voters are?
President Trump has widened the global trade war he started since retaking the White House. He's announced a 25% tariff on all cars imported into the United States from the 2nd of April. The US president claimed the measures would spur growth in the US car industry and create jobs and investment. The US imports roughly 8 million cars. That was last year's number, accounting for about $240 billion in trade and roughly half of overall sales.
Wow.
Mexico is the top foreign supplier of cars to the US, followed by South Korea, Japan, Canada and Germany. Analysts estimate that 25% tariffs on car parts from Mexico and Canada could add between $4,000 and $10,000 in costs, depending on the vehicle.
This will continue to spur growth like you haven't seen. Before I was elected, we were losing all of our plants. They were being built in Mexico and Canada and other places. Now those plants largely have stopped.
This is not going to spur growth. This is going to implode growth, okay? An increase of between $5,000 and $10,000 per vehicle is not going to spur on growth, okay? Maybe some manufacturers will choose to start building cars in the United States. That will take, quite some time to build out a factory like that, to employ enough workers to run that factory, and for those vehicles to get made and put on the market. And he keeps talking about this period of transition. I'm starting to think the next 4 years are going to be a period of great turmoil and destruction of our economy and of people's ability to live their lives as they were previously. And unfortunately, this administration will not be working on infrastructure projects like mass transit, stuff like that. They hate that kind of stuff. They hate that kind of stuff. That helps regular people. It's fucking horrifying. I don't even know what to say. All right, let's go here. John Kennedy, Senator John Kennedy of was it Louisiana? He had a direct message to send to Canada. Now, I don't know if he's speaking for the president here or for himself. It's not clear. But he apparently has a secret for Canada. All they have to do is one little thing, and that will remove the tariffs. Okay.
Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to talk a few minutes tonight about a couple of topics, only one if I run short of time, because I don't want to delay our vote. The first topic I'd like to talk about, I know it's very sensitive, is trade and tariffs.
Okay.
They have both been much in the news lately.
Uh-huh.
There are really only two reasons why a country would impose a tariff.
Only two reasons, you say?
And every country in the world, to my knowledge, does have tariffs. But there are only two reasons for a country to impose a tariff.
Okay.
First, for national security.
National security?
I think it's
what?
Virtually unshackled.
What do tariffs have to do with national fucking security? Do tariffs build bombs or something? What are you talking about, John Kennedy? How do tariffs do anything? They just make goods more expensive. And U.S. consumers or businesses have to pay more for them. It doesn't stop things from coming into the country. What the fuck is this guy talking about?
That China, if it could, would destroy the United States of America.
Wow.
Not the people of China.
Any evidence for that?
I regret to say that, and I hope someday we'll live in a world where that isn't the case.
At least you have regrets.
I think it's undoubtedly and unconditionally the truth. So if China is determined to
Okay, hold on. We got to skip forward to where he starts talking about Canada. Tell me about Canada. This is supposed to be a transition into Canada talk. Okay, pal?
Here in Alabama, so we're going to impose a tariff. What would that do? Let's suppose they impose a $4 tariff. So now
a $4
king
tariff.
Cake, better king cake made in Louisiana, sold in Alabama, would cost $14.
Oh my God, I forgot about this idiotic analogy. States tariffing each other. I love that. I love that, John. Hey, this was one of the dumbest analogies I've heard. I think he starts talking about later.
And then you drill a little deeper and you realize that the U.S. economy is 10 times bigger than the Canadian economy.
Okay.
And the population of the United States of America is 8 times bigger than the population of Canada.
Okay.
Canada has 41 million people.
Why do we need to know this?
America has 340 million.
Right.
So you step back for a second and you go,
Yeah.
Now, the United States is 8 times bigger.
Okay.
And our economy is 10 times larger.
Yeah, you just said that.
Than Canada's.
Okay.
But yet Canada is selling more of its goods into the United States than the United States is selling into Canada.
Okay.
Any fair-minded person would have to conclude, Mr. President, that it's because of tariffs. It's because the Canadian tariffs on American goods are higher
That is not why.
than the American tariff.
That is not why manufacturing happens in Canada. It's because of access and proximity to resources. Wow. John, you're clearly not an economics professor.
Some Canadian goods. And that's what the dispute is all about. President Trump, who believes passionately in the virtue of tariffs, thinks that the tariffs ought to be equal, that there shouldn't be a trade deficit. Now, trade is very complicated, and I don't think that all trade deficits are bad.
No?
I'm also not saying that all trade deficits are good.
What are you saying?
Trade in the complex global economy today is very complex.
Oh my God.
But I see the president's point.
Do you?
I'm not suggesting that I agree with the president on everything about tariffs, but when you've got your neighboring country and good friend is 8 times smaller than you are, and in terms of population, it's 10 times smaller than you are, and your neighbor is selling $63 billion more to you than you're selling to them, that seems kind of unfair.
Oh,
and the president,
unfair.
As we all know, has made that point very vociferously.
That's one word to put it.
In response, the Canadian government, the new Prime Minister Carney, he's pretty much bowed up. When President Trump said, well, the tariffs are uneven, so I'm going to raise American tariffs. President Carney has bowed up and said, well, President Trump, you don't believe in free trade. You're not a free trader. If you raise your tariffs, then I'm going to raise mine even more. That's how you get into
a trade war. Yes, that's right, John.
And I
that's
don't
what it's
want
called.
a trade war.
Oh, you don't? No.
And I don't think Prime Minister Carney wants a trade war.
Oh, you don't?
And I don't think President Trump wants a trade war.
Really?
But I think Prime Minister Carney is wrong when he says that President Trump is not a free trader. President Trump is a free trader. But like most of us, he also believes in fair trading as well. So here's my
tariffs are the opposite of free trade. I'm just going to point that out to you right now. Maybe you didn't know that, but it's governmental intervention in the free market, John.
Respectful, gentle challenge to Prime Minister Carney tonight.
A gentle
Prime
challenge.
Minister Carney,
Ooh,
you have criticized.
Sounds sexy.
President Trump, and I see your
Don't
point.
be creepy.
You said because he's raising tariffs on Canada, that President Trump doesn't believe in free trade.
Exactly.
You have said that he doesn't. He believes in tariffs.
Well, I mean, the fact is Prime Minister Carney is correct, and he is an economist after all. He was a banker. He understands trade better than John, who just sees trade as being complex and complicated. Very difficult to actually explain without long-winded analogies and unclear descriptions.
And you have said Mr. Carney, you're going to change your tariffs.
Yeah, that's what he's going to do.
I hope Prime Minister Carney does change his tariffs.
Okay.
But I hope he does so in a way that we have a race to the top and not to the bottom.
What?
Rather than the Prime Minister of Canada raising tariffs on the United States of America after the United States of America raises tariffs on Canada, which will cause us friends.
Are we friends? Are we friends?
To have a trade war.
Really?
I would respectfully suggest to the Prime Minister of Carney of Canada that he should reduce tariffs to zero. He should
there it is. John Kennedy, Senator of Louisiana, saying, I would suggest that Mark Carney actually reduce tariffs to zero. Weird. Yeah. What an interesting suggestion from John. Huh. It's a little strange, if you ask me. Why would Prime Minister Mark Carney lower tariffs to 0%? But because John Kennedy told him to do it? Because that's going to fix everything? Okay, John. Okay, that's fascinating. Yeah, how dare anybody retaliate in Trump's trade war? Only Trump gets to make trade wars. No one else gets to do it.
Illegal.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that's not going to happen in a vacuum. Something else is going to happen for Canada to lower its tariffs again. It's fascinating. Fascinating plan from John, who's definitely not an economist. Let's go here to Buffalo, New York, where apparently, actually, I guess it's a place called Ellicottville, because
our Canadian friends,
yeah.
Some of them are very upset.
We need to tie this up soon.
For sale sign after for sale sign. You don't have to go far in Ellicottville to see what appears to be the start of a trend.
We have seen an uptick in listings from Canadians.
Canadian homeowners selling their vacation properties in and around Ellicottville. Real estate agents Kathleen and Melanie Pritchard tell me this all stems from a strained relationship with our neighbors to the north, caused by the tariff tug of war and talks by President Trump of making Canada the 51st state.
They're just feeling like they're not being loved. So
yeah.
They're wondering why this is happening, as are we.
Caitlin Croft also sells real estate in ski country. She tells me she has 3 active property listings, all 3 being sold by Canadians.
There are some Canadians that are starting to consider selling due to the strained relations.
And the trend isn't just limited to selling. It's also putting a pin in buying and developing.
I had a couple Canadians looking for properties, and they decided to pause.
We also have a developer who's Canadian who decided to pause, mostly because of...
Oh, God. I mean, it's self-evident what's going on right now. People like John Kennedy trying to ignore reality. But Donald Trump started the trade war. Okay? And it is causing a great deal of tumultuousness in all sorts of different markets, whether it's real estate or cars or beer or whiskey or any of the other things we've talked about. And the way to end this is not for just not browbeating Mark Carney into removing the tariffs, but is for Donald Trump to stop the trade war. Okay, for him to remove the tariffs. That's what's going to solve it. Maybe stop arresting Canadian people for coming into the country, stuff like that. Yeah. Unfortunately, things are going to be, hit all over the place in the United States. We talked about in Maine how, hotels in Maine depend on Canadians' tourism. They're going to have to shut down. Businesses all over, the northern border depend on Canada and the free trade that we have had, generally speaking, for many, many, many years. But Donald Trump has ruined that. And, yeah, I don't think he's going to back off of it, honestly. But you know what? Canada isn't just raising tariffs. They are hitting back on other illegal and awful things Americans are doing. It's hard to call Elon Musk an American. I know he has a passport, technically, but it's not, When I think of Americans, I don't really necessarily visualize Elon, but he is the owner, at least the main, the CEO and main beneficiary of one company called Tesla. Let's go here to CTV News from 2 days ago. There has been an update in this story we've been following regarding Tesla in Canada. How they recently may have committed a crime in order to get access to money from the Canadian government.
Transport Canada is freezing rebate payments for Tesla until each claim is individually investigated. The move comes after revelations the EV maker suspiciously filed for rebates. As CTV News reported, 4 Tesla locations in Canada submitted paperwork for the sale of 8,600 vehicles over a 72-hour period in the final days of the rebate program in January, amounting to more than $40 million in claims. The
Wow. There we go. Tesla tried to circumvent the legal methods of attaining these rebates. There's allegations that they faked the sales to get these rebates, which totaled over $40 million. And now you're going to go one by one down the list. Woof. I wonder what it'll find. I wonder if we'll find out that Tesla has committed a crime in Canada. How great. All right, last story on Canada. Let's talk the NDP real quick. Honestly, my favorite party in Canada, but they have been struggling in the current political climate. Donald Trump attacking Canada has caused a massive upheaval in politics, honestly, and within Canada.
I'm sure people listening are like, that's me too.
It's a difficult chapter Jagmeet Singh is now acknowledging he's in the middle of.
Let's be clear, there's massive challenges. I've got no illusions about that.
After repeated questions, Singh addressed his party's collapsing poll numbers.
There are some serious challenges that we're up against. And working people are up against massive challenges. You got billionaires and massive corporate landlords.
The NDP leader did not make a policy announcement Tuesday. Instead, he used this campaign stop to attack Liberal leader Mark Carney and his ties to the investment firm Brookfield. He met with the tenant of a nearby apartment building who's accusing the company of jacking up rents.
Not just a little bit of profit, but huge amounts of money.
Carney resigned from the board of Brookfield in January. Singh also stopped by the Village in Toronto as part of a bid to court progressive voters. But even that demographic appears to be turning away from the New Democrats. A new Angus Reid poll found that 50% of people who voted NDP in the last election are planning on going Liberal this time around.
Yeah, and we've been seeing that in the poll numbers, honestly. We've been keeping track of it. And unfortunately, the NDP, their numbers have been cratering, while the Labour Party has been just exploding to the upside, as well as Conservatives imploding at the same time along with the NDP. Fact is the numbers are crazy. The last graph I saw, and I don't have it for you right now, but the last graph I saw had Labour, I think, almost 10 points ahead of Conservatives. And hey, like just 3 months ago, they were down like 25. It's one of the biggest political swings I think I've ever seen. Certainly on this stream, it is pretty crazy. Is NDP? No, NDP is not right wing. They're more to the left than the Labour Party is, in my opinion. Yeah, they're like sock Dems, basically. That's right, Hermit. Yeah, so, you know, this is unfortunate. I think this is my estimation as an outsider. My estimation is that people have gathered around liberals just out of fear in many ways. You know, just sort of a knee-jerk reaction to everything that Donald Trump has been doing. Pierre Poilievre, the conservative leader, has been touting himself as Canada's Trump until this trade war, and now he has, and now he's like his mouth is just shut. Pierre was coming out like every week to like reiterate that he loves Trump and everything Trump does, and Canada should do it all the same here. And now his numbers are cratering, Conservatives are cratering along with it, and Labour is taking the forefront, right? I mean, that's certainly a better outcome than Pierre Poilievre winning. I just would have loved to see this sort of gone in the other direction with the NDP. All right, let's go to Mexico. Got one Mexican story here for us to discuss this evening. NBC News from a day ago. Oh no. Americans abroad, imprisoned in Mexico.
Illegal.
I wonder what could have happened.
For years, Mexico is where Christy and Paula Kao vacationed with friends, celebrated birthdays, holidays. Lindsay Hull is Christy's daughter.
They love being there. That's just where they like to travel.
3 weeks ago, the couple flew to Cancun, excited for another trip. But shortly after landing, Paul called Lindsay.
He just said, we're being arrested for fraud.
Illegal.
How do you process that? I said, fraud for what?
Mexican authorities had issued a warrant for the couple's arrest over a years-old dispute with an all-inclusive luxury timeshare chain, Palace Elite Resorts. This photo shows Christy at the notorious Mexican prison where she and Paul have been ever since.
She's sitting there on the phone crying to us that she's starving. She has nobody to talk to. She can't trust anybody.
According to the criminal complaint, back in 2021, the Akaos bought an elite membership contract with Palace for exclusive benefits. But within months, Palace and the Akaos were at odds. In a post on Facebook, Christy wrote that Palace accused her of wrongfully posting photos to profit off the resort and canceled stays racked up through a referral program. The complaint says Paul then successfully disputed nearly $117,000 in American Express charges tied to their membership. The family's lawyer says Palace failed to provide the goods and services.
They're sitting in a Mexican prison right now indefinitely over a contract dispute.
For more than 2 years.
Oh boy. Oh God.
The Akaos assumed the ordeal was over. Lindsay says they had no idea there was a warrant for their arrest when they flew to Cancun.
No.
This past weekend, the Akaos lawyers say Palace offered a settlement if the couple paid $250,000, signed an NDA about the ordeal, and publicly apologized, which the family turned down. Palace Resorts declined NBC News' request for an interview. The company's lawyer saying in a statement their complaint was filed in accordance with Mexican laws, writing the conduct of the Akaos appears to be criminal and pointing.
Yeesh. Yeah. Sorry, America. Now, of course, we've been talking about how many people the United States has been detaining coming into our country. Multiple Canadians have been detained without charge, without any reason for the detainment. One of the stories we recently saw was a woman was in for weeks without being told a single thing about why she was in jail. Other people have been in jail for months now without any explanation. All thanks to Donald Trump. And now 2 people who have allegedly committed crimes in Mexico are upset that they're in jail. Well, I would have recommended not going to Mexico again if I were you. It's fascinating. They got into a contract. I mean, Republicans love contracts. So I'm sure Trump is fine with this. Just contract law. Now, of course, timeshares are sort of predatory businesses, but, I just find this to be one of those stories where I would have cared if we weren't doing this exact same thing to people who weren't even accused of committing crimes, right? But right now, Americans should probably just stay in America. That's my recommendation to you. Because going other places, well, Donald Trump is waging war against all other countries, trade and otherwise, and, you know, you might get a little extra attention right now than you might have previously, especially if you've committed a crime, allegedly. Just saying. Okay, let's get on to environmental news. Start in Canada. BC. This is a horrifying story. A group of people went into the mountains of BC for a little extracurricular activities, little snowboarding, little skiing, and this happened.
It's an experience Stella heli-skiing in Kaslo has been offering for more than 2 decades. But on Monday, a backcountry trip turned deadly. The company says 2 groups of skiers filming footage for a feature had just finished a run on the east side of Kootenay Lake and were waiting to be picked up by helicopter.
As a helicopter was approaching, the pilot observed the avalanche forming and was able to alert the groups on the ground.
One group was able to move out of the way, the second was buried.
And by the time our team had got there, they had already uncovered the 4 individuals who were buried. And we had one who had vital signs, was responding, and sadly we had 3 who weren't.
A 40-year-old man from Nelson was critically injured. 3 other men were killed, a 44-year-old from Whistler, a 45-year-old from Idaho, and their 53-year-old guide from Kaslo, a senior member with Stella heli-skiing.
It's a very challenging day, as one can imagine. Losing a team member is never easy.
Stella says this is the company's first fatal incident, and guides follow rigorous safety checks.
Every morning before we even think about getting off the ground, we have a very serious in-depth safety meeting where we review snow profiles, snow information.
Avalanche Canada says early estimates show it was a size 3 natural avalanche.
At size 3, you can start to break small trees. Having quite a large avalanche that could run hundreds of meters.
2 others have died in BC avalanche incidents this winter. February 17th, a 42-year-old man was killed while skiing in the backcountry near Golden. The victim, Ryan Kakauka, identified through a GoFundMe campaign raising money for his wife and young child.
Yeah, it's just a sad story. But, you know, this is one of the dangers of going into the mountains for recreational purposes. The fact is, I love me a little bit of skiing or snowboarding. It's been too long since I've been out there doing it, but you know, it's extra dangerous when you're not on a regular trail and you're trying to carve up your own trail. A helicopter in the region also adding to the potential, right? That's one of the things about heli skiing and all that. Helicopters create a great deal of sound, and all it can take sometimes is a little bit of unexpected sound to trigger an avalanche. Now, it's not clear exactly what caused it, but yeah, it's a tragedy. Let's go to a different mountain, a little south of BC, Mount Rainier in Washington, where National Forests, National Parks employees have been demonstrating to attempt to protect their jobs.
It's not every day that Mount Rainier is met with activism, but today people came together with one shared goal: to protect our parks and the people who care for them.
Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Trump and Musk have got to go! Hey,
it's a national day of action.
This is the most beautiful place on Earth, and we need to protect this.
This demonstration at Mount Rainier National Park is one of more than 140 protests happening across the country.
We're not going to stop. That's what I'll get out. Today is a good day of protests.
Organized by a group called the Resistance Rangers, the goal is to call attention to the protection of public lands and stand with federal workers who were fired by the Trump administration.
No rangers means less rescue.
No rangers means more destruction to our fragile public land. They're preserved today because of those rangers.
This week, a federal court ordered the National Park Service to reinstate about 1,000 probationary workers who were laid off in February.
I hope that one, that it sticks and that it stays, and that they aren't attacked again, but two, that it is followed through and carried through.
Last year, more than...
Yeah, well, that's the big thing, right? Whether or not Donald Trump and Trump administration in general respect these court orders to reinstate employees and funds, still yet to be seen. There's still been no clarity on this. They continue to fight this shit in court, even though they've been told now by multiple judges in different jurisdictions. They continue to try not to give these funds back to reinstate employees that are incredibly important. Now, of course, National Forest Service employees are also trained to fight wildfires. So the less of those people we have, the less we have ability to fight wildfires, of which we are already getting plenty of. But let's go back in time, talk about the Eaton fire, the LA fire, as there is a different environmental situation going on in relation to all that.
There's been a great deal of focus on the cleanup after the fires in Altadena and the Palisades and making sure properties are safe to go back.
Now, what about those whose homes are still standing in these ravaged communities? NBC4's Lolita Lopez spoke with neighbors who just want to go back to a safe home.
I'm hoping maybe a month from now if all goes well, but it's really slow going.
Nicole McCullough is looking forward to returning to her home in Altadena. It is still standing even though it was affected by the Eaton fire.
My roof burned, so I had to get a new roof. I've gotten new insulation. I boxed in my eaves to keep the roof safe so that there's no wood exposed for future fire hazards.
Nicole made these changes following the fire in January. Now, 2 months later, she worries about bringing her children back to their family home.
Both my kids have chronic asthma. My mom has COPD and asthma, and so it's scary.
About a month ago, she had her home tested for lead, asbestos, and wildfire debris.
It tested positive for lead, positive for wildfire debris, and unfortunately, I couldn't do really extensive testing because it costs so much money.
She paid $2,500 for
Jesus.
that testing and says her insurance denied.
How much was full testing?
While many older homes could contain asbestos and lead, the full effect of the fire, she says, is not well known. Nicole and her neighbors, like Jill Lawton Patel, are concerned about the air quality in their homes.
It's also about 150 to 200 feet from 3 burnt structures.
They are part of a group we first told you about in February, Eaton Fire Residents United. Neighbors coming together ask homeowners to anonymously provide results of testing at their homes. This map now shows results of more than 50 tests.
98% of those 57 tests, which span all through Altadena, northern Pasadena, and western Sierra Madre, all show positive for contaminants.
Neither Nicole nor Jill have returned back to their houses and hope these results lead to county or state action.
I think.
There you go. Many mothers concerned in this region and the wake of these fires with good reason. But Donald Trump tried to rush the cleanup so the people like Larry Ellison could rebuild as fast as possible.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And now people are being left with a very difficult choice as to whether or not to bring themselves and their families back to their homes, which may be contaminated with all sorts of toxic stuff. Now let's talk about some active wildfires. What do you say? There's a few of those going on right now. Let's go to North Carolina. This is from 3 days ago. North Carolina's biggest wildfires remain 0% contained.
The race is on to contain multiple wildfires now that are burning along the East Coast and forcing evacuations in several states.
Yeah, usually we talk about this on the West Coast, but it's the East Coast, unfortunately. NBC's Kathy Park is in South Carolina, where crews are battling the flames.
Race to contain wildfires from New Jersey to the Carolinas is being hampered by dry conditions and strong winds.
This has been going all the time, you know.
Overnight, a blaze burning at Table Rock State Park in South Carolina, growing to more than 1,000 acres. As crews tackle the tough terrain with critical water drops from the air.
This is an unusually high fire occurrence fire season than we've had in quite a while.
In neighboring North Carolina, 3 active wildfires are burning, triggering mandatory evacuations in the western part of the state.
We called in multiple fire departments to come assist us.
Officials warning residents living close to the flames to leave now or risk being trapped, even killed. Those fires hitting areas still recovering from Hurricane Helene 6 months ago. Farther up the East Coast in New Jersey, a wildfire that erupted Saturday in Wharton State Forest is now largely contained, but not before flames scorched more than 2,300 acres. And the fires aren't the only wild weather. In Mississippi, 2 possible tornadoes touching down on Sunday. This twister visible from the road in Rolling Fork. Back in South Carolina, with the wildfires not letting up, officials hope they'll get a little help from Mother Nature.
Any type of moisture.
Okay, let's go now here to WYFF News 4 from 2 days ago. Wildfires in the Carolinas. Yeah, this fire season feels like it's going to be one of the worst ever.
We are continuing to track the multiple fires that are burning in the Carolinas. In Polk County, North Carolina, there are currently 3 wildfires burning. Meanwhile, there are currently 2 fires in the upstate, one in Pickens County and another in northern Greenville County. Sky 4 is live right now over that fire in northern Greenville County, where crews are trying to bring the Persimmon Ridge wildfire under control. And officials have asked some people near the fire to be ready to go if an evacuation is needed. Our Peyton Furtado is joining us live near that fire this afternoon. And Peyton, what can you tell us?
Good afternoon, Destiny. Yeah, I had my hair up a second ago. I took it down just to show you how windy things are getting here close to Table Rock State Park. If you can see behind me, there's definitely a little smoke on that ridgeway. Let's take a look at some of our Sky 4 video. This is an exclusive look over the flames as we speak. Now we're seeing some of that smoke move over through these westerly winds. That's causing these voluntary evacuations we've been talking about all morning. Conditions are so dry, so windy that the worry is these winds could push fires towards homes and businesses along Oil Camp Creek Road. That's close to the Caesars Head area. Now, in the meantime, first responders are fighting fire with fire, burning debris before it fuels the Table Rock debris and before it fuels that Table Rock fire even more on Persimmon Ridge and here on the mountain, attacking flames and hot spots by air and by land. Now, we know officials are actually getting more information in a meeting right now. We're about to get more information from them and follow some firefighters. We're going to try to speak with some homeowners closer to that Persimmon Ridge area. We'll bring you up-to-date information as it's available.
Yep. You got more from the same channel here.
Nigel, the overnight rain has led to dry and windy conditions for firefighters today. While they say the rain did help some overnight, they say that the weather is not the only challenge that they're facing in the days ahead as they try to contain these fires, which have so far burned about 5,000 acres. Smoke rises into the air as firefighters try to contain 3 active wildfires in Polk County.
Rugged terrain coupled with the windy, dry conditions are continuing to hinder our progress on these fires.
The North Carolina Forest Service says damage from Hurricane Helene is also proving to be a challenge.
Not only are we having to work our way through down trees and debris just to get to where these fires are, because they are burning in very remote areas, but a lot of these roads and accesses are very tight, one way in, one way out type of situation up there.
As of early Monday, officials say more than 160 homes are under active evacuation.
We do have some communities that have been affected. A lot of these are in the mountains or in the gorges there, so it's definitely a mix.
Officials say multiple structures destroyed because of these fires. Now, crews hope conditions can improve soon to help contain them.
Yeah, the fact is some infrastructure has been completely destroyed in North Carolina, bridges and things like that, which is certainly adding to this difficulty. These fires are, pretty large. Thankfully, there's not a ton of, large municipal areas around here, but there's, like I said, at least some structures have already been burned. And that was from 2 days ago. By the way, thank you, Nadia, for the super chat. I avoid getting much flack by emphasizing my Spanish-speaking heritage and say I'm fleeing the United States. And awaiting a visa. Yeah. Hopefully that's helping in your travels right now. Your exodus, really, seems like. All right, a couple more videos on these Carolina wildfires. Here's WCNC from 2 days ago.
Right now, evacuations are underway as crews in the Carolinas work to put out those ongoing wildfires.
More than 7,000 acres have been impacted since last week, most of which is in Polk County. The Forest Service says the Black Cove fire, which has burned more than 2,000 acres, was caused by a downed power line. The causes of the other 2 fires remains under investigation there.
Now to a live look from Table Rock State Park in South Carolina. That's where right now more than 1,300 acres have burned. At last check, that fire is 0% contained. We're told that someone ignited both this fire and the one in neighboring Greenville County. Meteorologist Becca Birdsall joins us now. And Becca, this new red flag warning has been issued for some counties.
That's right. And right now, those firefighters are dealing with dry air that is back in control and winds that are just ramping up 15 to 30 miles per hour expected later on today. Combine that with low humidity and dry fuels. And we once again have a red flag warning, which is a fire weather warning in counties. That's going to be west of 77 in cities, including Morganton, Hickory, Lincoln, Gaston.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. And unfortunately, I don't have the most recent on this. But I figured we would watch this because Donald Trump recently said a bunch of shit about wildfires. Most of it was just garbage, anti-factual bullshit. And if you recall, when he was talking about FEMA, when he was in California earlier and all this stuff, and the firefighting efforts that were going on in Los Angeles, he made the suggestion that that we should have competent, fully fledged wildfire firefighters, firefighting outfits, if you will, in each state, so that we didn't have to have, we didn't have to have FEMA, right? And we didn't have to have the National Forest Service. So we didn't need to, have a federal agency that deals with this stuff, or having one state coming to help another state. Why should Utah have to help California? Why should Oregon have to help California? Why should Oregon go all the way to Carolinas to help the Carolinas? I don't know. Maybe because they're just good people. They'd rather not see one of the states just burned to the ground.
Thank you, Matt. And as North Carolina continues to face devastating wildfires, the Oregon Department of Forestry is sending 26 firefighters to assist in the effort. The firefighters were sent under a mutual assistance agreement between Oregon and North Carolina. Last year, North Carolina sent almost an entire incident team to support Oregon's fires. Oregon has mutual assistance agreements with other states, including Alaska, Hawaii, and some Northwest Canadian territories.
Wow. Oregon. All the way across the country. Where's Alabama? Where's Florida?
And from fires to ice on today's Perspective.
Florida's also been fighting massive brush fires down there. Huh, look at that though. Oregon. Going all the way across the country to help people in North Carolina. Donald Trump wants to split us up. We need to work together more, okay? Don't let him drive us apart. Because now we need each other more than ever. Let's go to France 24 English from yesterday. Talk about the glaciers, which are melting faster than ever, according to scientists.
And from fires to ice on today's perspective, because the world's glaciers are losing an average of 273 billion tons of ice per year. And they've been doing that since the year 2000. And it's also a problem that is accelerating. Well, how much is 273 billion tons of ice?
Sounds like a lot.
It's equivalent, very roughly, to around 3 Olympic-sized swimming pools. Not every hour, not every minute, per second. It's all the findings of a huge international study involving 35 research teams. And joining us now is Michael Zemp, who's director of the World Glacier Monitoring Service. I mean, those figures sound astounding, don't they? Tell us more about this loss, just how huge it is.
Good morning. Great pleasure to be here. Yes, the glaciers are losing ice. That's probably not a new message, but what is rather alarming is the acceleration and the increasing amount of ice we lose. So at present, glaciers lose the amount of mass that you just mentioned with the Olympic pools per second. You could also say at the moment, every year, glaciers are rising sea levels by about 1 millimeter. Now, you might say, well, 1 millimeter is not exactly a lot, but it's a small number with a huge impact. So every millimeter in increasing sea level will expose an additional 200,000 to 300,000 people to annual flooding. So a small change has a big impact.
Yeah, we're seeing some of the images from your...
The fact is sea level rise will be seen in different... Now, that 1 millimeter is just general, like across the entire fucking ocean. But because of currents, winds, and other things like that, a millimeter globally can mean a lot more than a millimeter in other places, right? In certain places, there will be more than there will be in other places. Like on the east coast of the United States, it's going to be hit worse than the west coast, right? A lot of that has to do with currents, global currents in the oceans. So there's a lot to understand and unpack with numbers like that.
Report there. Well, I mean, just what does it mean for us as human beings? I mean, as you said there, that difference means flooding, of course, but what else does it mean?
Yeah, the point is that what happens on the glacier doesn't stay on a glacier. So it's really all the downstream impacts that we have to worry, right? You could summarize it on 3 levels. At the local scale, it's the hazards that we are worried. At the regional scale, it's the water availability. And at global levels, as mentioned before, sea level rise. So retreating glaciers, very often in the forefield, there are lakes building. They replace some of the beauty, right, of the melting glaciers, but these lakes are beauty, but dangerous beauties. So they can break out, or if an avalanche or a rockfall goes into these lakes, they burst out and are flooding the downstream villages and infrastructure. At the regional level, the water availability, it's really in the summers when we have a drought, and then often in many regions, glaciers are the only remaining meltwater in these mountain catchments. And at the moment, actually, there's more water coming because glaciers are melting in addition. But once these glaciers are diminished to a small percentage or are even gone, then the water is missing exactly in the period when this water is needed by agriculture, by the people producing wine, but also by the shipments down further in the Rhine, in the rivers.
And it can also mean pollution of the water as well, can't it?
Well, retreating glacier reveal sediments and stuff that has been covered for thousands of years, right? And so there's opportunities and threats. There could be new bacteria, new virus that come out that can threaten us, but maybe it's also a reserve of interesting stuff that we could use for further developing our medicine.
Let's go back to that figure that you mentioned earlier on, that 1 millimeter of sea levels rising. In a way, is that part of the problem? Because yes, it sounds like a very small amount, doesn't it? And if you live on the coastline, 1 millimetre a year, you're not going to notice it. And perhaps that's one of the difficulties that is causing us to have these problems, because people just aren't perhaps alarmed enough about this problem than they should be.
Yeah, I mean, it's not so much about the mean sea level. No, it's the problem comes when the storm floods are the tides with the storm floods coming in, and then so these floods, this annual flooding penetrates inland more and more. And the one thing is, when you get wet feet, then you start to worry. But maybe actually economy will react much earlier. So it might be in Florida or other places in the coastal regions, you might get more and more difficulties to insure your property because of the increasing risk. And yes, the 1 millimeter from glaciers, that's one part of the contribution, but there's other things that are rising sea level. So the warming of the ocean itself, that's actually the largest contributor to sea level rise at the moment.
Yeah, because of course, water expands as it gets warmer. That's also going to contribute to all of this. All right. So the last environmental story, well, actually, technically we have two. But this one's basically the biggest one we have to talk about here for the rest of the environmental half. That being the just utterly destructive wildfire that's been raging in South Korea. We've talked about it in the past. It looked like it was going to slow down, and then large winds, strong winds came through and really bolstered this fire into a real terror. Supposedly, nearly 30,000 acres have been burned. 24 people are now dead in South Korea. Let's go through some of these videos here, starting with Guardian News. Guardian News from a day ago. Windy weather reignites South Korea's wildfires ravaging southern regions. At least 18 are dead in southern South Korea after wildfires have ravaged the region for days. Firefighters have struggled to contain multiple blazes fueled by dry winds, which burned more than 17,000 or 43,000 acres of land and destroyed hundreds of acres and structures, including a 1,300-year-old Buddhist temple. Our Buddhist followers are very proud of our temple because this is such an old temple. It is so regrettable and heartbreaking that it has been burned down. Jesus. It was a very urgent situation. At first I didn't expect the temple to catch fire, and it took less than half an hour to catch fire from that mountain and became a sea of fire. More than 5,500 people were forced to evacuate from their homes in the worst affected areas. Jesus. My heart is pounding, and I don't know what can be done. Now that our beautiful mountain is all burnt, it just feels so bad. Life is so unpredictable. My heart goes out to the firefighters who were injured while fighting the fire. That is how I feel. Nearly 9,000 firefighters, along with more than 130 helicopters and hundreds of vehicles, have been deployed to fight the flames. Yeesh. Okay, let's go here. I've got a bunch of videos on this. I mean, it's pretty incredible just how destructive this has been. This is, according to some sources, this is the most destructive wildfire South Korea has ever seen in modern history. Massive wildfires that broke out simultaneously have spread to Andong, Cheongsong, Yeongyang, and Yeonduk, and are rewriting the record for the worst wildfires in history. As of now, a total of 18 people have lost their lives, including 4 who perished during the firefighting efforts, and approximately 23,000 residents have been urgently evacuated. The government prioritizes wildfire suppression above all else and will mobilize all available personnel and equipment to break the chain of wildfire spread. Furthermore, to ensure the swift recovery of those affected by the fires, we will spare no effort in providing emergency relief as well as administrative and financial support. Jesus Christ. I hate being right about stuff. But seriously, just for a moment, before we move on to the rest of these videos, like, I already said it multiple times this year. I don't know exactly how many times, but I predicted. I hate that I'm right about this, that we're, well, turning out to be, not clear that I'll be 100% right about this, but it seems like it's looking like it's going to be proven correct. You know, that this is going to be one of the worst fire seasons in documented human history. I mean, let's not forget that the LA fire happened in 2025. So that's definitely on the list. That was the most destructive fire in LA history. And in fact, in California history, in terms of dollar value and property destroyed. Then you have now the worst wildfire in South Korea in history. I mean, how many clues do people freaking need that climate change is causing all of this stuff to happen, right? Like I don't even know how it needs to be explained to people, right? Like, do people think it's normal to have historically large fires, larger and larger fires every fucking year? Like, is that, I mean, how does that not get through to people? I don't understand. They'll only wake up when it burns down their house. Yeah, that's. I really wish that wasn't true. But so many of these people who refuse to accept this stuff are that kind of person who, unless it's affecting them personally, they don't give a shit. They don't have time for any of that. All right, let's go here to Reuters from yesterday.
At least 18 people have died as multiple wildfires rage across South Korea's southeastern region. The fires, some of the worst there in decades, have spread rapidly and forced more than 27,000 people to flee their homes. The country's acting president, Han Duck-soo, said Wednesday that raging winds were making containment difficult. He vowed to mobilize all available support, including receiving air assistance from the U.S. military stationed in South Korea. In response to criticism about a lack of equipment in the firefighting efforts, a spokesperson for the Korea Forest Service said the agency planned to secure more helicopters. He added that nearly 5,000 firefighting personnel were being deployed on Wednesday, as well as 87 firefighting helicopters.
Plug in my phone.
However, the agency later said the choppers had been grounded after one crashed on Wednesday, killing the pilot, according to media reports. Rescuers were seen working at the smoldering crash site while fire trucks sprayed water towards the smoke. Multiple blazes that broke out on Saturday are yet to be contained, gutting ancient temples and destroying homes. The government...
Oh, this fire must have been moving really fast, because Reuters posted this after that other video, and they seem to be behind on the details of this situation. Let's go now here to the Associated Press from 21 hours ago. At least as of the... Yeah, I mean, the fact is, from my understanding, these are still going. They're going... quite strong. I believe the containment is still quite low. Jesus, look at these fucking pictures. Oh my god. The entire mountain's on fire. Oh my god. Oh my god. The picture just gave me shivers. That is fucking terrifying. Oh, can you imagine living around this right here? This is... It looks like a fucking volcano. Unbelievable. Oh my god. Oh. This is wild. Please excuse the pun. Unintended. Oh my fucking god. Like, am I losing my mind? Does this not look like a freaking volcano? Am I the only one? So much destruction. Oh, wow. Just wow. All right, this was a live stream from the Associated Press from around the same time. God, I'm like internally bracing myself for the rest of the year right now. Like I'm thinking to myself, okay, don't get too worked up here, StreamLord. It could get a lot worse. But maybe that's a good sign to get worked up. I don't know. I'm on the fence. Because let's remember, it's only March right now. It's the very beginning of fire season for the Northern Hemisphere. This is utterly insane. Look at the destruction. Are we going to see an LA fire in every country and state this year? I don't know. It's starting to feel like maybe that's going to be the case. And meanwhile, the largest economy on the planet is doing the exact opposite of everything that we need to try and do something about all this. Well, I'm going to skip through some of this. Oh, God. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is all just from this one vantage point. Yeah, okay. Well, seems like in some areas the fire's done because it's burnt absolutely everything available to burn. Is that a Tesla? It could be. All right. Here was Reuters live stream from also around the same time. Sounds like you can hear about at least 2 or 3 helicopters all racing towards this fire. I think this is also from the same vantage point as well. You can see just how much smoke is in the air. Like you can see it accumulating down here in these valleys, right? That's the most noticeable spot where you can tell it's clearly smoke. Okay. This is the latest update we have on it. Guardian News from 19 hours ago. Experts say climate change was behind What is South Korea's worst wildfires on record? Wildfires in South Korea have doubled in size in a day, becoming the country's worst fire disaster. Tens of thousands of people have been evacuated as the deadly fires spread through the southeast of the country. At least 26 people have died, including the pilot of the firefighting helicopter which crashed in Wison. It completely exploded, and I couldn't even tell which part was the propeller or what color it was. It turned black. Experts have said ultra-dry conditions and strong winds are to blame for this fire. One characteristic of climate change here is the rapid increase in temperature, prolonged dryness, and stronger winds. These factors are all dangerous in terms of wildfires. For this reason, wildfires in our country are bound to become more frequent and to spread on a larger scale. One additional factor is that our country has dense forests. This means that there is a lot of fuel, so once a wildfire starts, there's a lot to burn. There we go, one South Korean scientist explaining how this was all caused by climate change. Boy. Alright, let's end our discussion of wildfires and of environmental news here today with this other fire not that far away, just across a little piece of ocean in Japan. We already have seen multiple wildfires in Japan before spring ever started. Like 3 weeks ago, we saw a wildfire striking the north of Japan. Here's NHK World from yesterday. Wildfire in western Japan's Imabari City. And I only have this one video on this, unfortunately. I found this one a little late in my research today.
Now, NHK World's Kimura Miyako is in Imabari City, seeing how the situation is developing. Miyako?
By the way, do any of the mods or whatever, anybody know how many likes we have on the stream right now? I feel like 5 seems low. 5 support characters for us in 6 hours? Am I the only person who think that's a little low?
The smoke has died down a little compared to Tuesday, but the fire is still spreading. Let's take a closer look. This area behind me is under evacuation order. It's part of the Asakura Minami district. Winds are blowing smoke around. The situation appeared more intense the day before. I saw flames rising violently from the mountain, and the smoke filled the sky at times. Firefighters have been working around the clock. Some have been called in from other prefectures. About 2,000 people are helping respond to the emergency. Wildfires of this scale are rare here. This is an important reminder of how quickly things can change. And thousands of people in Imabari are hoping for a change back to normal as soon as possible.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Jesus Christ. 66 lights, right. Yes, right. Almost got, yeah. Alright, let's get us that last, well, not last, but our emotional support characters. That's a Cisco. Put it in here so I don't forget. Blam. Cisco engaged. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, Donald. I assumed that they're watering the trees along the city edge for multiple reasons. Can't get the water up the mountain with a truck without fire hydrants, and also, I assume in a hope to mitigate the ability for the fire to reach the city. How effective that strategy will be, I guess we'll have to keep our eyes out on it. Okay, I think it's a good time for us to take a quick galactic intermission. So we're about to enter the Earth half. So, a little galactic messaging. I would like to remind everyone that we're still trying to fund a new audio interface. We're getting closer thanks to everyone's support. So if you got a few extra bucks on, say, Cash App or PayPal, or really any way, I mean, just we get the money faster on PayPal, Patreon, and Cash App. So that's why I'm recommending people do that, but you can feel free to contribute any way you like. But right now we are still working on getting a new audio interface, so do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Help us with our space problems. Alright everybody, space break time. Hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon too, so you get the latest galactic notifications. While you're doing all that, please consider showing your support for the Galactic News Network in one of the myriad ways we have available to you. YouTube Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Twitch has got the bits and the subs. Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to circumvent giving those two their little cut of that money and instead give it straight to us so we can put it right to work. God damn it, this is loud. This is blasting my ears out. There we go. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a galactic patron on Patreon. So many sweet, sweet space benefits, you won't even know what to do with them all. Avatar, shout-out, and so much more. Just go on to Patreon to find out what is waiting in store for you. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, Space fans, we are back. Time for us to get on with the show. First, before we go on to Earth news, we should take a little stop in space for our latest information on the galaxy and our solar system, as there's something of an alignment that happened recently. A strange alignment, a rare moment. Let's go here to AP Archive from yesterday. Venus to align between Earth and Sun, marking a rare moment in planet's orbit. Let's go here to the Associated Press. Wait, I don't have sound. Do I have sound? There we go. Okay.
A conjunction in astronomy just means something is near something else in the sky. So it could be a conjunction of planets, maybe Mars and Venus. They're not physically near each other. One is much more distant than the other, but in our sky, as seen from Earth, you might see the two very close to each other in the sky. And in this particular case, we have the inferior, and I'll talk more about that, conjunction of Venus. And in this case, it really means Venus with the sun. And in this particular case, inferior means an object is inside Earth's orbit in the solar system, and Venus is getting in between Earth and the sun.
When Venus passes between the Earth and the sun, some people call that a Venus kiss because we're extremely close together. That happens 5 times in 8 years, like exactly. Like if you take 584 days and you multiply it by 5, that comes out to be exactly 8 years. So Venus gives the Earth a little kiss 5 times every 8 years.
Look at that. It's like the sun has a mole. Dun dun. Not that kind of mole. Like a beauty mark.
Is 10 meters, 33 feet across. They're sponsoring the life.
You can see it traveling across the sun. It's a pretty cool phenomenon, I'm not gonna lie.
So the transit is when you basically can draw a straight line between Earth, Venus, and the sun. And the inferior conjunction, both of them are inferior conjunctions. It's just when Venus passes directly in front of the sun, that's a transit. So you would call it both an inferior conjunction and a transit. In this case, the orbits don't quite line up just right, and I think, if I remember correctly, Venus is about 8 degrees away from the sun at most, at its closest point.
Well, there you go. Sun looking like Marilyn Monroe. That beauty mark, Venus crossing its path as it relates back to the to Earth, and giving us quite an interesting and rare moment. All right, that's enough space news, people. Sorry, but we got to get back to Earth, where things still suck. Let's start in El Salvador. How's that sound? Good? Does it sound good to you? Yeah, I know. It doesn't sound good to me either, considering everything that's been going on. I think we all know what's about to happen here. But there is some interesting news around El Salvador, some developments here that I found rather interesting. It would seem that some people that are being held in these El Salvadorian jails are receiving more rights than they were in the United States. And you'll see what I mean here in a second. There's the Associated Press from 2 days ago. We represent, at this moment, 30 Venezuelans who have given us the power to act. We're asking for habeas corpus for the rest of the Venezuelan citizens who are detained in our country. They have no criminal record, not in Venezuela nor in the United States. The only thing they have in their entry is through CBP-1, which was an application they used to gain entry into the United States. Others had been already granted refugee status, and others were in the process of applying for residency. So yeah, I mean, generally speaking, no, they don't have a lot more rights than the United States, but in this moment, it would seem they're getting more due process in El Salvador than they did in the United States. Of course, they're still being held in a horrifying labor camp, which has been accused of committing crimes against humanity. But seemingly, Venezuelan lawyers are at least able to right now, at least from what I can understand about this situation at this moment, is that at least have been able to get in contact with some of the prisoners and are filing motions to have their rights recognized in the country. It's still a horrifying situation, undoubtedly, but in the United States, we didn't even give them that. We didn't give them deportation trial, nothing. No immigration court looked over these people before being deported. I mean, some of them may have spoken to immigration courts before being deported, but the Trump administration completely circumvented any of that legal process, and are somehow now being afforded that opportunity now that they're in a different country. And I find that truly just horrifying, really, you know? Because the United States should always be doing better on civil rights than El Salvador, I would say, especially considering their current record on human rights within the country. Let's keep talking about this. Reuters. El Salvador court to hear defense of deported Venezuelans.
A law firm representing the families of 30 Venezuelans deported from the U.S. to El Salvador is asking that country's Supreme Court to judge the legality of their detention. The Venezuelans were sent to El Salvador's so-called mega prison, CCOT, as part of a deal with Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele. The law firm filed a habeas corpus lawsuit Monday asking the court to prove their detention was justified.
What's the point of locking somebody like that?
It comes after the U.S. sent 238 Venezuelans.
Like, seriously, there is no reason, like, let's be real. This is all just a fucking show to them, okay? And the United States, to Trump, and to the Venezuelans, and to the El Salvadorians, fucking Bukele and Trump. They both love treating people like shit, okay? There is no reason that they need to be bowed over, walking in a bowed position with someone's hand thrusting their neck downwards as they fucking walk. They're already in leg and arm shackles. Okay? These guys aren't going anywhere. And there's no reason to fucking abuse them like this unless you just like to abuse people. You know? Unless you're a fucking masochist who likes hurting other people. There's no fucking reason to do this.
To El Salvador, accusing them of being members of the Tren de Aragua gang. On Monday, lawyer Jamie Ortega told reporters outside the court that while they are only representing 30 of the Venezuelans, they'd request habeas corpus for all of them.
First, they should be immediately released, and failing that there should be an orderly
Immediately,
and
if not
systematic
sooner.
transfer and repatriation as required by our immigration laws. Our immigration law is fabulous. It is an excellent law. This legislation should be applied to the 238.
Ortega said that his firm had been asked to represent the migrants by Venezuela's government as well as family members. On Tuesday, the migrants' relatives marched for their release in Venezuela's capital, Caracas. This woman says her detained grandson was deceived, telling her before his flight that he was going to Venezuela, not El Salvador. In the U.S., the case has emerged as a major test of U.S. President Donald Trump's sweeping assertion of executive power. Some 137 of the group were deported under an obscure U.S. wartime law targeting alien enemies that was quickly blocked by U.S. Judge James Boasberg, who ordered the plane carrying them to turn around. However, they later arrived at the mega prison under a deal where, the White House says, Washington is paying some $6 million to hold them in custody. Lawyers and families dispute that the migrants are Tren de Aragua members. On Tuesday night, the Trump administration argued the deportations did not violate Judge Boasberg's orders. They again said the flights had left U.S. airspace by the time he issued a written order and so had not been required to return. They also invoked a state secret privilege, saying the judge's inquiry was judicial overreach.
Now, guess who showed up? Anybody? Any guesses on who showed up in El Salvador? No? No?
Well, good evening, everybody. We had a fantastic meeting today here.
It's Secretary Puppy Killer. R.I.P. Crockett. That's right. Puppy murderer Christy Nome was in El Salvador talking to reporters before she left El Salvador. Here's the footage of that. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. All right, Puppy Killer, what do you got?
Good evening, everybody. We had a fantastic meeting today here in El Salvador with President Bukele. We talked about our cooperation on getting the worst of the worst out of the United States and out of our communities, making people safer. He has agreed and to continue the partnership on making sure that TDA members will be able to be here in El Salvador and work together to make sure that CICAD is a facility that we can continue to utilize into the future. And then also very focused on MS-13 gang members, that we would bring them back and bring them to justice as well. So we talked extensively about migration and immigration issues, how we have such a...
How this bitch can talk about justice when they just completely circumvented the justice system is beyond me. I genuinely don't know how you can be that much of a hypocrite and still make these sort of proclamations.
Strong partnership and an unprecedented opportunity to work together to do what we can to make our country strong and to bring public safety to our communities and make sure that our economies are doing well. It was a great day here, and I'm very grateful for the relationship that we have with the president. And I conveyed President Trump's thankfulness for his willingness to work with us to continue to build on the relationships that we have. Did you have any?
One point I would like to make here before we listen to any reporter questions. Now, they thanked Nayib Bukele for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. I guess for illegally detaining people for us, since we decided we couldn't do it in Guantanamo. But did you know that the United States government paid money to the El Salvadorian government to do all of this? $6 million. Over $20,000 per detainee was given to El Salvador. Does that make America great again? Does that help people's egg prices get lower? Does that get people health care in the United States? Does any of this actually help anyone, aside from the Trump administration and touting their insane fucking plans? Like, and we're executing. Is this a fun, like, I could have sworn Donald Trump was talking about America first, but now he's paying El Salvador to imprison people. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
For me. Yeah, Secretary, do you guys have plans to send more TDA members to the prison we visited today, and how long are they going to stay there for?
You know, I think that is one of the discussions we'll continue to have. The president today indicated that he would be open to working with us in the future on still continuing to receive TDA members and MS-13 members.
Wow.
And so we are grateful for that. We recognize that we still have thousands of these terrorist organization members in our country.
Thousands? I thought, wasn't Donald Trump talking about millions and millions of people? Now it's down to thousands. Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay.
That we want to get the worst of the worst out so that we can bring more security to the American people. So he was very open to that, and this unprecedented relationship that we have with El Salvador is going to be a model to other countries on how they can work with America to not only...
This is going to be a model? Of what? What are you talking about? Is this a joke? This is a model of what? How other countries can get involved in crimes against humanity? The circumvention of immigrant rights?
Help us make America strong and secure again, but also to help their countries.
And how long are they going to be there?
Bring them more security and economic prosperity.
How long?
What's the...
She did not answer that fucking question. She only answered the first part and barely. The second part of that question was, how fucking long will these people be here for? She doesn't seem to give a shit how long they're there for. But she's washing her hands of... She's in the parking lot and she's already washed her hands of these people. It's fucking disgusting. No wonder she loves killing dogs. She's just an evil woman, I'm pretty sure. No concern for human life or puppy life. Secretary Puppy Killer, Kristi Noem, there you go. Oh, boy. Alright, let's go to a different place. In the northern hemisphere. It's also receiving Trump threats. A potential incoming invasion. Greenland. Let's start here. Associated Press, 3 days ago. Oh, wait, sorry, I just skipped over this one. BBC News, BBC News 3 days ago. Greenland condemns planned visits by Vance and Trump advisor, I think Mike Waltz.
And let's turn to that because the Prime Minister of Greenland has condemned the planned visit to the island by the wife of the US Vice President and senior US politicians as, quote, a provocation. It comes after the second lady, Vance, said she'd be travelling to the semi-autonomous Danish territory with a delegation to visit historic sites and attend the annual dog sled race. The White House National Security Advisor Mike Waltz will also be on the trip and visit a US military base. President Trump has made the US annexation of Greenland a major talking point. Well, let's head to Washington and our North America correspondent Nomia Iqbal. And Nomia, I read out the quotes there from the Premier of Greenland. The Danish Foreign Minister just in the last 10 minutes has described this visit as inappropriate. In terms of the White House, what are they saying about the nature of this visit?
Well, first of all, the Second Lady, Vance, even though it's a private visit, a private event, she's going with her son, she announced it on her official social media account. So it seems quite contradictory in that sense. I mean, she's not travelling with a press pool or anything like that. It is a private visit. In terms of the White House, let me just read to you what they have said. And this actually came from the National Security, the NSC spokesman, Brian Hughes. And he said that the US has a vested security interest in the Arctic region, and it should not be a surprise the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of Energy are visiting a US space base to get first-hand briefings from our service members on the ground. You know, I think the view is that Donald Trump is sending Usha Vance, who is someone that has taken a very much backseat to the administration. She is pretty quiet. She's low profile. She is seen as somewhat of a charm offensive to go to Greenland, a country he wants to try and govern.
A charm offensive. Interesting. Yes, so charming, that Usha. I'm sure Greenland will love her so very much. Now, Greenland's been saying this is a provocation. Same thing for Denmark. But here's what Trump had to say in the briefing room.
Greenland is confused about the Second Lady and the National Security Advisor visiting this week. They're concerned that this is further provocation of whatever it is you ultimately want for Greenland. Could you?
Yeah, well, not provocation. This is friendliness, not provocation. We're dealing with a lot of people from Greenland that would like to see something happen with respect to them being properly protected and properly taken care of. They're calling us, we're not calling them.
Oh,
and
really?
we were invited over there.
Oh, really?
I thought it would be I have great respect for the wife of our of our great vice president. I think she's...
Donald Trump can barely think of the word vice president. Wow.
She's a brilliant woman. She's a very nice woman. And she loves the concept of Greenland. And so she
loves the concept of it. Not necessarily actual Greenland, but just the idea of Greenland. She loves it. She thinks it's great. Yeah, Trump saying it's not a provocation. It's about friendliness. It's about us being great friends, even though I'm threatening the country. They invited us, and by they, I don't know who he means. I'm assuming it's some rando on social media saying you guys should come to Greenland. Because I know for a fact that Greenland's government has not invited them to come. They're just choosing to do this of their own volition. Certainly the Prime Minister of Denmark didn't invite them. She had this to say a couple of days ago.
My
reaction to the American visit is several things. Firstly, this cannot be seen independently of the statements and reports we have heard from the American side. Here, from the beginning of January until now. Secondly, this is clearly not a visit that is about what Greenland needs or what Greenland wants from visits from the outside right now. And therefore, I have to say that it is an unacceptable form of pressure that is being put on both Greenland and Denmark in this situation, and it is also a pressure that we are resisting. You can say they are private visits with official representatives from another country. A visit to Greenland, where the acting Greenlandic government has very clearly said that they are not to visit right now because there is no government, so that type of official meeting cannot be held. I have said several times since the 7th of January that I and we take this situation very seriously. Yeah, there we go, Denmark. The Danish Prime Minister saying that basically Trump is not invited right now. Greenland has been incredibly clear about that. They're in the middle of elections and don't have an actual government right now to speak to Trump right now. They are in the middle of reforming that government. And they said no. But Trump said yes. So we're doing it, I guess. All right, here's France 24 English from 18 hours ago. Trump says, quote unquote, We have to have Greenland ahead of J.D. Vance's visit. All right, France, tell us more things about stuff.
The highlight of Usher Vance's trip to Greenland was meant to be a dog sled race. But now her husband JD is leading the delegation, and they'll be confined to the Pituffik military base, where there's not much sightseeing to be done. Having criticised the visit, the Danish government welcomed the change of plan. But if you ask people on the island, they'd rather the Americans weren't coming at all.
I'm not very happy about them coming here.
They just show up spontaneously without asking. It's too much. Greenland is not for sale.
US President Donald Trump continues to insist on annexing their land.
We need Greenland for national security and international security. So I think we'll go as far as we have to go.
Nearly all Greenlanders oppose becoming part of the United States, and the threats aren't helping.
Trump has scared most Greenlanders away from this idea about a closer relationship to the United States because they don't trust him, because they see how he treats Denmark, how he treats Canada, and so on and so forth. And do you really want a friend like that?
Greenland has massive untapped mineral and oil reserves and is strategically located between North America and Europe. A 1951 agreement allows the US to move around and build bases on the island, given Denmark is notified. Bases like Pituffik are critical to America's ballistic missile early warning system.
Okay, last on Greenland, I think? Oh no, we have two.
US Vice President J.D. Vance announced on Wednesday that his trip to Greenland this week will be confined to a US military base and that he and his wife will not attend a popular dog sled race as originally scheduled. Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen had called the planned visit to the race part of unacceptable pressure by the White House on Greenland, which Donald Trump has vowed to annex. Her Foreign Minister Lars Løkke Rasmussen welcomed the move to revise the plans, calling it a de-escalation. Under a 1951 agreement, US officials are free to visit the Pituffik space base without an official invitation. Here's Trump speaking yesterday.
We need Greenland for national security and international security. So I think we'll go as far as we have to go. We need Greenland, and the world needs us to have Greenland.
And for more on this, I can bring in Matt Kvortorp, who is a senior research fellow at the Centre for European Studies at the Australian National University. Good morning, Matt, and thank you for joining us. J.D. Vance made a very public announcement of this trip on Tuesday, and he rather quickly scaled it back to just visiting the US Pituffik space base. So it seems he got a bit of a rap on the knuckles. Is this a humiliating climb down for the US Vice President?
I think it's diverting attention away from the story you had before. But it is adding insult to injury. This is not just undiplomatic or against common decency. Also, Pituffik is the place where in 1968 an American bomber crashed with nuclear bombs on board, which exploded. One of those bombs is still there. Means that the local population are not able to fish or hunt there. Lots of people were forcibly removed. So the agreement to have the Pituffik base, or Thule base as it used to be called, was taken by the Danish ambassador back then without involving the people, the population of Greenland, the colony at the time. So to go to that place, a place that has been literally nuclear contaminated by the Americans, really explains why more than, close to 90% of all Greenlandic people or Inuits do not want to be part of America. What is all...
Woof, 90% of Greenlanders don't want to be part of America. That seems to contravene everything Donald Trump keeps saying. Shocking that Donald Trump would say something untrue. Who could have guessed that? But, yeah, it looks like they're going to be confined to the U.S. military base on Greenland. That was the first time I ever heard of a nuclear bomb going off in Greenland because of the United States. Somehow, that piece of history was news to me when I heard it. But yeah, suddenly walking back. A very shameful and weak display.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Yeah. Looks like Usha is going to be stuck on this crappy military base the whole time instead of the dog sledding, which sounded fun. That's very unfortunate for her. I feel very sad inside. Alright, actually we're going to skip this section. This is a 22-second clip from King 5. We don't need this. We don't need this. We already covered everything we need to know on that. Where are we right now on all of this? Okay on time, that's for sure. Let's go to the UK briefly. Get a couple snippets out of this here. This was the latest PMQs, or Prime Minister's Questions, in UK Parliament. This was streamed yesterday by the Guardian News. Keir Starmer takes questions during PMQs, followed by Rachel Reeves' spring statement. Now we're going to skip the Rachel Reeves. Let's see what sort of questions Keir was getting asked.
What steps is the Minister taking to deliver this?
We are a creative content superpower in this country, and we will do absolutely nothing to undermine it. We want...
Sorry, hold on. Let me skip a little bit ahead here. See what Keir had to say.
Number one, please, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's spring statement will showcase a government going further and faster on the economy. Greenlighting the Lower Thames crossing, investing £2 million for 18,000 affordable homes for working families, 60,000 young people being trained, the next generation of construction workers, and fixing millions of potholes. We're undoing a decade of stagnation, delivering jobs and opportunities for working people and securing Britain's future. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow I'll meet President Macron in Paris to discuss further our efforts to secure a lasting peace in Ukraine. And may I welcome the delegation from Bring Back Kids initiative to the gallery. The abduction of Ukrainian children is grotesque. And the UK will play our full part to bring them home. It's a stark reminder that any peace settlement must see Russia held accountable for their deplorable actions. Mr. Speaker, this morning I have meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under this Labour government, NHS waiting lists are down 5 months in a row. Yeah. And the Hospital of St Cross in my constituency of Rugby is playing its part. But many of my constituents remain concerned about the long waits in A&E that they're experiencing, that we inherited from the Conservatives, especially those who have to travel to the General Hospital in Coventry. So will the Prime Minister set out how our plan for change to bring the NHS back into the heart of government will help us to support the front line, deliver better emergency care, closer to the community that our constituents have long called for? Mr. Speaker, our plan for change already cut NHS waiting lists by almost 200,000. That's 5 months in a row during the winter months. The local trust waiting lists in his area are down 93%, and he's doing a great job for his community. We've already delivered 2 million extra appointments that we promised because of the record investment in the budget. The party opposite can't have it both ways. If they welcome NHS investment, they can't criticise raising the money to pay for it.
Leader of the opposition, Kemi Beadle.
Mr. Speaker, in 30 minutes, we will hear the Chancellor's emergency budget. Even the Home Secretary's husband calls it an emergency budget. As she scrambles to fix the mess she made last October. But first, let's turn to another government minister who is making a mess of her brief, the Education Secretary. Why did Labour MPs vote against banning phones in schools last week?
Prime Minister, because it's completely unnecessary.
Really, Cammy, that's the best you've got. Phones in schools. Wow. The Tories are very focused on the important stuff right now. Phones in schools. Rather than the NHS, which is apparently starting to do better with these wait times now that the Labour government has been injecting funds to help ameliorate that situation. So, of course, Cammy can't focus on that. Just gotta focus on kids with phones. Okay, Cammy. All right. I think that's enough of the PMQs for now. You may go back to this later this week. It was a very long PMQs. I'm afraid if we went through all of it, we'd be here until I die. Okay. Let's move straight from the United Kingdom to the Middle East. Got nothing in Europe for you today. Well, not quite, but kind of. Depends on what you want to count as Europe. Okay. To Palestine. Guardian news from yesterday. Hundreds of Palestinians join protest against Hamas in northern Gaza. I wasn't necessarily expecting this video to happen, or this to take place at all. Hundreds of protesters shouted anti-Hamas slogans as they took to the streets in Gaza. Hamas terrorists. Hamas terrorists. Demonstrators were heard chanting Hamas out and calling for an end to the war with Israel. Out, out, out. One protester was seen waving a white flag among the crowd. The protest started in Beit Lahia, near the Indonesian hospital. Social media posts reported that the movement later spread to Jabalia refugee camp, as well as to Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. The protest had been described as the largest against the militant group inside the territory since October 7th. An Israeli airstrike killed 11 people in the northern Gaza following the protests. Victims included a mother and her 6-month-old baby. You know, I think one of the main reasons I wanted to watch this actually ties back to the United States, right? Because here you have maybe 1,000+ people. It's not clear because the footage is rather incomplete, but many people in Palestine, Palestinians, if you will, protesting Hamas, against Hamas. Meanwhile, we have people in the United States right now in detention and being threatened with deportation for having protested for Palestinians and being labeled as pro-Hamas supporters. But here we have Palestinians that are anti-Hamas. So what? How? Whatever. I got nothing to say. It just really bugs me that we are living in this state of alternate reality right now. Really bugging me. Now, if you didn't hear about it, one of the Palestinian Oscar winners in the documentary film No Other Land was attacked and then detained by first Israeli settlers and then IDF, was sitting in a military prison for almost an entire week, and has now apparently been released. He's a lucky one because he won an Oscar. Most Palestinians do not get this quick of a turnaround on their imprisonment.
After a rough night spent in prison, Israel set free Hamdan Balal. The Palestinian Oscar-winning filmmaker says he was beaten, blindfolded and kept handcuffed under an air conditioner during his stay. With bruises on his face and blood on his clothes, Bilal told journalists about the attack that led to his arrest.
The settler attacked my neighbor house. I went there to document what's happened there. And then when I saw the settlers, it's like become more and more and attack, throw stones and destroyed everything.
According to several Jewish activists and Palestinian residents on the spot, more than a dozen settlers attacked the village of Susia in the occupied West Bank. Bilal's wife said he was beaten in front of his home by 3 men wearing Israeli army uniforms, while another filmed the attack. As he was evacuated by an ambulance, soldiers stopped the vehicle and arrested Bilal.
And I down on the ground, and my phone's like thrown on the ground also. And then the soldiers start like tell me, it's like stand up, stand up, stand up, put the gun in my leg.
The Israeli Defense Forces insisted that none of their soldiers were present and that Palestinians were behind the attack.
Hey, no!
But this fact-checked video shows Israeli settlers attacking 2 Jewish American activists, mostly with stones.
Guys, back to the car, back to the car!
Since the October 7 attack, self-defense militias operating in the settlements have been integrated into the Israeli...
Self-defense militias?
Give me a joke.
It's not self-defense when you're on someone else's land, okay? That's hilarious. It's a great framing for France 24. Self-defense militias. When you're actively taking someone's land, that's not self-defense. I know that's what they call themselves, but for the love of God, France 24. Disgusting. Now, some Palestinians are protesting Hamas in Gaza, and in Israel, Israelis are protesting their government. What a world we live in right now. It's almost like we should somehow band together across the world against those who oppress us.
Benjamin Netanyahu saying the Israeli Prime Minister is continuing to take over the reins of power in Israel. We're going to cross live to Jerusalem, talk to our correspondent Noga Tonopolsky, who joins us from there. Noga, Netanyahu really being seen more and more there as the strong man of Israel?
Absolutely so, and not just, by the way, by the local protesters or by the opposition, as you've mentioned. Yesterday evening, Moody's, the international financial rating agency that has already brought Israel's ratings down twice during the tenure of this government, issued a warning that the rating will be lowered yet again, and specifically mentioned the budget passed by Netanyahu's government yesterday, which is referred to as a politicized budget that causes harm, among other things, to the tech sector, which is such an important tax revenue source in Israel. So Netanyahu, in just the past week, since last Thursday, has illegally reappointed his minister in charge of police.
Illegal.
Has made significant advance towards also not really legally firing the head of the security services. He has announced his intention and passed a declarative cabinet vote to fire the attorney general, who is the civil servant who has been warning him time and time again that his actions are illegal. Yesterday, his government passed an extremely politicized budget that basically... I
am getting real sick of watching peaceful protesters getting attacked by police. I'm feeling very Malcolm X lately. Okay. Let's go to Jordan for a moment, where in Amman, people are celebrating Ramadan with an old tradition. Ramadan's still going on for a few more days, people. That's right. That's right. You're in Amman, Jordan. The tradition, at least one tradition, in Ramadan is to fire cannons in a symbolic way. They're not actually shooting shells, just powder. Be careful, kid.
الدول العربية كانت أغلب الدول بتعتمد على المدفع رمضان.
I have no translations. It's an AP archive video. I'm sorry. There you go. A little... I'm blasting your ears when I laugh. You know, that's one of the side effects of having a terrible mic that I'm using right now. Or not even... It's not even a... I mean, it is a microphone, but it's an internal microphone in this freaking computer, and it's not my normal microphone. Hopefully we're going to get that set up. We've had a number of donations recently, getting us much, much closer to our goal of getting a new working audio interface so I can hook up my old mic that was working perfectly fine up until now. But this thing doesn't have the same sort of technology in it. And, you know, unfortunately it's clipping a lot when I do things, but then it doesn't pick up the sounds when I'm, you know, further away, and it's very annoying. I'm sorry your ears are blasted. I guess I'll stop laughing. I'll stop having fun. Is that better? I'll stop laughing. Serious from now on. What was I saying? Oh, okay, yeah. Let's move on from Jordan. Go south. I feel like I should have done these in the opposite order. I just want to go north right after that. Whatever, it's too late. It's too late. Let's just go to Yemen. Because the United States is still striking Yemen. I know 4 days ago, whatever it was. I mean, we've been striking Yemen now for actually multiple weeks. And they've continued. Until recently, here's Al Jazeera from yesterday. U.S. airstrikes hit northwest Yemen again. Wonder how many civilians died this time.
In Yemen, Houthi-affiliated media are reporting more U.S. attacks in the northwest. They say 17 airstrikes targeted the Seder province near the border with Saudi Arabia. Houthi fighters have been targeting ships linked to Israel and its allies in the Red Sea. They say it's in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. Al Jazeera's Mohammed Al-Assad is joining us now from Sana'a. Just bring us up to date with what we know about the latest, Mohammed.
Yes, U.S. airstrikes continue in Yemen as Ansarullah retaliates amid escalating conflict. In the early hours of today, U.S. warplanes launched a series of airstrikes targeting various areas in northern Yemen, indicating that at least 17 airstrikes have been conducted, according to media affiliated with Ansarullah. The airstrikes, including 7 air raids on the outskirts of Sa'ada, conducted also in 2 attack waves, along with the 3 airstrikes on Salim in Al-Kitaf, and also other 2 air raids on Harf Sufyan in Amran province, bordering Sa'ada. Additionally, U.S. fighter jets carried out also 5 airstrikes late last night in 2 waves, targeting Sahar district west of Sa'ada. In response, Ansarullah's military spokesperson Yahya Sari announced that their forces had conducted joint military operations against U.S. warships in the Red Sea, including an attack on the in the aircraft carrier USS Harry Truman He stated that these engagements lasted for hours and were still ongoing at the time of his statement. Amid these attacks, Ansarullah also reaffirmed its commitment to supporting Israel, stating that its drone also it has launched a drone attack on Tel Aviv, achieving its direct attack, according to Syria, and emphasized that their armed forces will remain determined to continue also their embargo on the Israeli ships in the declared maritime zones, and also to strike Israeli territories until Tel Aviv left its siege and also end its aggression on Gaza.
Yeah, they've been incredibly consistent, those Houthis. Keep saying the same thing over and over again. I'm feeling like a broken record just repeating the things that they say. They keep doing the same things over and over again until Israel stops doing what they're doing. Okay, let's go back north to Turkey. Democracy Now! From yesterday. 1,400 plus people arrested in Turkey as Erdogan jails Istanbul mayor and intensifies its authoritarian crackdown.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We end today's show in Turkey, where protesters took to the streets for a 7th consecutive night, defying a ban following the jailing of the Istanbul mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, who's seen as the biggest political rival to Turkey's authoritarian President Recep Tayyip Erdogan ahead of the 2028 presidential elections. Since protests broke out, Turkish authorities have detained more than 1,400 people, including students and journalists. Democracy Now! Spoke to Turkish political scientist Ezgi Başaran, an associate faculty member at Oxford University. I began by asking her about the Istanbul mayor's significance, the arrest in Turkish politics since being elected mayor.
Ekrem İmamoğlu won the election. He became the mayor of Istanbul in a landmark victory in 2019 and took Istanbul from the grips of the ruling party, first time ever. As you might remember, Erdogan's rise to power started with the Istanbul mayorship. And he once said that one who rules Istanbul rules Turkey. So Istanbul has always his most precious gift, and losing Istanbul to Ekrem İmamoğlu in 2019 made him extremely angry. That's why the first election was annulled by, charges of irregularities. But it angered many people, so a rerun happened, and then Ekrem İmamoğlu won with a bigger margin. But a relentless, protracted legal warfare happened, and he's been accused by calling the Supreme Electoral Council fools, the council that annulled the first vote, and so he actually the court sentenced him to over 2 years, which would lead into a political ban, but it's pending appeal. And then several terror charges has been thrown at him since 2021. And this year, the last year autumn, 2024 autumn, things have escalated. Pro-government talking heads started saying that Ekrem İmamoğlu is corrupt to its core, and there's going to be this really patriotic, heroic prosecutor who's going to take him down and make him pay. And suddenly people around Ekrem İmamoğlu, this is happening like 2 weeks ago, campaign staff, contractors, media consultants, suddenly they were slapped with travel bans. And then came the absurdity. Last week, beginning of last week, Ekrem İmamoğlu's 35-year-old university diploma was cancelled on bureaucratic grounds, which would disqualify him to run against Erdogan in a presidential campaign.
Because you have to be a college graduate to run for president?
Exactly, exactly, which is ironic. And I think this is kind of a, now in the playbook of the authoritarians, there's gaslighting. Because, you know, there is also a enigma about Erdogan's himself, Erdogan's own diploma. I mean, we have never seen his diploma, and many people think that he only has a 2-year.
Geez, Erdogan doesn't even have a college degree. And yet his own law says that he can't hold office without it. Fascinating. Now, we've been covering these protests since they started. And actually the number has increased since Democracy Now! Posted that video. At the time, the number of people who had been arrested in Turkey over these protests was 1,400. Which is quite a lot. But as of earlier today, I don't remember exactly what time, I saw a number that suggested it was closer to 2,000 people who have now been arrested for protesting Erdogan's attempt to rig this election. Okay, now let's go south. Talk a little bit about Sudan. France 24 English has the story on this one. Go, Web, go.
Okay, so we're hearing about the military taking the Republican palace in Khartoum. I mentioned before this is the last heavily guarded bastion. The latest information we're getting, the Sudanese military saying this is a tipping point. This is the moment they start to get momentum in the conflict. Let's get a sense of whether that is the case. Let's bring in Ali Trayo. He's a writer, an analyst on African affairs, a former peace negotiator on the Darfur peace track as well, which aimed to resolve the conflict in Darfur during the Juba peace agreement signed back in 2020. He's here with us in the studio. Great to have you with us, Ali. Let's begin on what you're making of today's events.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me to share my readings with you. If you allow me, yes, before to deal with your question, I would like to make some few factual facts on surrounding this war. Number one, what is going in Sudan is more of an invasion, foreign invasion. That means foreign fighters backed by foreign countries, and the militia of the RSF are just used as a tool. It's just useful idiots. They are not decision makers. They are not actual. They are just executing. And the purpose of this war, from the perspective of the invaders, is to divide the country and to destroy. Number two, what I'm saying is substantiated by the behavior of the Janjaweed itself, or the militia. You know, it's just killing.
Okay, you gotta chill out on these piss eggs stuff. So, like, that's too much and it's gross. Nobody wants to talk about that. That is gross, dude. The situation is, I mean, actually, I'll let him finish, and then I'll comment.
Looting, destroying, and even burning people alive, you know, raping. All that shows what is going on in Sudan is is more of an invasion. Now, coming to your question, I think what happened is a major shift of events, and it's a turning point, and a strategic turning point, because if you look at the situation, just 3 months ago, the militia were, as they said, and also as the media says, were controlling 85% of capital. Not only that, but they were also controlling the entire region of Al Jazeera, the most populous and the most fertile part of the Sudan, including its capital, Madani. Now, within these 3 months, the militia is retreating and falling apart, and everything is getting out of control.
Yes.
And so on. So
well, let me put to you, Ali, you talk about, in your view clearly is with the Sudanese army. The UN has looked at the situation. The UN has analysed the situation in Darfur, fighting, and said there have been alleged war crimes committed, not just by the RSF, and they have been vast, including rape, sexual assault and killings, but also by the Sudanese army as well. There's no clean side that we're hearing from the UN in this. There's no good versus bad. There are different actors with different support, as you suggested, from different foreign interventions. Support from the UAE, alleged to be continuing its support through getting gold from the RSF, but also Sudanese forces getting support from Egypt as well. So we're in this situation where it's been protracted for 2 years, and we're seeing
it has been protracted for a very long time. Now, one thing I just wanted to push back on with this representative from the Sudanese military said here, the RSF, yes, they do get funding from other places, but in fact, my understanding of the situation is that the RSF, at least some of the fighters in the RSF currently, used to be in the Sudanese military, and they defected and created a separate military structure. And so I think it's disingenuous to suggest that it's completely foreign, right? It is an internal conflict, but it is also, yes, funded by other countries. And it's about time that, this all stops. People stop pointing fingers at each other, since, like this guy just mentioned here on France 24, that, wait, what was I saying? I just got distracted. Right, let's not tell racist jokes in chat, okay? Let's not do that. We have 70 likes. I got distracted by the likes. Let me go here, make sure we get likes. We deserve... we already have that one. Okay. Let's continue talking about Sudan. Shit, I lost my place. All I know... oh yeah, here we go. France 24 as well. Continue. It's strange that France is like one of the only major, like France 24 is one of the only major outlets that seems to be covering Sudan. Every time we go to talk about Africa in general, it seems like France is at least trying to cover it. Meanwhile, everybody else is kind of ignoring it. Not just Sudan. DRC has gotten very little coverage from Western media too. Although I guess I would say, I think I know one reason why France 24 continues to cover it is because France is still doing colonialism in Africa more than I think any other Western power. With the what's the name of it? Whatever there is, they're backed, the Franco-backed Afro dollar. I cannot remember the actual name of it right now. I think that's probably one of the main reasons. But it just frustrates me that they seem to be the only people covering this stuff.
Aid groups have accused the Sudanese military of killing at least 54 people in an airstrike on a market in the west of the country on Monday. The attack took place in the village of Tora, 80 kilometres north of El Fasher, the capital of North Darfur province. A spokesman for the military said civilians had not been targeted, but human rights groups say the death toll is even higher, with those who took part in burial operations saying they had counted 270 bodies. The strike came days after the army reclaimed the presidential palace in the capital, Khartoum. And earlier we spoke to our regional correspondent Olivia Bizot in Nairobi.
This airstrike comes as the army has really ramped up its attacks in the Darfur region in recent days. The region is mostly in the hands of the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, and the most intense fighting has been happening in and around the city of Al Fashir, which is the last major city not in the hands of the RSF. Now, the UN has said that dozens of people were killed in this attack, while local organisations have said that more than 100 people were killed and that dozens of people were injured. And the Emergency Lawyers Group is a local organisation that's been documenting abuses committed by both sides in this conflict since the war broke out in April of 2023. They called this attack a horrific massacre. Meanwhile, a local Darfur activist organisation has said that this is the deadliest bombing since the war broke out in 2023. Now, this is not the first time that civilians have been caught in the fighting. Both sides have been accused of targeting civilians. This is the world's worst humanitarian crisis in recent history. Tens of thousands of people have been killed. Millions of people have been displaced. Millions, if not tens of millions of people are on the brink of famine.
And for more on this developing situation, I can bring in Sharath Srinivasan, Professor of International Politics and a Fellow of King's College, Cambridge. He is the author of When Peace Kills Politics, International Intervention and Unending Wars in the Sudans. Good morning, Professor Srinivasan. Thank you very much for joining us. What is the latest situation on the ground in Sudan as you understand it?
Well, as has been reported, clearly the key event that has occurred is that the Sudan Armed Forces have captured the presidential palace in Khartoum, and that is a strategic, perhaps definitely a tactical victory. Since the beginning of this war, the RSF has been in control of large parts of the capital, and it's been the army that's been besieged in small pockets, but that has really turned now. The RSF is still present in the city, especially in the southern areas of the city, and still has some presence, is attempting to fix the army in place. And that's because, indeed, the fulcrum of the conflict has shifted to the last remaining major urban centre in the west of the country, El Fasher, that the RSF has besieged for a long time but has not gained control of. There are allied forces of the Sudan army that are in the region that are also attacking the RSF there. But the key thing that is going on is that increasingly the territorial bifurcation of the war is becoming more pronounced. The RSF having its strongholds in the west and southern parts of the country, the army in the center and the east. And that is bodes quite ominously for what's to come.
Yeah, and will that perhaps mean that this might be a long-term bifurcation between the two warring factions?
Well, that is indeed the risk here. I mean, both sides are armed to the hilt, and both sides have access to further arms and weaponry and resources from various actors in the region and beyond. So there's no sense that there is an end in sight to this war. There is a sense that the army has the upper hand at the moment. It is very important that they may possibly secure Greater Khartoum altogether. That would have huge implications for the the levels of displacement, Khartoum being a major center and a large proportion of the country's population. So it could lead to, the return of large numbers of civilians to the capital. But then the army will have a huge burden on its plate to deal with humanitarian and service issues that have plagued the country. As has been reported, the scale of the humanitarian devastation in the country is just mind-boggling. And so that will continue. What I think is on the political and military front a concern is that the RSF has also, in recent months, perhaps with one eye on the fact that it was looking like it would lose control of Khartoum, sought to claim a de facto government in areas and territories under its control with some tactical alliances with other forces. And that does seem to suggest a hardening of territorial division between the two groups.
Now, we've heard
Yep, like you said, both sides seem to be armed to the hilt, and there doesn't seem to be any end in sight in this situation. Something that's very frustrating because it's the people, not the two warring armies, who are dealing with the consequences. The Sudan is one of the largest, I think, if not one of, but the largest humanitarian crisis on the entire planet right now. Tens of millions of people displaced, in danger of, famine. There was already issues in terms of crop output in Sudan. We were talking about that last year. And this is one of those things that I wish I had an answer to. One of many things that I wish I had an answer to. Because, how do you stop a civil war? In the United States, our civil war had an incredible number of casualties, right? Human rights violations, all sorts of other stuff. And this one seems to be going in all the wrong directions. How it's gone on for over 2 years now, I have no idea. Take away the money. Well, yeah, but that's really up to Egypt and the UAE, who are the main backers of this fighting right now. All right, now let's go back north. Because in Saudi Arabia, according to Reuters from yesterday, Kyiv and Moscow have agreed to a truce. Okay. Tell me more about that, please. Why does this always happen late into the stream? Can we play? Yeah, there we go.
The United States reached deals on Tuesday with Ukraine and Russia to pause attacks in the Black Sea and against energy facilities. The U.S. agreement with Russia goes further than the deal with Ukraine, as the Trump administration agreed to help seek the lifting of international sanctions on Russia, something Vladimir Putin has long sought. The separate agreements are the first formal commitments by the warring side since the inauguration of Donald Trump.
We are making a lot of progress.
Trump is pushing for an end to the war and also a reconciliation with Moscow that has alarmed Kyiv and European countries.
We're in deep discussions with Russia and Ukraine. And I would say it's going well, but it's a situation we should have never had to even think about. Should have never happened.
The Kremlin said the Black Sea agreements would not come into effect unless links between some Russian banks and the international financial system were restored. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said this was untrue
and that there was no requirement of sanctions relief for the deals to come into force. But Trump told reporters his team was considering the conditions Moscow laid out.
They will be looking at them, and we're thinking about all of them right now. There are about 5 or 6 conditions. We're looking at all of them.
Kyiv and Moscow both said they would rely on Washington to enforce the deals, while expressing skepticism that the other side would abide by them. Here's Zelensky.
Now, what's strange about this is it seems like the United States came to an agreement on truce with Kyiv and one with Moscow separately. You know, this is one of the things I've been saying about this whole ceasefire talks that the U.S. has been leading. We were supposed to get an efficient and meritorious government, but it seems incredibly inefficient, if you ask me, to do separate ceasefire talks with 2 countries that are at war with each other, rather than having both sides come to the table at the same fucking time, right? Because you got Kyiv agreeing to one thing, Russia agreeing to the other, and you still basically have nothing.
I believe that there are a million questions. I honestly believe so myself. There will be millions of questions and details. But as of today, it sounds like this. Every side, Ukraine and Russia, doesn't use weapons against the energy system of the other side.
And here's what Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov had to say.
We will need clear guarantees. And there may be guarantees taking into account the sad experience of agreements with Kyiv. Guarantees may be only the result of a direct order from Washington to Zelensky and his team to do this and not any other way.
Zelensky said the truce agreements would take effect immediately, and that if Russia violated them, he would ask Trump to impose additional sanctions on Moscow and provide more weapons for Ukraine. The Kremlin said the pause in attacks on energy would last for 30 days from March 18th, when Putin...
Okay, so it was 10 days ago. I guess they're backdating. They're backdating the agreement, even though between the 18th and now, they've absolutely attacked the energy infrastructure in Ukraine. And what I find even more strange is this next story, because this came out after the supposed agreement on this truce came into effect. What's that, TRT World? Russian strikes hitting Mykolaiv, a port city on Ukraine's Black Sea coast? Oh, okay.
Quiet in the Black Sea near the Ukrainian port of Odessa, save for the hum of boat engines and the waves smacking against their armoured hulls. Ukrainian patrols of grain shipping lanes continued ahead of a mooted ceasefire here, a test case for whether peace really could be possible after more than 3 years of war with Russia. On Tuesday, the US said it had reached agreements with Kiev and Moscow to pause strikes here. Already, however, conditions look likely to scupper such a deal.
For the first time since February 2022, perhaps the first time since February 2014, we are seeing the common ground between Russia and Ukraine expanding rather than shrinking.
Key to that is Europe, whose leaders gathered in Paris on Wednesday evening, along with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Europe has ruled out reconnecting Russian banks to an international system that Moscow says is a condition for a halt to attacks in the Black Sea.
Far from proving that...
You know, and that's an incredibly fascinating part of all of this, right? Is that Russia is demanding that people, Europeans specifically, who are not at these ceasefire talks, need to do something, anything. Like, this is another of these criticisms that I've been having, right? Like, why is Europe not at these why is there no European delegates at these fucking ceasefires? These insanely stupid and useless ceasefire talks that the United States has been leading. Why the fuck has Europe not been involved? They've been involved the entire time, now they're not? and now Russia has demands of Europe, but Europe's not there to to negotiate it. Yeah, and of course, European banks aren't going to do this without representatives there to ensure things, whatever. It just doesn't make any fucking sense, and this has been one of the most blunderous of the Trump administration's sort of diplomatic decisions to just sort of compartmentalize all these fucking talks rather than bringing people together.
Truly wants peace, Russia continues, in fact, day after day, to strike Ukrainian territory intensely, including civilian targets. We condemn these strikes, and they absolutely must stop.
European leaders, meanwhile, are having to adapt themselves to the shifting diplomatic picture. Europe's efforts to help guarantee Ukraine's future security have come under pressure from political and logistical constraints, including opposition from both Russia and the US. Earlier on Wednesday, NATO chief Mark Rutte warned against temptations to go it alone on security amid tensions within the transatlantic alliance.
Without the US, UK, Turkey, Canada, Norway and Iceland, it is impossible to imagine the defense of Europe. And nothing can replace America's nuclear umbrella, the ultimate guarantor of our security.
Trust in Russia keeping its word on this occasion is also wearing thin. The Kremlin claims that since March 18th, it's already paused attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure in another deal agreed with the US.
Give me a joke.
A senior Ukrainian presidential official said Wednesday that Moscow had attacked at least 8 energy facilities in that time. Questions have also grown about the integrity of Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, Europe's largest and currently held by Russian forces. Kiev has said Moscow cannot operate the plant safely.
In terms
Yeah. Not only did they strike Mykolaiv, they also struck Kharkiv shortly after. Here's Forbes breaking news from 22 hours ago. Great ceasefire. Yeah, what a sweet, sweet deal the U.S. struck here, huh? Jesus Christ. Okay, let's go to Asia to finish off this stream. We are getting very close to the end. Made it 4 halves, almost. All right. Let's start in India. If you didn't hear about this, it's probably my fault, because we didn't cover this when it happened, so we're covering it now. Here's Wyon from 12 days ago on an apparent self-deportation of one Indian student who was at Columbia University. And this is the sort of stuff that truly it just makes me sad, you know? Like, there's no other way to put it. It just makes me sad to think that people who deserve to be here, who are here, you know, completely legally, contributing to society, just working to better themselves, studying at school, feel it necessary to self-deport in fear of being, I don't know, sent to the wrong country, like El Salvador or something like that, or just being detained indefinitely. People just fleeing. Like, it just makes me fucking... It just makes me incredibly upset to think that young people are scared for their lives. Everyone. I mean, honestly, it's not just young people, but... it's just... Whatever. Let's go here.
And in the backdrop of a sweeping crackdown on illegal immigration in the U.S., an Indian PhD student, Ranjani Srinivasan, studying at the Columbia University, self-deported from U.S. on 11th of March using the newly launched self-deportation tool for migrants.
Jesus
Christ. This after her student visa was revoked on 5th of March for allegedly supporting the Hamas group and participating in a pro-Palestine protest. The Department of Homeland Security said that Srinivasan used the Customs and Border Protection Agency app to self-deport on March 11th after her visa was revoked. The U.S. Department alleged that Ranjani Srinivasan was involved in activities supporting Hamas, a terrorist organization. However, the administration has released no proof yet to substantiate the charge against her. The Trump administration has repurposed the Biden-era CBP app into self-deportation app called CBP Home. The app was rolled out on 10th of March to facilitate self-deportation for illegal migrants. The migrants are required to provide biographical information and choose a return country. This includes registration number, contact details, and identity proof.
Okay. We have one more clip for this. Let's go to CBS Mornings. This was from 9 days ago. Like I said, I didn't do my job very good, and so we missed this. This happened almost 2 weeks ago now. Actually, longer than 2 weeks. She said the 11th, didn't she? Well, whatever. Wyon posted it 12 days ago. Here's CBS Mornings from 9. Columbia University student who had visa suddenly revoked breaks her silence.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Meantime, to the case of another Columbia student whose future is uncertain amid the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. PhD candidate Ranjani Srinivasan says she fled the country after her student visa was suddenly revoked. She sat down with Lilia Luciano to tell her story in her first TV interview.
The events in the last 2 weeks have sort of spiraled out of control.
37-year-old Ranjani Srinivasan is originally from India. She's been in the U.S. legally as a PhD student of urban planning at Columbia University. But in early March, she was suddenly notified that her student visa was being revoked.
I was talking to the advisor from the international students office on Zoom. She was reassuring me that I'm fine. And while that was happening, ICE was knocking on my door.
Without a visa, her enrollment at Columbia was terminated, and fearing she'd be detained indefinitely, she fled to Canada. The issue seems to stem from last year's pro-Palestinian protest on Columbia's campus. On April 30th, students occupied a building. That night, NYPD officers arrested hundreds on and off various university campuses, including Srinivasan. But she says she was not involved at all.
You were not inside Hamilton Hall? No, I was at a department picnic with my friends and faculty.
You weren't even protesting that day?
No, I was on the way back home. We saw barricades and police. I think the police charged at us.
She was cited for obstructing the sidewalk and failure to disperse. Those charges were dismissed. But
you know what I think has essentially happened here? It's just blatant racism, right? You know, these fucking racist douchebags. They can't, like, this woman was brown in the wrong place at the wrong time. And now she's being deported for literally fucking nothing. Just existing and being, Southeast Asian in the United States in the wrong place. She wasn't even protesting. It's utterly insane. This woman seems like a dangerous criminal too, because we're rid of all the criminals and the nasty people, right? Oh, this pisses me off so much.
according to DHS sources, she did not include those citations in her visa renewal application.
If I made a mistake, I would be happy to clarify that with the state. I never meant to conceal anything. I've been in complete compliance with my visa. I would like a chance to clear my name.
In a statement, DHS accused her of being involved in activities supporting Hamas without providing any proof.
The Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, said that you are a terrorist sympathizer.
I just found it absurd. I'm not a terrorist sympathizer.
For now, she's stuck in limbo and worries the crackdown will have an effect that goes far beyond free speech.
I came to the US because I really like the academic culture, and you have a lot of academic freedom, something that you don't really find anywhere else in the world. But currently, I do think that there is a crazy climate of fear in universities, and especially in Colombia.
So do you think the thing that brought you to the U.S. is ending?
Yes.
Colombia told us once a student visa is revoked, it has to unenroll a student. Srinivasan's lawyers argue that those dismissed citations should not have had any impact on her.
Yep, Columbia is a disgusting university. Honestly, at this point, I kind of hope that they go out of business and that they don't get that fucking money from Trump. I am sick of these fucking colleges and universities, working with this administration to circumvent and to destroy our fucking culture, to destroy our rights, to ruin people's fucking lives. It is disgusting. I'm so fucking sick of it. And all I can think of when I say stuff like that is it's going to get worse. It's going to continue to get worse until we do something to stop this. Something big. I don't know what. All right, let's go to China. Reuters, 2 days ago. U.S. adds Chinese entities to export blacklist.
Illegal.
If the Trump administration is allowed to do what they're doing for 4 years, we will be left with a country that has no rights. Well, some rights. It depends on who you are, right? But that essentially means that you don't have rights. They're selective privileges, right? If you're the right kind of person, you'll have certain privileges, but they're not inherent rights to civil society, right? We will have a much less culturally diverse society. Our academic institutions will fall apart. All of our goddamn institutions are crumbling in front of our eyes as Elon smashes it with a fucking hammer given to him by Donald Trump. And it's real. Yeah, no allies. Good point. Soul Life will have no allies. And the United States will be officially an isolationist country, /expansionist. Isolationist in all the worst ways, and expansionist also. What appears to be a Napoleonic sort of shift. What a goddamn clusterfuck. What was I saying? Oh, right. China. New people or new companies added to the export blacklist.
Illegal.
Take it away, Reuters.
Washington has added dozens of firms to its export blacklist. Most are in China, but others are in Taiwan, Iran, Pakistan, South Africa and the UAE.
Taiwan.
Among the most high-profile additions are 6 subsidiaries of Inspur Group, China's biggest cloud computing provider. They have been targeted for helping develop supercomputers for the country's military. Inspur Group itself was placed on the list 2 years ago. The US blacklist is meant to restrict Beijing's ability to develop cutting-edge systems for its armed forces. Responding to Tuesday's move, China's embassy in Washington said the military angle was just a pretext to weaponize trade issues. The US also wants to disrupt Iran's procurement of drones and other defense gear, and to slow its development of ballistic missiles and nuclear technology. Once firms are added to the blacklist, US companies are barred from selling to them without obtaining a license, which is almost certain to be denied. When Inspur Group was first placed on the list in 2023, executives from US chipmakers AMD and Nvidia were questioned about their dealings with the firm. On Tuesday, it wasn't clear if the US businesses had continued to supply subsidiaries of the Chinese company.
Okay, one more story for China. Well, this one is really another sort of quasi-US story again. I mean, they all seem to be.
Thank you, Chairman Wahlberg.
These days. Now, I found this to be fascinating. And the framing that this guy chooses to use around all this, I also thought was a little comedic as well. But did you know that U.S. schools had nearly 3,000 contracts with different Chinese firms and or the government itself? Well, Republican Congressman Mark Harris is very angry about that.
Thank you, Chairman Wahlberg, and thank you to Congressman Baumgardner for the work on this bill. Mr. Speaker, each year, adversarial nations like China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia attempt to buy the ability to influence our next generation through donations and contracts with American colleges and universities. The Deterrent Act will shine the light on these shady backroom deals that get malign foreign influence out of our schools. The legislation will strengthen the thresholds of reporting foreign gifts and contracts. According to the Wall Street Journal, in the last 12 years, U.S. schools had nearly 3,000 contracts with China valued at no less than $2.32 billion. That raises an important question.
Yeah, what is it?
Why would a country that certainly doesn't have the best interest of American students in mind pay such enormous sums to American universities?
Now, it's not strictly the Chinese government. The other, Chinese companies, it's mostly Chinese companies, that's my understanding at least, that are behind these funds. Mark Harris is incredibly upset about this. I don't know why. I guess he's just sick of colleges getting money, I guess.
This bill
maybe
will
he just
get to the bottom of it.
Maybe he just hates Chinese people. I don't know. Hard to say.
The Deterrent Act includes language from our own legislation, the No Contracts with Foreign Adversaries Act, which requires a college or university to be transparent about the reason they might want to contract with one of the 4 countries currently designed by our government as a, quote, country of concern. It's true.
Wait, the United States government designed other countries? What are you talking about, Mark? Now, I mean, it seems like they've been incredibly transparent because you're aware of this, right, Mark? Like you were able to bring all these figures to us just now, so clearly there's some transparency, and I don't think it's a secret that colleges like money. Like that's nothing new. But Mark is sick of it. He's sick of colleges getting money from China.
China!
And therefore, you must get rid of all that money. Should be good. Should be good for the learning environment.
There could be an academic purpose for a partnership with a country like China,
There
Korea,
is.
Iran, or Russia.
Perhaps.
But these partnerships cannot come at the expense of our national security, research integrity, or our future generations.
And it's not. It hasn't been. It genuinely hasn't affected any of that. It's kind of stupid to suggest
Students, parents, and taxpayers have a right to know the financial ties of these universities. The Deterrent Act strengthens current law
You idiot.
by raising
You literally just said
reporting standards and providing a real enforcement mechanism if schools try to hide.
You fucking idiot. They're not hiding anything. You literally just came to the goddamn House floor with a list of... It's not being hidden. You're here talking about it right now in Congress. It's not a secret. And the fact is Chinese students come to the United States all the time. I mean, I'm sure they'll probably not be coming anymore. But, you know, there was a time, long, long ago, in the year 2024, when Chinese students came to the United States to study. Because, like Ms. Srinivasan said just moments ago, she, like many others, believe that the United States has one of the best academic environments on the planet. Partially because of how much goddamn money we have that's being funneled into all this stuff. And the more that we take it away, the less people are going to want to come. Yeah, but Mark wants to get rid of that. Okay. Oh god, I just realized that was our second to last story. Little round of applause for everyone there for making it this far. But the show is about to... Oh my god, how long have I been on Top Chat? Come on. Come on! Top Chat? That's incredibly rude.
How rude.
How long has this been going on? Yeah, I wonder if removing billions of dollars of funding, on top of all the billions of dollars of funding that are being withheld by Donald Trump, will help or hurt the, college experience. I wonder. Wonder if that'll enable colleges to do more or less research. I don't know. What do I know? All right, chat. Let's go to Japan. Last story of the night. South China Morning Post. From 2 days ago, Japan pays out $1.5 million for the world's longest-serving death row inmate.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Japan has awarded a record cash amount to a man who spent nearly 5 decades on death row. $1.5 million, the compensation Iwao Hakamada was awarded for his wrongful conviction. The 89-year-old was the world's longest-serving death row inmate. That's not nearly enough. The former boxer was convicted in 1966 of killing his boss, his boss's wife, and their 2 children. He spent 47 years awaiting execution before he was granted a retrial and acquitted. I was waiting for this moment a long time. My victory of acquittal has finally come true. The court ruled police had tampered with evidence. Hakamada was released in 2014. His sister Hideko had led a decades-long campaign to free him. The compensation amount represents 12,500 yen for each day spent in detention. But his lawyers say the amount falls short of compensating for the pain he suffered. No shit, that's what I was going to say. $1.5 million for being stuck in a prison wrongfully for 50 years? Try 10x that right there. At the very, this guy's 89 years old right now. He doesn't even, the fact is he's probably not going to have time to spend it all, but it just doesn't feel like it represents properly the amount of suffering this man must have endured, being wrongfully convicted and left in a fucking jail cell to rot for a half a goddamn century. I can't even imagine. Cannot even imagine. Hakamada was only the 5th death row inmate granted a retrial in Japan's post-war. What was that? Post-war what? Post-war history. Sorry. Struggling to read, apparently. Must be getting delirious. Streamlord's gone to Lulu. Watch out. Alright, that was the last video of the night. Well, looks like we got through another stream, chat. It was quite difficult, and also long, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Nitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Decipher, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoip, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. Even Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Niche, and Becky. That's right. All these people that you see now have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Alright, chat. It's that time of night. Enjoy this super secret late night after hours Galactic chill stream. A little decompressing for you space fams.
Just look at that yellow sky. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Welcome to paradise, paradise. Você me vê sorrindo a se você me vê sorrindo a se você me vê sorrindo a se você me vê sorrindo a se você me
coisas daqui são coisas de lá. Nasceram da terra ou vieram do mar. Sei que não crê, fale de amor. Pela tábua. Sei que não crê.
Bye.